Volume 2. I'm a NEET, but when I went to Hello Work I got taken to another world. Chapter 1. Sati becomes an apprentice adventurer. We are going shopping. Come with me. Taking Sati with me, I leave the house. I thought she would be alright since her eyes got better, but that wasn't the case. She didn't fall over anymore, but she was looking around restlessly and was tottering here and there. It was very unsettling how unsteady she was. Since it can't be helped, I take her hand once again. Are slaves supposed to be this handful? Having fun? Yes, it's fun. Also, it's a strange feeling somehow. The smells and sounds are the same, but it's like I'm in a different place. We arrive at the shopping district. First we should procure a shopping basket for Sati. Perhaps they have one at the general store. A store selling baskets was found quickly. While we were there, we also bought a bucket, a pot, and a water jug. A basket for shopping and a bucket for the kitchen. Right. We also need one for the bath, one water jug for general use and another one for drinking water. Also I should buy a few more pots and fry pans. There is also soap. There are various kinds. According to the shop clerk, there are 2 types, one for general use and one for bathing. So I got both, ladle and long chopsticks. This is a rolling pin, maybe a chopping board, and a sponge-like thing made out of who knows what. A pot stand. There is also tableware, porcelain and metal. There are also wooden ones, spoons, forks, and knives. Cups. There are also brooms and brushes. I take all that catches my eye and hand it over to Sati and have her bring them to the shopkeeper. I asked the shopkeeper to wrap up the large heap of merchandise. Then I walked around the store once more to make sure I didn't forget anything. It looks like we could get most of what we need. I can't look down on a different world either. I thought it would be more inconvenient, but aside from a small part, I feel that it's not that different. Well, there is the fact that many things are substituted with magic. I pay, then I have Sati hold the shopping basket, but the rest I put in the item box without much thought. What's left is a kitchen knife and towels, maybe a dust cloth. I have to also remember firewood. There was also a hoe at the shop where we found a kitchen knife, so I bought one for the kitchen garden. Where do they sell seeds, I wonder? I didn't see any florists, and there are also no greengrocers. I think maybe there is an agricultural association somewhere. I bought firewood. There were also huge unsplit logs, so bought some those as well. I went back to the previous store and also bought an axe. I wanted to try wood splitting a bit. When I asked Sati if she had anything she wanted, she shook her head. Well, she didn't do any housework yet, so no wonder if she doesn't know. Let's buy some ingredients after this. There is plenty wild rabbit meat left, so vegetables it is. There were many vegetables that were similar to the ones I was familiar with from Japan. There is also wheat flour, bread, and pasta. Oil. This is lard, maybe. Oil is expensive, huh? Maybe this is why they don't really make deep-fried stuff. It's a bit pricey, but I want to eat some fried foods, so I buy a bunch. Spices and sauces, vinegar and sugar. Sugar is also expensive, but I still buy about 1 kilogram. It's a shame that there is no miso, soy sauce, and rice. There are beans, so maybe I could make something like natto. Eggs are also expensive, from small ones to big ones like an ostrich egg. There were many types, so bought from every kind. I think I will also buy some alcohol. We drank all of it after we defeated the dragon anyway. I have Sati carry all she can and the rest I put in the item box. I could have put everything in the item box, but the empty shopping basket felt lonely, so I have her carry some things instead. As expected, she doesn't look around helplessly anymore while we are shopping. Instead, she has an earnest expression while she follows me. In the ice shop, they were also selling refrigerators. It's just a simple type where you put ice in the top part of the refrigerator. If you put in a big block of ice, then it apparently lasts for 3 or 4 days. I buy one together with some ice. I can probably keep meat and other things in it from now on. You must be tired. Should I carry the basket? I would just put it in the item box though. It's all right, said Sati, shaking her head. However, the basket looks clearly heavy. Let's just take a rest here. The Dragon's Breath Pavilion is close anyway. The restaurant was quite packed since it was lunchtime. I order fruits juice for 2 from an acquaintance clerk. Soon after, the proprietress brought us the juice. How is the new home, Masaru-chan? Well, it's not bad, I responded half-heartedly. I only moved in yesterday, so I can't really say anything else. Then, who is she? I guess this is why the proprietress brought the order over herself. even though the shop is this busy. I thought I would have her do the housework and such. Oh, a slave. Did you buy one? She is cute, isn't she? She broadly grinned. The proprietress returned to work while saying you take care of her. It's a bit embarrassing. However, she didn't particularly criticize me for it either. Maybe buying a slave is not unusual. Perhaps that's why she was grinning that much. Although, perhaps it's a problem if people can immediately tell that she is a slave by the crest on her arm. I think I will have Sati wear long-sleeved clothes. As I glanced towards Sati, I see that she is looking this way without drinking her juice. I guess she was waiting. It's okay to drink. When I said that, she started to gulp it down. I also drink. Maybe it's a fruit close to a peach or maybe mango. There is plenty of flesh of the fruit in it and ice has also been added. It's sweet and cold and really delicious. Saying that it's delicious, Sati is also drinking while savoring it. I've been in their care before here. The second floor is for lodging. The food here is very tasty. You see. Let's come here to eat next time. Yes. It looks like Sati already drank all of it. She is rolling the ice around in her mouth. Did you like the juice? Want to drink this one too? Saying that, I handed the juice that had about half of it left to Sati. By doing that, she had a wide smile growing on her face as she accepted. I must have her eat well and grow more. We returned home, then put the goods to their place with the help of Sati. I've put water created by magic in the water jug. It would have been bothersome to make round trips between the house and well anyway. After we've put the refrigerator and everything we bought to their places, I declare to Sati, from today onwards this house will be managed by Sati. I'll leave it to you. Yes, please leave it to me. I will do my best. I'm really uneasy about this, but it looks like she is at least motivated. Well, it will probably be fine. It will be fine, right? It's just afternoon. It's still early to start preparing dinner, so there is nothing to do. I don't want to work either. In Japan I would boot up the PC at times like this. I miss the net. It seems Sati is confirming everything we bought piece by piece with a serious expression. She picked up the kitchen knife. She did it very cautiously, but she is touching the blade part with her fingers. I'm scared. I wanted to stop her, but I firmly held myself back. Using the kitchen knife means she will no doubt cut herself from time to time, but it can be immediately fixed by heel. It looks like the test run of the kitchen knife ended safely. She moved on to the next item. I think I will go outside the city to test fire some spells. Even though I managed to learn fire magic level 4, I didn't even use it after that time that ended in a misfire. I have to properly practice it. Sati, I'm going outside the city to test fire some spells? Do you prefer house sitting, or do you want to come with me? I'm going. It may be a bit dangerous, although probably only wild rabbits come out right outside the city. It's alright. I'm going. I worry about leaving her alone house sitting anyway, so I think maybe it's alright. As I started preparing, I wear my armor and put my sword on my back. I had Sati change too. I thought that skirt is not really fitting for the fields, so long sleeves and full-length trousers it is. I properly told her to change in a different room. We got held up at the gate. I wanted to bring Sati outside, but she doesn't have any identification papers. Ooh, isn't it the Dragon Slayer? Are you going wild rabbit hunting today too? It's a promotion from wild rabbit to Dragon Slayer. It's nice that I got promoted, but it's still embarrassing. Wouldn't you just call me by my name already? No, I just helped a little. What Dragon Slayer? Also, today I just thought I would practice magic outside the city today. She is a potential party member and apprentice adventurer. I couldn't say that she is slave I bought with indecent intentions, so I left it at that. She herself is greatly delighted by the sound of adventurer. It must be on the list of things she wants to do. A beastkin. She will be a great asset after she's grown. So, it came to light that she doesn't have identification papers. It doesn't matter when going out, but they will charge when coming back. So for the time being, we started heading to the Adventurers Guild. When I told the old fellow at the reception desk that I wanted to register Sati into the guild, we were led to the place where the vice guild head and Tilika-chan were, just like last time. Ooh, if it isn't Masaru. What do you need today? What? You want to register her into the guild? Ho, a slave. I see. You just got your reward yesterday. Aren't you a fast one? Gahahaha. He laughed as he patted my shoulders with considerable strength. It's always this reaction. The examination finished in no time. The usual questions and what she wants to do. I also wanted to be an adventurer, and cooking too, There are many things I want to do, and I want service Masaru-sama a lot and have him be pleased. Wahahaha, Masaru, you are loved, You take care of her. After that there was the explanation about the guild, then got a card issued after paying 100 gold. I asked if it was unusual for a small child to become an adventurer, but they said it's also not uncommon for children around 10 years old to become adventurers. A slave's rewards are all received by their master. It's written on the card that she is a slave and my name as her owner. Rank is, of course, F. By the way, my rank is still E. It seems the rank won't go up just from helping with the dragon subjugation. Finally, there is the oath to Tilika-chan. With this, I'm also an adventurer, right? She said as she was looking at the guild card dangling from her neck on a string. That's right. But only after you train for a while and get stronger. So, an apprentice adventurer for now. Yes, I'll do my best. Since she now became an adventurer, so I decided to get her a set of equipment. I had the shop clerk at the usual shop find something appropriate. A leather armor and small shield, a short sword and leather boots, the same equipment as the one I had first. Yeah, it's cute. It's cute. We had the hole on the bottom part for her tail and the holes on the leather helm for her ears done right there, and now her ears are popping out and twitching. She doesn't look like a fighter adventurer at all, but she looked good in them. The store clerk watches Sati with a smile as she is frolicking around while wearing the equipment. Thank you very much, Masaru-sama. I will fight with my life on the line. Just with moderation. It's fine if you do it with moderation, is what I thought. But I just couldn't say it in front of the fired-up Sati. Once again at the gate. Oh, you had equipment bought for you Oju-chan. You are already a splendid adventurer. The gate guard said this as he looked at Sati's guild card. Wasn't the fact that she is a slave written on the card? So while looking at me, he said, as one would expect, someone like the Dragon Slayer is earning quite a bit. Perhaps I should become an adventurer too. Forget it. As an adventurer, no matter how many lives you have it won't be enough. I guess that's also true. As I thought, this is what the general opinion is. Before they pour some more cold water on me I take Sati and exit the gate. After we exit the gate, we leave the main road and go until we don't see the city wall anymore. It should be alright around here. First, I will try Firestorm. Starting the chant. It should only take half as much time because of the high-speed chanting, but it's still long. It looks like it can't really be used in live combat situations. I finally complete the chant and invoke it. Go. With that sound, a number of fire pillars rise and start rampaging across the grass-covered plains. I was in a daze from the sudden appearance of the fire pillars and their unexpected power. When the fire died down, an about 25 meters pool-sized area of the grass-covered plains became a burnt field. Thankfully, it looks like the fire didn't spread to the surroundings. This is too excessive. If I shoot this in a forest it would become a forest fire. Amazing. That was amazing, Masaru-sama. Sati is innocently delighted. I guess so. I also thought it was awesome. Where would this spell be used? I wonder. If this was used on a group of orcs they would all be turned to ashes. After I gather my thoughts, I start the chant for large explosion this time. This one also takes a long time. I finish chanting and invoke it. I tried aiming it as far as I could as shot it. Bam! With that sound, a shock wave, also sand and small stones that were blown away by the explosion, started flying this way. When I worriedly looked towards Sati she was rubbing her eyes. Her ears were flattened and her tail was standing on its end. The sound was also very loud. Sati, are you alright? Yes. Just some sand got in my eyes. When we went to take a look at the explosion epicenter there was a hole open that could easily fit Sati in it. As we are peeking at the hole, Sati is happily saying amazing, amazing. As expected, this firepower is overkill. I can't really think of any use case other than when fighting with a dragon. If this is how it is with level 4, I wonder how amazing 5 is. If I think about ease of use, then it's not enough to simply raise its level. Now then. Next one. I take out the bow. There was a large boulder so I use it as a target. I knock an arrow and take a stance. I put mana in the arrow then invoke fire magic. Hot. The arrow I shot while panicking flimsily flew in a different direction than where the boulder was and hit the ground. I burned my fingers. The bow is also a little burnt. The wooden part of the arrow was burned and it broke. It should have become a magical fire arrow. I should be able to make it if the arrow is made of metal and I reinforce the bow so it can't burn. But even then my fingers would burn. If I wear a gauntlet, then it would become harder to handle the bow and it would also hinder spell invocations. This spell is a failure. I had one more thing I wanted to try. I try storing the boulder I used as a target. It won't go in. I have to raise it up from the ground once. I use levitation on the big boulder. Since it's so big it's barely going up. When I poured in more mana it finally lifted up from the ground with a crumbling sound. Now it properly went into the item box. I was thinking after the dragon fight that when we got hit by the breath at the end, wouldn't it have been fine to take out a bear or troll from the item box and use it as a shield? I take it out of the item box. I store it. I take it out from item box once again, then store it. Sati looks like she doesn't understand what I'm doing. She is watching with a blank expression. I open the menu, then select the item from the item list. Then I take it out. This takes a bit of a time. It looks like it's impossible to do it in an emergency. With this I probably couldn't have made it time for the breath. However, this looks useful as a shield. If I put this in the way of an enemy projectile it could most likely block it nicely. Let's name it the Big Boulder Guard. Next, I rise to a height of about 5 meters with levitation. I choose the big boulder from the menu and take it out. The big boulder goes crashing down in accordance with the gravity. Awesome. What if an enemy was there? Isn't this an amazing technique that compensates for the fact that you can't use other spells while levitating? Furthermore, this was just one. But what if I take out 99 big boulders? Maybe I'll name this Meteor Physical. I managed to get an amazing technique. As we returned to city with me being happy about this, I got scolded by the gatekeeper soldiers. The sounds of explosions reached all the way here. Do it further away. I'm sorry. Well then, should we start preparing dinner? Can you boil some water? Yes. Sati enthusiastically started the preparations, but she looked tired as expected. Her eyes got healed today and I took her all over the place as well. After putting the water over the fire, we start preparing the ingredients. After I show a bit how to use the kitchen knife I let Sati do it. Wild rabbit meat and vegetables that only need to be diced. Peeling is too difficult for now. Since there wasn't any peelery there, Sati is cutting them with an uncertain hand. We put the ingredients in the pot, then we season it with salt. We add more salt bit by bit as we both check its taste continuously. After this, it only needs to boil and it's done. As for the other thing, we fry the wild rabbit meat in a fry pan. We make salad by cutting vegetables, then we put out some bread, salad, soup, and wild rabbit steak. It was simple, but it's the completion of a proper dinner menu. Although I would really want some dressing or mayonnaise for the salad. Let's experiment with creating mayonnaise next time. Sati was unexpectedly skillful at cooking. She immediately memorizes everything I say too. Perhaps she is clever. At this rate, I can leave the cooking to her in no time. You've done well. You're amazing, Sati. Why, yes. I pat her head and praise her. I've made this, right. With the finished meal in front of her, Sati is filled with emotions. Then let's eat. Before you eat put your hand together like this. Right. Then say itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. After we finished eating, Sati completely reached the very sleepy state. Since she said she would do it, I let her do the cleanup after dinner. But she was very unsteady on her feet. I wanted to also take a bath today, but this should be enough for today. When we got home I already used cleanup too. I took Sati to the room on the second floor, where I suddenly realized there is only one futon. I made Sati take only her boots off, then as soon as I've tucked her in she fell asleep. The bed is quite big. Should I sleep beside her? After I mulled over it for a bit I took out my sleeping bag and slept on the floor. I confirmed it before sleeping that cooking LV1 was added to me. I wonder when will Sati gain the cooking skill. Looking at Sati's status, her agility and skillfulness went up. Maybe it's the effect of her eyes getting healed. It's hard to imagine it would just suddenly go up. So maybe they went back to their original values. Also, her loyalty, which was 50 when I first saw it, went up to 85. Isn't that too much of an increase in one day? Sati, race, beastkin, occupation, slave, level 3 HP 1818, MP5/5, Strength 12, Stamina 6, Agility 11, Skillfulness 7, Magic Power 3, Loyalty 85, Skill Points 10p, Skills Eyesight Degradation, Hearing Detection LV3, Smell Detection LV2, Sturdy. Hawk Eyes, Equipment, Simple Clothes. Chapter 2, Police Officer. This way. When I woke up, I sensed the presence of a living being right in front of me. When I suddenly opened my eyes, Sati was sleeping right next to me. The futon was also laid down. I crawl out to the sleeping bag and shake Sati awake. I woke up during the night and I saw Masaru-sama sleeping on the floor, so I tried to move you to the bed, but you were too heavy for me. A slave sleeping on the bed while its master sleeps on the floor is outrageous. So she apparently laid the futon down and slept with me on the floor. Let's go buy a futon for Sati today, okay? The bed is big and I would also prefer sleeping together with Masaru-sama. I hear that at the slave dealer she was sleeping together with that eldest sexy Ani-san. Maybe she is scared of sleeping alone. She taught me a lot of things and was really kind to me. Was it her that told her that her master would be happy from seeing her naked? Teaching her unnecessary things. Let's have breakfast for now. I had Sati make the same kind of soup as yesterday's, then we just add bread to that. The seasoning is a little strong, but oh well, let's give it a passing grade. The bread is going down more easily if it's a bit salty. After breakfast, I decided on a bath. I would have liked to take one yesterday, and since I invited a guest over for today I want to make sure we are clean. Yesterday, when we went to have Sati's guild guard made, Tilaka-chan had a request to me, for meat, that is. So I invited Tilaka-chan over for lunch and it was decided that I would treat her to some dragon meat. The bathtub in this house is spacious. 2 adults can enter comfortably. This was also one of the reasons I decided to rent this house. But because of that it's also more difficult to prepare the bath. But if you use magic, the preparations for the bath were done in 1 minute. That is convenient. I also got better with controlling the temperature, so the water temperature is also just right. While I was heating the water, I produced a lot of it and some of it got on me, so I decided to go in first. As I was pouring water over my head and started washing it, the door suddenly opened. I can't open my eyes so I can't see, but of course, there is only one person who would enter right now. I only said to Sati that I will go in first. I forgot to tell her to wait or to not come in. I didn't think that she would storm in here like this. Masaru-sama, I will wash your back. No, wait a minute. As I moved my hand with my head still covered with bubbles, I somehow touched some kind of soft thing. Sati raised her voice with a kaya. So, sorry, that feeling just now. Ah, I understand. The head before that. Please don't move. My head was seized, then washed by Sati enthusiastically. Crap, what do I do now? If I tell her to get out she will certainly cry. Sati-san. Taking a bath should be done alone and leisurely. Not possible. Washing its master's back is also an important duty of a slave. You must not neglect it, is what Ani-san said. That person again. Is your head not feeling good? When we washed each other with Ani-san she praised me, saying I'm good at it. No, it does feel good. Washed each other. I accidentally imagined it for a bit. There, I will pour water on it now. The soap on my head is being washed down. Fortunately, it seems Sati moved behind me. Then I will wash your back next. Scrub my back is being washed. If I can't persuade her, then it will be all kinds of bad. Listen, isn't it shameful for a lady to show her naked body like this? Masaru-sama said that one has to undress before entering the bath. And also, I'm a slave so I'm not a lady. After my back was done, my arm was captured and being washed. It feels very good. I now understand why that Nissan said she was good. Certainly, I wished for this kind of situation before, but, how do I say it? This was too abrupt. Ah, both my arms are done. I will wash the front too, so can you turn this way? No, this is bad. That would be too much. No, don't worry about the front. I will wash it myself. There, go and enter the tub first. Is that so? She said as she entered the tub, sounding a bit disappointed. Yosh. Avoided. For the time being I hurriedly wash my front. I wash away the bubbles with the hot water. By taking a short glance, I see that Sati is sitting in the bathtub, looking this way unwaveringly. Am I being targeted? She is most likely watching out for a chance to attend me. As I was contemplating what to do, please come in, she pulled my arm and almost stood up, so I hurriedly entered the bathtub, facing away from Sati. I sit in the bathtub. This bath after a long time sure feels good. Also, at the orphanage, there were a lot of kids, so I couldn't take it easy then really. Ah, a bath sure is nice tilde. As I was escaping from reality, Sati suddenly brushed against my back. I did my very best, but was there something I did wrong? What did I do wrong? He bought me. You had bad eyes and no redeeming quality. I thought it was of course for that kind of reason, so I tried to appeal to Masaru-sama every chance I got. But all I got was this kind of reaction. I tried to do it just as Annie-san taught me. But what did I do wrong, I wonder? Maybe I wasn't skillful enough. Even though someone finally bought me, maybe I will be returned to that place once again. I don't want to be there anymore. If I'm still unspoiled I can be sold back at a high price. Is that why Masaru-sama won't make a move on me? Annie-san said so. You must receive your master's affection no matter what. After he laid hands on you, your value would fall even if he wanted to sell you back, and he could also grow attached. Therefore, Sati, do your best, she said. I also tried my best during the bath. The truth is, seeing a man naked was very embarrassing, but I braced myself. But Masaru-sama is facing away from me in the bathtub. Seeing that, I became sad. Will I be sold once again? Will I be returned to that place once again? I don't want to be there anymore. I want to be beside Masaru-sama from now on forever. Sati started crying. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Sati is doing her best. But yesterday I fell asleep first and made Masaru-sama sleep on the floor. I can't even do cooking right. Masaru-sama is an amazing magician who can do everything, so I thought you wouldn't need someone like me. Of course I need you. If I didn't, I wouldn't have bothered buying you, and I also like you very much and also want you. Is that true? Yeah, it's true. It's true. Then will you receive me? Then tonight. Okay, will that be alright? Yes, I said it. But is that really alright? Even though Sati is really happy about it, I won't be reported like police officer this way, right? Then, washing each other. Ah, I will get out first. Sati, you get out after you carefully washed yourself first, okay? I'm sorry everyone. Any more than this is too much for a virgin like me. I left Sati in the bath and quickly retreated. Chapter 3, Let's make mayonnaise. After I left the bath and performed the ritual to calm my nerves, sage time has been activated. Sati has probably washed slowly, as I instructed. She left the bath after a bit of time has passed. When our eyes met, Sati's face flushed red. As expected, that must have been embarrassing for her. I will do my best, so let's get along from now on. She bowed with her face still a bit wet. Yes. Same here. For a while, we stand around without saying anything. How did we get to this situation, I wonder? If I make a move on her the next day after I bought her, I can't face Crook and Silver. I even planned on taking my time to slowly nurture our love. As I was deep in thought, Sati called out to me. Well, why yes. What should we do next? What was it? That right. Tiluka-chan is coming over. We have to prepare the mayonnaise. It could take a long time, so we have to make it before time. Let's think about what happened in the bath later. For the time being, let's concentrate on the things I have to do right now. Also, let's buy a futon. We will now start preparing lunch. I prepare the eggs, the vinegar, and the oil. The truth is, I don't know what kind of eggs these are, but there were ones that were roughly the same size as chicken eggs, so I bought those. I also don't know what kind of vinegar this is, but it probably tastes like vinegar. Likewise with the oil, but oil is oil. It's probably alright. First, I make a prototype with only one egg. I break the egg, separate the yolk from the white of the egg, then I add oil little by little and mix it with the yolk and the vinegar. I let Sati change with me and take over the mixing midway. I pick up a bit with my finger and taste test it. Yeah, it's mayonnaise. When I had Sati taste test it, she said it's delicious with a happy expression. But something is not right. Something is missing. The flavoring. Salt and sugar, also some other spices, and lemon juice. There is no lemon. But oh well. I put in the flavoring little by little and Sati mixes it. I retaste test the completed version. Yeah, it's mayonnaise. This time, there is no mistake. I choose a vegetable that seems suitable. I put mayonnaise on it and try and eat it. This is good. It's tasty. I ate a bite, then gave the rest to Sati. It's delicious. I never ate something like this before. This is a seasoning called mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Sati was eating the remaining small amount of mayonnaise by putting it on some vegetables. Good, then we should make a larger amount. To note down the quantities, I need some pen and paper. Maybe I will buy some along with the futon. Sati, can you read and write? I asked as it suddenly came to mind. Sati is shaking her head. I have to teach her someday. I will just substitute it with the journal for the time being. I immediately write the recipe for the mayonnaise in it. The quantities are mostly measured by eye, so it's a bit questionable as a recipe, but it should be better than making it from scratch again, relying on just intuition. If I taste test and adjust it as I make it, there should be no problem. I once again break an egg and separate the yolk from the white of the egg. Let's add the whites to the soup later. I have Sati break the eggs too. She failed to and had tears in her eyes, but yeah, let's make fried eggs from those later on. There is no trash can. Let's leave the eggshells in the sink for now. Sati, what did you do with yesterday's lunchbox containers? I burned them in the kitchen stove. I see. How do people usually dispose of trash? Well, they bury it or burn it, I think. There is not that much trash, so maybe that would be fine. Well, let's focus on the mayonnaise for now. While giving instructions to Sati, add the ingredients. Then at the end, the mixing job. It's being mixed after adding in oil. It would be easy with a hand mixer, but if you do it with human strength, then it's a fairly heavy labor. Sati, you can taste test it, but only a little bit. You will be able to eat your fill with it at lunch. So, do your best. I'm going shopping now. Understood. Please take care. First I go to the furniture shop and buy futons. 2 rooms worth. With the spare it's 3 sets. I buy moderately priced ones. There was a shop selling paper, so bought 2 sets of paper to serve as a notebook, and also pen and ink. Incidentally, the shop next door was a bookshop, so I took a peek. There was a wrinkled old lady sitting in the back, and when I took a book in my hands, we don't allow standing and reading, I got scolded. Do you have something that is used to teach letters to children? Let's see. How about this one? I'll make it cheap. It looked like a picture book that was quite worn out, but looking at the contents I didn't find any problems, so I decided to buy it. The contents looked like they were drawn by hand. Are the pictures and the writing both done by hand? Maybe there is no printing technology here. Also, do you have stories about the hero? If you are looking for that, then this is the one. The Story of the Hero. All 10 volumes. A great epic. This is also second-hand. The binding is quite worn out and it shows signs of repair. But it's repaired so everything is properly readable. So said the old lady, so I decided to buy this too. 6,000 gold was taken for those 2. Even though they are second-hand, books cost a lot. Since they are all done by hand, they probably really worth that much. I wanted to take a relaxed look at them, but I still have some shopping to do. I found a scale used to measure weight in the general store, but it's not just pricey, but it looks like it's not really suited for cooking, so I gave up on it. Thus I just bought a trash can and some other miscellaneous goods. Since I was here already, I looked around the marketplace and found some horse milk. It looked like there weren't many people in this city that wanted it, so the question becomes, why is it being sold then? But apparently there is some demand for it. When I asked if they have any cheese, they said maybe they have some at the horse pasture to the west. That reminds me, there was something like that near the west gate. I really must go and make sure. If there is, then I can make some pizza. But Sati is waiting for me today. Let's leave the horse pasture for another day and go back for now. When I got home, Sati was leaning on the table, resting, after completing the mayonnaise. Good job. You must be tired. Let's see. After taste testing it, I find it was done quite well. This can be given out even in a restaurant. It's tasty. You're great, Sati. I properly praise her and pat her head. Sati is giggling with delight. I instructed Sati to put the mayonnaise in the refrigerator for the time being, but then I noticed that there is no food wrapper or aluminium foil. It's inconvenient without them. I tell her to put it in as it is for now. It would be perfect to put it in the item box from the point of preservation, but then Sati can't use it. I must put some of the ingredients in the refrigerator too. I will make some tartar sauce first. I boil some eggs while teaching Sati. I mince the eggs together with some spring onions, then add mayonnaise to it, and after seasoning it, it's done. Masaru-sama, This is also very delicious. Sati seems to like it very much after taste testing it. She looks like she wants more, but I put it in the refrigerator. I will let you have a lot later. After this, I have Sati prepare the soup. Dragon meat and vegetable soup, some salt and spice as seasoning. In the meantime I prepare for frying. I cut the meat to bite-sized pieces, then rub the seasoning on them and leave them for a bit. All that remains is putting flour on them and frying them. I take half of the bread, cut it into little pieces and make it into bread flour. I cut the meat into cutlets and season them with spices. These will also be done after coating them and frying them. Salad and bread, soup, fried meat with tartar sauce, dragon cutlets. Yeah, fairly extravagant. Since sauces and spices are available, this world's cooking doesn't lack flavor, but there is less variation compared to Japan's cooking. I should make some dessert too. Since I got some horse milk, I can make pudding. I mix horse milk, eggs, and sugar, put it in a cup, then boil it in water for 10 minutes. Caramel would be bothersome to do today, so let's not do it. I put it in the refrigerator to cool it after it was finished. Can we make ice cream in this refrigerator? I wonder. I didn't make any before to begin with, but let's try it someday. There was still time until noon, so I had Sati try and make some fried eggs. We add salt, spices, sugar, and horse milk to the eggs. She failed to break properly before. We put oil on the fry pan and fry the eggs on it. Scrambled eggs should be fine for the first time. The two of us happily sample the completed dish. "It's delicious," said Sati while paddling the food in her mouth. "It's sweet from the sugar and it feels just right. I would want some ketchup for the fried eggs, so let's try making it next time." Somehow the more things I make, the more things I want to have increase. Masaru-sama is amazing. You can make all these kinds of meals. When I was a NEET I tried making all kinds of things, so I'm somewhat good at cooking. My mother's focus was on Japanese-style foods, so if I wanted to eat Western foods, such as fried foods, I had to make them myself. Eating out? I didn't want to use money for something like that. Sati, you also can make many dishes now, can't you? You can make soup and also fried eggs. Because Masaru-sama taught. Sati suddenly stopped speaking and looked towards the door. There are people at the door. 2 people. Just after that, there was knocking on the door. Hearing detection level 3. Huh. That's some amazing hearing. "Oi, Masaru, are you there?" "Oh?" This voice is the vice guild chief. I stopped Sati, who was going to open the door, and say, "Yes, I'm coming right now." Then I opened the door. Tilaka-chan was standing there like she was hiding behind the vice guild chief. "Amen. Thanks for inviting Tilaka-chan over for today." The baldy is grinning widely. "You are quite early." There is still time until noon. Tilaka was really looking forward to it. You see, she was pestering me about it, so we came a bit early. "Ah, please come in." "There you go, Tilaka." "Excuse me for disturbing." Tilaka-chan spoke with a small voice and entered. "Ah, how about you, Vice Guild Chief?" "There is more than enough food prepared." I don't really want to invite a burly baldy into the house, but I try asking anyway out of courtesy. No, I don't want to be a nuisance. I also have work to do, so I can't be away for too long. I haven't really seen this guy working yet, only saw him lollygagging around, but it seems like he does his work seriously. Leaving that aside, "Take care of Tilaka," he said in small voice while leaning closer. "She doesn't have many friends, you see." She was very happy about today. "Also, properly accompany her back to the guild. She can even spend the night here if you'd like." After saying that he grins. What is this dude thinking? Also, this is a present. So I was handed a bottle of alcohol. Apparently it's a 20 years old first-class item. "Thank you for the alcohol." Leaving aside spending the night, I will properly accompany her back. Good. Then bye for now, Tilaka. Have fun." Saying that, the vice guild chief went back. Tilaka-chan was sitting on a chair in the dining room and she was gulping down the tea that Sati served. "Please wait for a bit longer. I will start making it soon." "Thanks for today." Tilaka-chan is thanking me in a small voice. "I don't know if you will find it to your liking, but look forward to it." I look forward to it. She doesn't really show any expression, but judging from her words she is looking forward to it. I put the pan with oil in it over the fire and add some more firewood. I put the soup on the free stove and warm it up. I have Sati do the flour coating of the food to be fried, and I make the coating for the cutlets. I put the floured up bits into the beaten eggs, then finally in bread flour. We made quite a lot of fried foods and cutlets. If there are any leftovers, then I can put them in the item box for preservation anyway. As I was making my hands messy with the work, Sati once again reported that someone has come. Maybe it's Elizabeth. It wouldn't be strange if she visited sometime soon, and I also told Angela to come over whenever she liked. As I was washing my hands, since they were covered with flour and the like, Sati said two people are talking to each other at the door. It's probably Elizabeth and Nania-san, must be them. Since I haven't told Crook and Silver where my house is yet, I clean my hand and head towards the door. As I opened the door, Angela and Elizabeth were standing there. Masaru. Chapter 4, Water, Wind, and People That Act Like They Don't Care About Each Other. Welcome. I was stunned at seeing Angela and Elizabeth both standing there together. Why is it this combination? Hey, Masaru. Who is this woman? Shouted Elizabeth. What's with this woman? Wearing some weird black robes. Angela returned fire. Why are they in such a stormy mood? They're there. Calm down, the two of you. She is Elizabeth from the B-rank party Dawn's Batleaks, who I've been in the care of during the forest investigation. And she is Angela-san, a priestess from the temple, who I've also been in the care of in many cases. B-rank, priestess. Even after I introduced them to each other they kept on glaring at each other. Well, how about you come in for the time being? I let them both in. Who are they? I haven't seen either of them yet. Why are they in your house? When they saw Tilika and Sati they asked once again. Well, she is Tilika-chan, a guild staff member. Also, this is Sati. I let her handle chores and such. I'm Sati, Masaru-sama's slave. Sati displayed a full-faced smile that she can be proud of no matter the place and quickly bowed. Slave? You bought one? Angela looks at me with a heavy expression. Elizabeth doesn't look like she particularly cares. She is stealing glances at the freshly done cookings. So then you two, what brought you here today? I asked them while I invite them to sit. I came to see if Masaru is doing alright. We will begin training soon, Masaru. Right. We are about to have lunch. How about you two join us? I will have some. Then I will take you up on your offer. I also introduced the two of them to Sati and Tilika. Tilika-chan is just listening without saying anything in particular. I have Sati prepare tea for the two of them. The oil is bad. While I was looking away the temperature went up too much. I take it off the fire for a bit. The soup is nicely warming up. It's difficult to control the temperature of the oil. Let's decrease the amount of firewood and watch how it fares. I instruct Sati to prepare the bread and the salad. I add some bread flour to the oil and check its temperature. Should be alright. I put in the meat to be fried. While it's frying I put bread flour on the remaining cutlets. I ready a plate and line them up on it. Oh no, there are not enough tableware. I wasn't planning on having this number of guests. Let's get more next time. For now I can substitute them with these ones. Good, I was able to somehow arrange one for the bread and the salad. The soup has warmed up enough so I bring it to the table. The fried meat is also getting done one after the other. I should have chosen a bigger pan for the oil. If the pan is too small it's difficult to fry bigger quantities. I serve up the fried foods and take out the tartar sauce from the refrigerator and add that as well. You can all start eating now. Sati, you eat too. And Masaru-sama? I still have to watch the frying. Fried foods are best right after they are done. If you don't eat them right after they are done the flavor drops. They're there, sit now. Today's menu is bread, salad, and soup. You need to put the mayonnaise on the salad, tartar sauce for the fried foods. Dragon meat is used for everything so they are all excellent. So, before it gets cold, eat up. Perhaps they couldn't wait more because of the delicious smell. The women all reached out for the food without reservations. Oh, this is delicious. What is this? It's delicious. Masaru-sama, it's delicious. The cutlets get done one after the other, so I divide them up and bring them to the table. These are cutlets made from dragon meat. Put some sauce on it and try it. These are also good. Crispy and delicious. It's delicious. It's delicious. It looks like it's well received. Tilika-chan is just silently eating. But it looks she is eating it greedily so it's probably alright. Finally, the cutlets are also done, so I sit at the table. The fried meat and the dragon cutlets are both truly excellent. Is there this much of a difference when the ingredients are good? At home, I only used some cheap import meats. The amount of fried meat on the big plate is decreasing quickly. I thought I made more than enough, but I guess it wasn't. Ah, Angelo and Elizabeth are glaring at each other over the last piece. Leave that to me. No way, I was aiming for that. Wink. Nom. Tilaka-chan snatched it from the side. Elizabeth has tears in her eyes. Did you want to eat it that much? Hey, there are still some dragon cutlets and soup. I'm glad we made quite an amount. We really made quite a lot so that we don't have to bother with it for dinner, but it looks like it almost ran out. Glancing at Sati, I see that she is eating very reservedly. There is no sign of her usual good appetite. Sati, eat some more. You were the one who made this soup. So, I put the rest of the soup on her plate. Thank you very much, Masaru-sama. The three women were watching it intently. I just noticed that there are no more cutlets. Should I make some more since it wasn't enough? No, it's alright. Aren't you quite good at this, Masaru? I guess I'm already full. Masaru is good at cooking. Huh. I'm surprised. It was delicious. They were meant to be afternoon desserts, but maybe I should serve the pudding also. I take the puddings out of the refrigerator. After meal dessert. It's called pudding. It's sweet. I hand out one for each of them. There are 6 puddings. The head count is 5 people. A single pudding remains on the table. I should have put it in the refrigerator right away, but I wanted to test how the pudding turned out, so I quickly started sampling it. Yeah, it's pudding. It was made from a bit peculiar horse milk and mystery eggs, but it turned out to be a normal pudding. Let's also add caramel properly when we make some next time. I guess things can be properly made even if it's a different world. Oil and sugar are expensive, but vegetables and spices are no different from the ones on Earth, so there is no problem with foods. If I could have some rice, then I would have nothing to complain about. At that time, a battle between women has commenced. While I was sampling the pudding, the timing for stopping them has. This should belong to an exalted mage like me. What exalted? If you say exalted, then a priestess should be the one called exalted. As expected, Tilaka-chan, who was slowly reaching out with her hand, also pulled back when she was glared at by the two of them. The conflict reached a standstill, so the three of them looked my way. Are you telling me to decide? I quickly grabbed the pudding and gulped it down at once. Tasty. I try to not look at the trio and instruct Sati. Sati, you saw how you can make this, right? I will advise you, so make some more. Ah, right. Understood. Let's go with this. It looks like the trio was also relieved after hearing that they can eat more. But why are they such gluttons? Instead of doing the cleanup, let's first have the pudding made. There was an ostrich tempeh, so I try breaking it. Its size is so big that if I hold it with both hands there is still some left over. It should be at least 2 kilograms. Its shell is hard, so I carefully hit it with the back of the kitchen knife and tear it off. Finally, the white and the yolk of the egg come out. Will the horse milk be enough? I will have to restock it again. I put the egg, the horse milk, and the flour in the pot and Sati briskly mixes them. There is quite the amount, so I will put half of it in a pot, like with bucket puddings, and put the rest in normal containers. The fire in the stove has almost gone out already, so to save myself the trouble I boiled the water with magic and used it to cook the pudding. After waiting 10 minutes the ostrich temp pudding will be done. This time, I instructed Sati and had her make caramel also. The women were excitedly watching over the process from the back. After boiling it in hot water for 10 minutes and then having it cool for 2 hours, it's done. 2 hours? Ah. They must have thought they would be able to eat it immediately. That's unfortunate. The bucket pudding looked like it would take a long time, so I had Angela create some ice. With this, it should cool down in 2 hours. I leave the rest to Sati and sit down at the table. When I tried to do the cleanup, she claimed that's my job. Anyway, when did you buy a slave anyway? If it's about housework I would have lent you the children at our place. Oh. A person should really have at least one slave. I bought her yesterday. Were the slaves at Elizabeth's place too? That's right. We had a few of them. We didn't have any slaves at my home. I was curious and went to see them, then impulsively. Guilty. Tilaka-chan said this to me quietly, which caused me to twitch. I'm sorry, that was a lie. Thankfully the other two looked like they didn't know what it was about. Impulsively, you say? I mean, they said if I didn't buy her then she would have been sent to a brothel or to a mine. You fool. That was obviously just sales talk. Masaru, you were nicely duped. She has good looks and from what I can see she can move quite well, so she would have sold easily soon after. Sati had some circumstances, you see. I say in a low voice. Her eyes were bad. It doesn't look that way to me, because I healed them. You can treat eyes, even though that's impossible for someone who's not a pretty high-level specialist. I couldn't really heal them completely, you see. I was thinking of consulting Angela about it. MNN, it's impossible at our place. You can only rely on some high-ranking people at the capital. There are no problems currently, so let's put this matter on hold for now. Angela, you don't need to be at the orphanage today. It's not like it doesn't function without me there. I ask for some time off in the afternoon sometimes, so I can take my time today, said Angela. Elizabeth, are you not together with Narnia-san today? It's not like we are together all the time. We are acting separately today. That's unexpected. I thought Narnia-san was glued to Elizabeth and were pampering her. Rather than that, we are doing the wind magic training. Masaru will be practicing water magic, since I was the one that taught him first. Why are they glaring at each other that much? Back to when things began. This is a true story I heard from the sharp-eared Sati a few days after. When they unexpectedly ran into each other at the front door, the first one to launch an attack was Elizabeth. They were at arms already that time. She was probably jealous of Angela's big breasts, since Elizabeth's are more humble-sized. Hey, you! Are you an acquaintance of Masaru? That's right. And you? I'm Masaru's magic teacher. Elizabeth threw her head back arrogantly. Well, it's not like I saw it. But it was probably something like that. I'm also teaching healing magic and water magic to Masaru. Too even? Did I lose? Not just in terms of breasts, but also in magic? No, it's not yet decided whether I've lost or not. That may or may not be what she was thinking at that time. This is only my guess. You can go home now. Since I'll be teaching wind magic to Masaru. This probably royally pissed off Angela. This was the moment when I opened the door and entered the scene. It's not like these two are gluttonous characters. Usually, they act like a proper lady. However, today's debacle was probably caused by their competitive spirits running wild. Another reason was, most likely they really liked the cooking too. I will be the one teaching him. I will. You are. Who will you be taught by? The glaring two changed their aim to me. I can't really make Angela lose face by saying that there wasn't any promise to have her teach me magic. Both. I was intensely glared at by the two. Even though I really intend to learn both. Let's see who can teach him magic. It's a match. Oh, I accept. As soon Elizabeth brought up the idea of a competition, Angela agreed right away. What is this? Is this already set in stone? Let's go. Elizabeth firmly grabs my arm. Hey, wait a minute. Tilaka-chan, if you want to head back I will take you. Good, say here that you want to go back, Tilaka-chan. Then with that, let's run away. I'm somehow scared. I'll wait. That reg Tilda. You have to wait for the pudding to be ready. They drag me away as my last hope have been cut off. Sati, keep Tilaka-chan company. Yes, Masaru-sama. Chapter 5, Boot Camp. Once again, Sergeant Dono, I am currently being worked hard in the garden by two devilish instructors. Please, save me. First, they were quarreling about who will be the one to teach me first. It was finally decided by rock paper scissors. I was watching it, wondering if it is the same rock paper scissors in this different world too or not. It was somewhat different from the one in Japan, but it had the same three-way structure. This is where hell begins. I shoot spells as one of them instructs. Of course, it's not going well immediately. Words of abuse come flying. Why can't you do it? Do it as I told you. After I shoot one spell the instructor changes. I shoot a spell. She gets angry at me. I get dissed. This continues alternatingly. No way that it would go well with that much pressure. At first the devilish instructors were less strict, but as time went on they got more and more intense. Sergeant Dono. Thinking of it now, oh how wonderful was Sergeant Dono's training. These two are devils. I could at least take a little break at the beginner course, but taking advantage of my huge mana amount these two are mercilessly torturing me. Please stop. Some children are already crying. After 2 hours, I was finally set free by Sati, who came to tell us that the pudding is ready. Temporarily, I sit down on the ground, completely limp. Are you alright, Masaru-sama? Sati. You are the only one. Only you are concerned about me. Taken along by Sati I return to the house. I instruct Sati and have her make caramel, then putting it on top of the pudding I offer it to the women group. It's different from before, right? What is this black thing? It's called caramel. It's delicious. When we finish eating this pudding it will be the end. Should I use some points? But, if I use points and say I managed to learn these spells thanks to my teachers, then I would probably get a guilty response from Tilika-chan. Also, it would create a possibility that they would uncover my skills, and that would be bad for a number of reasons. It was delicious. Thank you. They all say thanks. Then I stopped the two who stood up to go to the garden since we finished eating. Not yet. I still have some ammo left. I take out the bucket pudding. I carefully put the huge bucket of pudding on a big plate in front of their eyes and put caramel on it. Ooh, they cheer. There, eat now. This should take some time to eat it all. Maybe someone will eat too much and get sick. But reality is heartless. The time of my execution was just pushed back a bit. Tilika-chan, don't you need to go back to the guild? Number. I will play with Sati. It seems the two younglings made friends with each other. Why can't just the other two do the same? Why do people fight each other? If these two were mothers fighting over a child, then they would just keep pulling at the child's arms even if it cries, until its arms get pulled out. Will this fight have a winner? I wonder. At least that won't be me. After a few hours, Sati called out that we need to start preparing dinner. So I was finally released. Seeing me being dead tired, it looks like the two of them finally understood the situation. Maybe we overdid it a little. Right. Maybe we were a bit too strict. I would have liked you to realize it a bit sooner. I threw everything about dinner to Sati. I was tired, damn it. But I did instruct her from the back, and for some reason, Tilika-chan also helped. Alas, while not being too much of a real help. They were chatting with each other while cooking. Mainly Sati. Tilika-chan had a serious expression on and didn't look like she was enjoying herself, but she did it on her own volition, so it's probably fun for her. The dinner menu is bread, salad, tomato-flavored soup, steak, and fried meat which was requested. Of course, plenty dragon meat was used. As for the soup, it was the same as the soup for lunch, only with tomato added. So it's overlapping, but it was well received by everyone. It was hard to think of a new menu while being tired. We made much more than for lunch, so I thought that there would obviously be some leftovers, but that didn't turn out to be the case. That reminds me, Sati looked like she didn't eat enough at lunch. The mountain-like pile of fried meat was eaten without any trace of it left. You will get fat, people. As dinner was being prepared, I tried complaining a little. Why can't you get along like those two? You should learn from them. As expected, they felt bad about it and both of them apologized repeatedly. Sorry, I just got really into it. Are you angry? No, really sorry about that. I was thinking that maybe I overdid it a bit, but I was strict for the sake of Masaru. Well, my bad, somewhat. It looks like they are reflecting on it, so I decided to forgive them. A beautiful woman and a beautiful girl were apologizing with a meek attitude and upturned eyes. It's fine already. You won't do something like that again, right? As I forgave them while patting their shoulders in the confusion, their expressions turned into smiles. Right, this is much better. I really had enough of devilish instructors. After dinner, I asked Tilika-chan if she wanted to go back to the guild, but she said she will stay for the night. Drevin said it's okay to stay. I will sleep together with Sati today. Right, then you should stay. Sati, take care of her properly. Yes, Masaru-sama. They really become good friends. Sati also looks happy. With this, the danger has been avoided for today, right? They wouldn't want to continue when someone is sleeping over, right? I also tried asking, does Angelo and Elizabeth want to sleep over too? I was just asking really. You wouldn't normally think that both of them would say that they want to sleep over too, right? The food here is better than at the inn anyways, and it will be served in the morning too, right? I think I will stay. Also, I was together with Masaru the whole time while we were doing the request, she added deliberately. Of course, we were in different tents and we were absolutely not sleeping together. Then she looked over at Angela, seemingly saying, you go home. They were harmoniously getting along during dinner, so I thought they made peace with each other, but it seems it was just my imagination. Me too. I will also stay. It's somehow ended up this way. What kind of situation is this? Apparently Angela will go home once and prepare for the sleepover. Elizabeth said she brought a change of clothes. We can lend Sati's to Tilika-chan. I prepared the bath and we decided to enter in turns. First, Tilika-chan and Sati. Next, Elizabeth. While Elizabeth was in, Angela got back, so I had her enter next. I entered last. Of course, I ordered Sati to take care of Tilika-chan. I said I feel like taking a bath alone today, so I entered by myself. However, the leftover water from those four. I can't help if I get a little excited, right? Apparently, while I was taking a bath, Narnia came over. Did Narnia-san say you can sleep over? It's not like I need Narnia's permission or anything. Isn't she your guardian? In this world 15 years old is already an adult, so a 17 years old should be plenty adult enough. However, according to Sati, she was pretty worried when she heard that Elizabeth will be staying over, but when she heard that Sati, Tilaka, and Angela would be staying over too, then she went home saying that in that case there shouldn't be a problem. As I thought, Narnia-san really is her guardian. Then, after I got out of the bath and started to relax, the Vice Guild chief also came over. It seems they really befriended each other with Sati. She said she wants to sleep together with Sati today. I see, then take care of her. There will be work to do starting from the morning tomorrow, so bring her over for sure. It doesn't have to be that early in the morning. Tilaka is bad with early mornings. Understood. I will properly bring her over. After I promised that, Drevin also went home. In the living room, after we all got out of the bath, I brought out the alcohol that Drevin gave me, that high-class 20-years-old one. Tilaka and Sati are eating fruits. It's too early for alcohol for them. For some reason, I'm sitting on the sofa sandwiched by Angela and Elizabeth, and what's more, very closely. After getting out of the bath, they are wearing house gowns and are very sexy. As expected, Elizabeth also took off her black robe and is wearing normal clothes. It's been since the real estate agency that I saw some of it, but it's the first time that I saw her completely take it off. Aside from the robe, her other clothes are very cute and fresh. Angela is also showing off her unnecessarily big breasts. Well, it's not like she really is showing them off, but they are right next to me, so I'm really distracted by them. The three of us sat there and had an unconstrained talk while drinking the alcohol, about today's food or the forest investigation and such. Tilaka-chan and Sati are getting along while eating fruits. Seeing them like this, they are like sisters, right? Their names are also similar. Hearing that, I'm the NEET-chan, Tilaka-chan said. Am I not the older one? Right. Sati is a bit bigger. Then I'm fine being the little sister, NEET-chan. You called, Tilaka-chan? NEET-chan. Tilaka-chan, NEET-chan, Tilaka-chan. NEET-chan, ... How long will you keep doing that? There were some disagreements about the assignment of the rooms, but the big room will be for me and the two small rooms will be for Angela and Elizabeth. Sati and Tilaka-chan will be sleeping on the floor of the living room on some futons. I wanted to leave the bed to the two of them, but Sati firmly refused and Tilaka-chan said that she doesn't care where she will sleep as long as she can sleep with Sati. Sati said that she would sleep with me, but I rejected the idea. Tilaka-chan would also come with her. By the way, when I proposed using the 3 beds for Elizabeth and Angela, Tilaka and Sati, and me respectively, it was vigorously opposed. You should really start to get along already. Or rather, aren't they completely drunk with a blushed face? Right. The alcohol I got from Drevin is almost completely empty now. Before those two drunks start fighting again, I push them each to their respective rooms. All done. I also withdraw to my room, and just as I finished writing my journal, Sati came, bringing Tilaka with her. Masaru-sama, there is something I would like to write. What's the matter? The three of us sit down on the bed. My eyes, are they not completely healed yet? Eh? Why do you say that? Hawkeye's was not enough maybe? I heard as Masaru-sama was talking about it during the day. She heard that one. I was speaking with a very small voice. She really has good ears. And also, if I lose focus my vision gets blurry, like before. I see. Hawkeye's are not continuously active. If it has an at-will activation, then its effect disappears when she loses focus. Will I not be able to see again in the future? No. Don't worry. Your eyes are indeed not yet healed, but I made them be able to see with something like magic. It was just a bit hard to explain, so I told you that they were healed. The effect won't run out or anything like that. Your eyes will be able to see. Don't worry. Really? Thank you very much, Masaru-sama. Saying that, she hugged me tightly. I hug her back and pat her head. Right. Sati is really cute. I will absolutely make sure to do something about her eyes. If I raise healing magic from 4 to 5, then I will most likely be able to heal them. Masaru, Tilaka-chan said. Masaru is a good person. Thank you for saving NEET-chan. Hearing that, Sati separated from me and tightly hugged Tilaka-chan. Tilaka-chan is also a good girl. Apparently, as I was worked hard by the two devilish instructors. These two were talking about their unfortunate circumstances with each other. Therefore they befriended each other immediately. Although I couldn't ask about Tilaka-chan's misfortune. Would it be alright to sleep together today after all? She asks with teary eyes. It's not like I can throw her out after this like some kind of brute. We will just sleep together. Just sleeping, you hear? Okay. I also asked Tilaka-chan. Apparently she doesn't mind as long as she is with Sati. They really get along. The three of us started sleeping in a shape with Sati in the middle. Sati snuggled tightly next to me so it was quite hard to fall asleep. Sati was very soft and warm. Can I sleep finally? As I was thinking that, the next event occurred. Masaru, I'm coming in. Without even waiting for my reply, Elizabeth came in. She looked this way and froze. Why are they sleeping with you? Seeing the sleeping two, even Elizabeth is whispering. Well, even if you ask me why. In addition to that, Angela also arrived. I heard the sound of a door opening so I came to check. Elizabeth, you planned on stealing a march on me, right? Elizabeth is flustered. We agreed that it would continue tomorrow afternoon since I'm not available in the morning. Thanks for the explanation. Or rather, are you planning on still continuing that? Even that stealing a march thing? If you think about it calmly, training with magic in the garden would make quite a bit of noise, so it would be found out immediately. And also, it would annoy the hell out of the neighbors at night. Elizabeth, are you still drunk? Since Angela also barged in, not surprisingly Sati opened her eyes in a daze. You can sleep. Yes, it looks like Sati was relieved, so she closed her eyes again and fell asleep. Tilaka-chan is still fast asleep. No, well that is. It's not that. What is not that? Right. I also came to sleep together with Masaru, she said while pointing at me. Seeing that, Angela also realized finally that the three of us are sleeping together. Looking this way, she looked like she wanted to say something, but apparently she decided to attack Elizabeth first. That bed can't really hold 4 people. I can sleep there. Wait a moment. Saying that, she left the room. Then she brought a bed with levitation. Then she placed the bed right next to the other. Now it's fine. There, I will be sleeping with Masaru, so Angela, you get out now. Elizabeth is trying to obfuscate the fact that she was trying to steal a march by brute force. The situation continues without my consent. Can I at least say something? Me too. Angela says while fidgeting. What? With an imposing stance with her arms folded, Elizabeth is standing there like she wants to say, if you have no business here then go away. I will sleep together with him too. How did she come to that conclusion? It seems like Angela is still under the effect of the alcohol too. In the end, the 5 of us slept together. Elizabeth next to me. Angela got on the other side with Sati and Tilaka-chan in between. Sati woke up again for a bit, but Tilaka-chan didn't wake up even once. She is a heavyweight, that one. As expected, Elizabeth, who is sleeping next to me, doesn't snuggle as close to me as Sati, but the bed is pretty narrow. Our shoulders touch and I can feel Elizabeth's warmth. If I turn sideways, Elizabeth's face is right next to mine. And maybe she also curious about me. Our eyes meet sometimes. I also thought so when it was with Sati, but girls really do smell good. I want to try burying my face in Elizabeth's fluffy hair and sniff it. But if I do that and end up getting hated. But she thinks of me favorably enough to sleep together with me. But that just because she was drunk. If I do it and end up getting hated. But Elizabeth's nice scent is mixed together with the smell of alcohol. I forcefully divert my eyes from Elizabeth and look towards Angela over Sati's head, but she is completely facing this way while sleeping. As our eyes met, Angela closed her eyes like she was in a panic. Am I under surveillance? All I could do was close my eyes, empty my mind, and try and sleep. Chapter 6, Grand Blaze. Masaru-sama. Masaru-sama. I slowly wake up from my body being shaken by Sati. Masaru-sama, it's morning. Sati. Good morning. I sit up and greet Sati. Good morning, Masaru-sama. So then, what is all this? The bed count increased and Elizabeth and Angela are sleeping with us. Maybe she doesn't remember what happened last night due to being half asleep. During the night Elizabeth and Angela came and told me they wanted to sleep together. I explain as such in a small voice. Does Elizabeth-sama and Angela-sama also like Masaru-sama? I wonder. After thinking for a bit, Sati asked me this. These two like me? Nah, that is ... not. It was only because Elizabeth wanted to obfuscate her trying to steal a march by brute force that we ended up sleeping together, and Angela just got caught up in that. Also, they were drunk. However, no matter how drunk they were, they wouldn't think of sleeping together with a man that they don't even like, right? Or maybe they do? What do you think? Wanting to sleep together is because they like you. Tilaka-chan was also the same. Is that true? Wait, it would be bad to get too cocky here. It will become the let's be friends course. I should carefully assess the current situation. While I was thinking these things, Angela woke up. Her eyes popped open and she sat up. Good morning, Angela. Masaru. Gee, good morning. I'll go wash my face. She hurriedly got off the bed. Elizabeth also woke up from the ruckus. What so noisy. As she was turning over half asleep, she started to feel about with her hand in my direction. Hey, that's. I wake Elizabeth up in a hurry. Elizabeth, it's morning. Wake up. Just a bit more. Narnia. Hey, I'm not Narnia. Wake up. Elizabeth woke up. She still has a dazed expression, so she is apparently not entirely awake yet. She is blankly looking at my face. Good morning, Elizabeth. Good morning, Elizabeth-sama. She stretched her body, yawned with a few, then said good morning, then crawled off the bed and left the room. We should get up too. Please wake up Tilaka-chan too. Yes, Masaru-sama. I haven't really slept enough. I was sleeping together with girls, so it wouldn't have been strange if a kaikai, yufufu type of development were to have happened. The feeling of tension from that. I couldn't even turn over in my sleep, so my body is hurting all over. I want to take it easy today. For breakfast, I tried making egg sandwich using the last of the mayonnaise. Also the usual bread and salad. I will have to have Sati make some more mayonnaise. During breakfast Angela was acting quite embarrassed. She would glance my way then immediately avert her eyes. Even if we say we shared the bed, there were 5 people altogether and there were 2 between us, so there wasn't any contact whatsoever. But it looks like it's embarrassing either way. Angela is somehow different from how she usually is. She is 30% cuter. If she didn't stab my hand with a knife and didn't teach me magic in a strict manner, then she would be a cute girl with nothing to complain about. By all means, I would like her to maintain this demeanor. Elizabeth doesn't look like she cares about it too much. She is happily stuffing her cheeks with the sandwich. She already changed from the house gown and is wearing the black robe. Yesterday's house gown was very cute. If I ignore Elizabeth's lordy attitude, then she is also a cute girl whose head I want to pat. If she wants to complain about other people's attire, then she should do something about that black robe of hers first. As soon as we finished having breakfast, Angela set out. Understand? Until I get back you absolutely can't teach magic to Masaru. I will take Tilaka-chan to the guild. What will you do, Elizabeth? Right. I think I want to do some magic training during the morning. No, Angela will get angry at us if we do that. That's not it. For myself, I didn't really play an important role that time with the dragon, right? I thought I would develop a new spell. What kind? A higher rank wind spell, an even stronger version of Windstorm. Elizabeth is also doing her best. So, Masaru, won't you come along too? If I go out of the city alone, Narnia will get angry at me. Okay, then let's take Tilaka-chan to the guild first. We are going out of the city, so Sati and I prepare our equipment. Sati was happily showing her equipment to Tilaka-chan. Elizabeth is of course already equipped with the black robe, so she can set out anytime. So then I burnt my fingers because of that. You think of some stupid things. But it can't work that way, because if it goes too far then the effect of the spell wears off. So it was no good from the first concept. When I threw the knife it was from very close to the target too. If that's the case then you should have told me from the beginning. I forgot. If it's made from a magic conducting high-grade metal then the distance would grow. But you can't use those for disposable things like an arrow. Other than that, let's see. You can use wind magic to increase the initial velocity of the arrow. It's convenient that wind magic. You can fly, you can make a shield, and you can also use the 2 attributes of wind and thunder. That's right. Wind magic is the greatest among the magic attributes. I don't know if it's the greatest or not, but, as opposed to fire magic, it seems like it's an attribute that has a good balance between offense and defense. We reach the guild. Go through the hall and head towards the back room. It's something like an office of the Vice Guild Chief. Oh, Masaru. Thanks. Chilaka-chan. Did you have fun? I see, good for you. Anit-chan. Masaru, thank you. It was fun. Anit-chan. MN, I've become the younger sister. Wahahahaha. That's nice to hear. But younger sister, sorry I laughed. Chilaka-chan, you can anytime. Sati is glancing this way. She must have wanted to say that she should come by any time, but she hesitated to say it as someone in the position of a slave. That's right. You can come to play anytime. As Sati's younger sister, that house can be considered your house too. MN. I will go again. Chilaka-chan nodded immediately. We said our goodbyes. Then as we tried to go through the guild hall, we got entangled with a hoodlum adventurer duo. Sati was walking cheerfully when she bumped into an adventurer. Ouch, you pipsqueak. What's this? You are wearing some cute get-up. You think of yourself as an adventurer. Huh? Crap. It's a stereotypical hoodlum. They are trying to intimidate us with a terrible facial expression. Gahahaha, ain't it looking good on you there? Quite an adventurer. Oi. Indeed. Sati only looks like a child that is dressed up as an adventurer as a game. When I mustered all my courage and tried saving her, saying I'm sorry, Sati said this without feeling particularly intimidated. It looks good on me. Really? She said, looking happy. She was probably happy about the cute and looks good part and ignored all the rest. MN. Well, it does look good. But the hoodlums lost their hostility from the unexpected reaction. They tried intimidating Sati and make her cry with their bad people appearance. They didn't expect that she would be happy about it. Noticing the disturbance, other adventurers also came over. Hey, you two, why are you bullying those kids? Sati is small, but Elizabeth and I are also small. Almost all adventurers are big, really. By the way, apparently to avoid a trouble situation, Elizabeth immediately hid behind my back. I asked later, and it was apparently because I can't really start shooting off spells in the guild, can I? Apparently, Elizabeth got into trouble because of her lordy personality a few times in the past, so lately she learned to be more subdued. If Elizabeth starts shooting off her spells, her only method of offense, inside the guild, then she would immediately get caught, and she would have to listen to a sermon and pay a fine. So said the person with experience on the subject. Apparently Elizabeth was also pissed off at them. If it was outside it would have been different, but we were inside the guild. If it came to that, she also made preparations to shoot some spells, but she judged that it wouldn't become a serious matter. No, we aren't being bullied. These people praised me, saying that I look good in this. Oh, how positive. To Sati, who was bullied from a young age by people saying, "You useless, good for nothing, you're a nuisance," this kind of thing didn't even count as bullying. It was just being talked to with a somewhat threatening voice. Sati doesn't look like she at all minds the grim appearance of the hoodlum adventurers either. Since her eyes were bad until recently, maybe she can't tell scary people apart from not scary people. MN, I guess it's right. It looks good, one hoodlum said. It's cute indeed. It suits you. It's lovely. The gathered adventurers also praise Sati unanimously. Sati is happy. Thank you very much. I'm Sati. I've just became an adventurer yesterday. Let's get along in future, everyone. Sati is bowing her head with a full-faced smile. So your name is Sati-chan. You have good manners. Lovely. She is very popular. Sati has steel nerves. I thought she was more like a small animal. One of the adventurers noticed me while I was hiding my presence. Isn't that the wild rabbit hunter? You guys, this is the dragon slayer. Hey, this brat? They say he is an excellent fire mage. If you make him angry, someone like you guys will be burnt to cinders? No, what cinders? How brutal do you think I am? Although it's not like I'm not able to do it. The two hoodlums apparently got scared a bit after hearing Dragon Slayer. By the way, it's not like everyone who participated in the dragon subjugation can call themselves Dragon Slayer. Apparently people like Crook and Silver, who didn't really play an important role, can't call themselves that. Information like that is usually exchanged in bars that adventurers frequent, so apparently the news that the survey party came back after defeating a dragon immediately became a gossip topic. But I don't really drink alcohol and try to stay away from places where rough and tough adventurers gather, so I'm uninformed. No number. Sorry that our Sati bumped into you. Right, no problem at all. Hey, Sati, we are going. Pulling Sati with me, we put the guild behind us. After we leave the guild, I slowly exhale. When it was just me, I came and went stealthily while hiding my presence, so I didn't get mixed up in things like that, but I guess there really are people like that. I thought of warning her about it, but seeing the cheerful Sati, I decided against it. Well, she handled the situation by herself, so I guess there is no problem. Sati may unexpectedly be an outstanding person. Elizabeth somehow looks like she has something to say about the situation before, so she is mumbling something. I would too, if I tried wearing cute clothes like that then ... for sure. Elizabeth, you should do something about that black robe first, is what I was thinking, but decided against saying it. We go out of the city. So, what will we do? I'm thinking about it now, Elizabeth said. To tell you the truth, I want to make Mega Thunder more powerful, but I don't have enough mana, you see. So she wants to make the wind attribute stronger. Right, she was gasping for breath after shooting a Mega Thunder. Is there any way to increase mana? Steady training, and also they say that there is a spring of ultra magic water in the depths of a ghost cave, and if you drink it your mana will increase. Ultra magic water sounds really dubious. A wind mage comrade of the hero powered up that way. It's knowledge from a story, and also, hero you say, that was hundreds of years ago. Neither is something we can do now. Let's think about it for a bit. How about instead of increasing the power, we increase the number? I first show firewall. Right, it's the firewall. What about it? Right. As you can see it looks like this if it's a single one. Its power isn't anything great either. Then, however, if you shoot multiple ones then wouldn't it be effective even on large species like a dragon? Like this. I chant firestorm. Activate. Gu. A few pillars of flame rise up and burn everything in the vicinity. The flame pillars of the firestorm move around while rotating, so maybe it's not the best example, but she should understand what I want to tell her. Phew. She is surprised. She is surprised. I was also surprised when I first saw it. Firestorm has a showy effect. You have quite an amazing one, don't you? I was a bit surprised. But why didn't you use it before? If I were to use something like this in the forest it would become a forest fire. I guess that's also true. But multiple ones, huh? Elizabeth folds her arms and starts thinking. Right. Maybe something like this. She started chanting. It looks like it's not a specific spell this time. Thunder. It was much smaller than Mega Thunder, but there were 2 bolts of lightning that fell on the grasslands. Looks like this will work. Thunder looks so cool. Ah, I want to learn it too. Right? Elizabeth said with a triumphant look. If I shot about 10 of these all over the body of that dragon, then it may have stopped too. Since it hit its head that time. If it hit the body instead then it may have stopped. If you shoot about 20 then it should be more than enough. 20, you say ... Well enough of that. I will call this spell Thunder Rain. What rain? It was just 2, is what I was thinking while I gave some mage IT to Elizabeth. Ara. Thank you. How thoughtful of you. I suddenly thought that how about not increasing the number, but instead combining them into one. By combining the flame pillars of the firestorm into one, it will be something of a huge pillar of flame moving around. I also want to try something. I use the same amount of mana as for the firestorm, then converge it in a single point. About this for the mental image. It's my first time using this spell and it's also quite powerful. So I carefully solidify my mental image of it inside my head. Starting the chant for firestorm. I pour in the mana. Imagine. Chant complete. Activate. Dune. With that sound, an enormous sky-high pillar of flame rises. It's 20 meters, or maybe even more. Then, after maintaining the pillar of flame for a few seconds, it slowly disappears. It was somehow bigger than I thought. It's that. It's a spell with very few use cases. I also think so. If I want to hit a dragon with it, then large explosion is good enough. It's a spell that makes one question its reason for existence. Well, it's showy so it can at least be used for intimidation. New spells are not that easy to think of by an amateur. But now that I developed it, let's believe that I will have the chance to use it someday and name this spell Grand Blaze. We are continuing the training. Then Elizabeth got carried away and when she increased the number of lightning bolts in thunder to 7, she fell over. Elizabeth Sama, Sati, who was quietly observing thus far, also ran over in a hurry. Get a grip. Here, it's concentrated mage IT. Jafo, grab. I made her drink too fast so she started coughing. Pull yourself together, don't die, Elizabeth. I won't die. I got whacked. When we returned to the city, the guards at the gate were angry at us. We could see the flame pillar even from here. I told you to do it further away if you want to practice magic. I'm sorry. Chapter 7. The Story of the Knight and the Princess. On the way home we buy some ingredients in the shopping district. The girls ate up most of it yesterday, so we are almost out anyway. Eggs, sugar, and horse milk. We buy many other things too. I also get more dinnerwares. When I gave some pocket money to Sati and told her she could buy anything she wants, she happily started browsing around the shopping district. Since after this I will have her work hard on many things. It's an advance payment. Sati bought some sweet-looking bread and a few pieces of fruit. The scent of this fruit, it's the same as the juice we drank last time. She must have really taken a liking to it. After sampling one of them right there, it turned out that they are juicy and delicious, so I bought a lot of it. Seeing that, Sati looks very happy. On the way back we also stopped by the clothing store. Sati's clothes were just bought at a second-hand shop, so I wanted to get some more. Are they selling maid clothes too? I wonder. It would suit her for sure. Also, I was criticized by Elizabeth that I'm always wearing the same clothes. I don't want to hear that from you with your black robe is what I'm thinking at times like this. But I felt the criticism itself was valid, so I decided to buy some clothes for myself too. Sati and Elizabeth is in the middle of choosing clothes, saying this, or maybe that. Well, it looks like Elizabeth's tastes are not bad, so there should be no problem leaving it to her. I, on the other hand, already bought a few sets of clothes, so I have nothing to do. Seeing me looking free, Elizabeth told me to go and have my hair cut, and I was sent to a barber shop a few shops away. Indeed, my bangs are in the way lately. The barber shop was just a simple shop with a round stool standing there. The one who received me was an elegant-looking fellow with a crew cut and moustache. I sit on the chair, and when I simply said short, he started snip cutting it. The fellow is silently cutting my hair. Indeed, hair cutting should be like this. I'm really bad with places that try to speak to me on and on. When I was still in Japan, at the place I frequented, all I had to say was like always, and they cut it quickly, so it was nice and easy. It ended soon after and my head felt refreshed. I was shown a hand mirror, then I nodded. That's the end of it. I got the cut hair cleaned off, then I paid and left the shop. This is a good shop. Let's come here next time too. When I returned to the clothing shop, it looked like they finally finished choosing, so I got both my hands put full of clothes. There are some that have frills on them. I'm starting to look forward to having Sati wear them. There was quite a few of them, so it was somewhat pricey in the end. When we get back it will be time to make mayonnaise. Elizabeth requested fried meat for today too. Of course, with tartar sauce. When will she return to the inn, I wonder? She is staying in my house like she owns the place and like it's natural for her to be here. However, I also have a reason why I want her to stay, so I can't complain. If I think of it as compensation for her teaching me magic, then something as simple as providing a room and meals is really cheap. Also, there is the thing with Sati. It's all good when Talika-chan is here, but she is working during the day and it would be bad to be alone with Sati, just the two of us. Even if I want to make a move on her at some point, I want to take it a bit slow for the time being. So by all means I would like Elizabeth to become a breakwater for me. Also, although she doesn't wear the hood in the room at least, but I would like her to do something about wearing that black robe all the time. If she could at least wear some more normal clothes, then I think it would be easier to welcome her, since she would brighten up the house. Well then, Sati. Yes, Masaru-sama. Time to make mayonnaise! Exclamation mark. Mayonnaise. You do want to eat some, right? I do. Then you know how to, right? Yes. Masaru-sama. It's alright. Let's do it together. If we work together it will be done in no time. Yes. Masaru-sama. Making a lot of mayonnaise in a big bowl is really hard work. Mixing, keep mixing. If you don't add the oil one bit at a time and mix it properly, then the oil would separate and not become proper mayonnaise. We mix it with Sati by taking turns. I tried letting Elizabeth do it too, but she immediately spilled it. Useless. Finally, a lot of mayonnaise was finished. I wonder how many days will this last. Even though we made more than yesterday, these girls eat a lot. I don't want to do this every day. Should I ask someone to make it? I should have the children do it. Let's try asking Angela. We mobilize the children and mass produce it. Then I just have to put it away in the item box. A truly excellent idea. I've become somewhat free. There is still time until noon and it's not like I want to go somewhere either. Elizabeth is nodding off on the living room sofa. She must have become sleepy from running out of mana. Sati is currently cleaning the second floor. I take out the book I bought yesterday. I tried reading the first bit from the story of the hero, but the writing style was old and it felt hard to stomach. There is no helping it since it's a story from hundreds of years ago. I opened the other one, which is a picture book. A certain knight fell in love with a princess. However, due to differing social statuses, he is chased out of the castle. The despairing knight sets out on a wandering journey where he comes across some people trapped by monsters. Using his quick wits, he destroys the trap and defeats the monsters. One of the people he rescued was the feudal lord of that province. The feudal lord took a liking to the knight and made him his heir, so the knight went to see the princess and they got married. And they all lived happily ever after. Damn, I finished reading it 10 minutes. Well, it's a picture book, so there is no helping it. When I put down the picture book and started reading the story of the hero, Sati came down from the second floor. Done cleaning? Yes. Then come here. Like this. I have her sit on a chair. Here, I hand over the picture book. I bought this book for Sati. Do you want to try learning how to read and write? I want to learn. Her eyes are sparkling with the book in her hands. She bit on just like when I taught her how to cook. Let's read it out loud for her for now. She put a chair next to mine and sat close to me. This reminds me of the time I forgot my textbook in elementary school and a girl showed me hers. Something like that ordinarily happened to me that time. I didn't really pay it any heed at the time, but now I know how precious event that was. I opened the picture book. Then I slowly read the sentences while pointing at them. Sati is listening to it with a serious expression. She is leaning forward while continuously pushing her body against mine. Right, I'm just simply teaching her. I don't have any improper thoughts. In no way am I sniffing at the scent of Sati's hair that is right next to me. I'm just breathing normally. But why does she smell this good, even though we are using the same soap? As I finished reading, Sati sighs with a ha. Did you find it interesting? Yes, the princess was amazing, she said while looking at the picture of the marriage ceremony at the end. The artist really did his best with the princess. She is really drawn very well. Then I will give that book to Sati. Let's take it slow and steady with the learning to read and write. Yes, thank you very much, Masaru-sama. But there was a problem. I can read the letters and there is no problem with the vocabulary. However, I don't know the order of the letters. I'm talking about the aoyo of the Japanese syllabary and the abkdfka the alphabet. The numbers are no problem since their orders are the same, but even with hiragana there is the iowa order beside the aoyo. This kind of information must be not included in the skill. It's an information that wouldn't have mattered ordinarily, but when I tried to teach Sati, it came up. I can't put on such a shameful display in front of Sati. I entrusted Sati with the preparations for the cooking. Then I woke up the soundly sleeping Elizabeth. You can use that much powerful magic and you don't know the letters? No problem with reading and writing, you just don't know their order. What are you talking about? I taught myself to read and write, you see. I was thinking of teaching it to Sati, but my knowledge is only vague, you see. When I handed over the notebook and the pen, she just started writing it without asking anything more. HN. So that's how they are ordered. Elizabeth has a pretty handwriting. She finishes writing it and I receive the notebook back. Thanks. This really helps me out. You are welcome. By the way, will there be pudding today? NN. I made some, of course. You can eat too as a thanks for today. Oh my, thank you. Saying that, Elizabeth smiled cheerfully. Not counting the time we met, Elizabeth is really polite and kind most of the time if you get to know her. Even this time, even though I disturbed her napping, she gave her guidance without saying a word of complaint. Why is it then when it comes to Angela she becomes that unruly? The lunch menu is bread and soup, fried meat, and I also made something like yakisoba from pasta and sauce. The flavor of the sauce is a bit different, but it can still be called yakisoba. Maybe I will try making okonomiyaki next time. Angela arrived after we finished lunch, so we eat the pudding together with everyone. There I tried making the request about the mass production of mayonnaise to Angela. Yeah, no problem. I will bring over the children tomorrow afternoon. How many would be good? Okay, 5 then. Got it. With this the mayonnaise will be fine. Let's stock up on the ingredients for the mass production. You are making a lot of mayonnaise? That's very good. The fried wild rabbit was also delicious today. Hearing about the mayonnaise mass production plan, Elizabeth also joined the conversation. The fried meat is of course delicious by itself. But the fried meat with tartar sauce is also exceptional. It's a shame you couldn't eat any of it, Angela, says the main culprit sarcastically, who ate all the ample amount of fried meat I made today. Elizabeth looks slender, so I don't know where could that much food go. Well, Sati also ate well enough. Not particularly. Good for you for being able to eat something delicious. The smiling Angela pays it no heed. She is an adult. However, was the minute thorniness in her tone something I just misheard? I will make some for dinner too. Angela will also eat with us, right? Then maybe I should accept the invitation. But will it be alright to be out for 2 days in a row? When I asked, somehow Priest Sama just said I can go. Does this mean that the Priest Samas gave his official approval? Is that the case? Is that really their case? Saying that it's alright to go over right after staying the night. No matter how I think about it, this should mean he gave his permission, right? Well, I think it won't be that easy. But at least there should be no problem with a small relationship. I was worried that being a priestess would mean being more rigid in that area. Then we will start now. After finishing the dessert, as we were taking a breather, Elizabeth announced. Are we really gonna do it? I don't want another like yesterday. Oh, it's alright. We will be gentle. Yes, just relax and let us handle it. It's not like I can run away, so I obediently follow. If it becomes the same as yesterday, then let's immediately use some points. Tilaka-chan is not here either. However, the two of them were gentle. What was that yesterday? Hey, was it really necessary to be that strict? Are you both stupid? I will die? Is what I was thinking. Right, just like that. Converge the mana properly. You are doing well. You have to shout the spell properly. It will be 20% more powerful that way. Ha, are you still saying that? Only a few people say that. Masaru, you don't really need to say the spell. The point is how much mana are you converging? That not true at all. This is a proven theory. Masaru, you have to say the spell properly. It seems that the 20% increase and whatnot is part of the original style that Elizabeth learned. As for me, I would more like to support Angela's theory. 20% increase when shouting is probably from just throwing more mana at it by getting more fired up. In that meaning Elizabeth is not wrong either. The two of them are fighting with each other all the time, but they became gentle towards me. Sometimes Elizabeth looks like she wants to throw out some abusive language, but she would get some sarcastic remarks from Angela, so she controls herself. Then, halfway through the afternoon, the water ball magic succeeded. Opening the menu, I see that it indeed says water magic level 1. My win. Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, water magic was the one I started learning first. That's right. That's not fair. If he manages to learn wind magic today, then the match is a draw. What are you saying? Angela has a dumbfounded expression. She even tried to get ahead in the middle of the night, and she really doesn't know when to give up. If he learns it today, then it's a draw. She is desperate. Is there a need to be fixated on this match that much? For me, I'm fine with it if I can learn it. But, okay, then if he manages to learn it by dinner, then it's fine being a draw. Angela subtly increased the difficulty. Got it. That is fine. Masaru, let's hurry. Learn it by dinner no matter what. Oh my, you shouldn't be that strict. You said you will be gentle, right? I know that. Well then, let's do it. Masaru, your smile is twitching a bit. Elizabeth-san. It's about time for the extension. Wait a bit with the dinner. Elizabeth chases away Sati, who came to call us. Oh, one more time. Just one more extension. This will really be the last time. So let's do our best a bit longer. Please. I still have mana, but my willpower is really at the end of its ropes. But seeing Elizabeth saying please in a cute way, I mustered my last bit of willpower. Hammer. With the 3 times extensions, dinner was delayed until after sundown, and I finally managed to learn wind magic. Elizabeth was rejoicing and I was burnt out entirely. Chapter 8. On a stormy night. When we went inside, we saw that Tilaka-chan came over without us realizing. She is standing in the kitchen, helping out Angela and Sati, who are doing the cooking. Although I can't make it as delicious as Masaru can. I'm happy with just the fact that it's Angela-chan's home cooking. In fact, it's delicious anyway. No, it's very delicious. You are good at cooking, I see. I would even like you to teach me. That's right. Angela-sama taught me a lot of things. As one would expect from a daycare worker, she is good at teaching things. But perhaps it would indeed be a good idea to get her to teach Sati proper cooking. After all, I'm just self-taught, so my repertoire is one-sided. I can't make any of the local foods. When I asked her to teach Sati to cook, "But Masaru, can't you just teach her yourself?" "My cooking is a bit strange, right? I'm really not familiar with the local way of cooking." "I see. Then perhaps I should come to teach her when it's time to make dinner." Angela-chan is seriously an angel. She is so saintly I don't even have words for it. I will be able to eat Angela-chan's home cooking for a while from now on. So it's that, right? Since I managed to teach it to Masaru in a shorter period of time, we can say that it's my win. Right. Elizabeth started saying that while nomming on the fried meat that was made for dinner. Even Angela felt that it's getting ridiculous now, so she answered by saying yeah. "Isn't it fine being a draw? I managed to learn both water and wind thanks to you too, so I'm very grateful. Although there was a grueling training from hell too. I want to try learning earth next, but if they start saying that they will teach me, then it would be bad." "No. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. If they would do it as gently as today, then it would probably be nice." "Right, let's think about it for a bit. I can also use points if I want, but I guess I'm fine with either." "But to think that you were able to learn 2 attributes in such a short time, as expected of my apprentice. Quite exceptional." "That's right. Also, I'm jealous of how he doesn't run out of mana even when he keeps using it continuously like that." "It's because my MP is boosted to its double by the ring of mana." No, it's because the way my teachers taught me was good." "Obviously," Elizabeth said. She really can't be fazed. After dinner we all take a bath. They enter in the same order as yesterday, then I enter too at the end. As expected, today Sati didn't make a fuss that she wants to go in with me. But I was thinking that it's a bit of shame as I remembered how she washed me. Then again, if I could get Angela-chan to wash me with those voluptuous breasts of ... I got aroused. Relief. After getting out of the bath we drank a bit again and had some idle talks. Having the fresh out of bath Angela and Elizabeth on both my sides feels really elegant. I can already call this a harem, right? I should also have Tilaka-chan sit on my lap and have Sati embrace me from behind. Ooh. Isn't that the perfect lineup? This really feels like a harem. However, it's nothing but a fantasy. The two of them are having a quarrel with me in the middle. Apparently, they have a difference of opinion in regards to teaching policies. Really, who cares about that stuff? Please get along. It would probably be bad to stay over 2 nights in a row, so Angela went home. Tilaka-chan and Elizabeth is of course staying over. Elizabeth went to the small room. Sati and Tilaka-chan came with me to my room. Right. I guess they are sleeping with me. It's all good. We added a bed so everyone can sleep together comfortably. I fell asleep while feeling the pleasant warmth of Sati's body. During the night I woke up to some rustling sounds. Elizabeth is trying to crawl into the bed. "What are you doing? I can sleep here with you if you really want." What is she talking about? Did she finally fell for me? While I was thinking that, a lightning resounded. Like that, Elizabeth put the futon on her head. The rain started falling sometime and bolts of lightning also can be heard at times. I see, she must be afraid of lightning. I'm not afraid or anything. I just came to see if Masaru or Sati is being afraid. It's a truly unpersuasive excuse. But Elizabeth, even though you shoot thunder yourself, you are afraid of lightning? Shooting it myself and getting hit are 2 different things. I see, that's a sound argument. I started to pity Elizabeth, who got startled and teary-eyed every time a lightning resounded. Also, I'm really sleepy. I want to sleep already. Want to stay next to me? I'm just fine like this. How are you fine like that? The lightning is so scary Tilda. Won't somebody sleep with me Tilda? Right, I can sleep with you if you want. There, if you are really afraid, then I can hug you too. Elizabeth hugs me while trembling. Yeah. It was through the armor during the dragon battle so I couldn't tell, but she has proper breasts, Even if they are on the small side, they feel good. What do you do during storms usually? Narnia is also easily scared. I was right that Narnia is taking care of her. This frightened appearance of Elizabeth is hard to imagine from her usual confident attitude, but it's very cute. She makes me want to protect her. I can understand why Narnia-san spoils her. As I was thinking about this, I once again fell asleep while enjoying Elizabeth's touching sensation and scent. It's really a shame, but I got very tired from today's special magic training. The next morning, the rain already stopped. Elizabeth, who was trembling while she slept, was no longer in bed. She was sitting on the sofa in the living room in her black-robed appearance. When I said good morning to her, she just answered with the same good morning. Then she looked away with a huff. It looks like it's better to not touch upon what happened yesterday. Narnia-san came over after breakfast. I had her come inside and served her tea. Were you fine yesterday, Eloy? Apparently she was really worried because of the lightning. I was fine. I won't stay a kid forever. You weren't fine at all. Is that true? It is. You slept together with Sati and Tilika-chan yesterday, right? I cover for her while looking at Sati and Tilika-chan in the kitchen. Well, not only Sati but I was there too. Why yeah, so I was fine. Narnia-san was slightly suspicious, but it looks like she accepted it for the time being. Is that so? But rather than that, won't you come back already? If you keep being a nuisance, then it will be a bother to Masaru Dono. There is a free room, so it's no problem. Even so, the owner of the house says that it's fine, so it's fine. Also, the house of the apprentice also belongs to the master. I don't think they usually go that far with that. I really don't mind at all. While Elizabeth is here, she is giving me guidance about magic and I learn a lot from her. I can't really say things like, I want her to be a breakwater against Sati, or that I simply like having her over. I see. Rather than me, let's talk about Narnia. How are things faring on your end? Is there any progress between you and Orba? Orba, as in the leader of the Axe of Twilight, strong and handsome guy. He looks very much like he is popular with the ladies. Oh, Orbadono is not. While you are being timid like that, he will get taken by someone else. He is popular, you know, but he surely likes you too, Narnia. Isn't he glancing towards you all the time and he's also making advances on you? Right? If Narnia confesses, then it's good as done. Is that really so? But I'm not someone that is fitting for Orbadono. Suddenly they started having a girls' talk. I don't know what face to make at times like these. Narnia is cute and there is no need to be ashamed wherever you go. Hey, have some self-confidence. Anyway, I will stay here for another few days, so do something in the meantime. Even Narnia can't cling to me forever, even though she is the one being taken care of. What a condescending attitude. But it seems their talk has ended with that. After asking me to take care of Eri, Narnia-san went back. Orba too. It's partly because Narnia was sticking to me that he didn't manage to make a move on her. This is a good opportunity, so let me stay here for a while longer. A handsome guy and a beautiful woman, they fit well together. I hope things go well for them. I'm absolutely not saying that because the food here is good and I don't want to go back. Okay, that ruined it all. After Narnia-san went back, we escorted Tilika-chan back to the guild. Sorry about this, 2 days in a row. Isn't Tilika being a bother? We had Elizabeth, Sati, and Tilika-chan play around while I was called by the vice guild chief to talk, just the two of us. No number. I even think about whether she should just live with us. She also helps Sati with the housework, you see. Sati also looks happy to have Tilika-chan over. Right. That would be a bit difficult. Say, why do you think Tilika is living within the guild? I wonder why. Because it's dangerous. In various ways. Dangerous? Right. It looks like you don't know. So I was thinking that it's time to tell you about the situation. The situation? This town is peaceful, right? That is mainly thanks to Tilika-chan. Using that magic eye, she laid bare all the crimes and corruption from their roots. So because of that, she is hated by people here and there. Like that, the vice guild chief started talking. Apparently they usually don't go that far even when there is a truth officer, because there are some vested interests. If they overdo the crackdowns, there would also be a fierce backlash. However, because this town is under the direct influence of the king, the ones who actually govern the place are the Adventurers Guild and the Trade Guild. Irritated by the bad public order, both heads of the organizations requested the aid of the truth officer in the restoration of the public order. Riding that wave, the vice guild chief and others went fairly overboard. Well, This is the situation. Then isn't it dangerous to let her stay at a place like mine? It's alright. I've placed some guards where they won't be discovered. I didn't notice it at all. I don't use amateurs that would be discovered by you. Then, wouldn't it be the best if she didn't come over anymore? Well, about that, Tilika isn't one to demand things selfishly, so I want to grant her wishes as much as I can. So I'm in a bit of a bind. Masaru, why don't you move in here? I will prepare a room for you. I can't make a harem here, can I? Even if it's for the sake of Tilika-chan, I can't give up on my dream. Also, I don't want to live my life under the watch of this baldy. Hey, that's not incorrect. Well, I will place guards on her, and if it comes to that, she can also put up a bit of a fight. But please look out for things on your end too. Understood? Tilika-chan fighting? I can't really picture it. But Tilika-chan's circumstances are heavier than I thought. Like how her life is being targeted. I wanted to wait with it until much later, but I guess I should bring Sati's training forward. I should have her able to fight in case something happens. After that, we went out of the town and observed Elizabeth's magic practice. Even if I say that, it was over after only one shot because of the lack of mana. Today the bolts of lightning increased to 10. I can increase it more if it's just by a bit. But let's call it completed for now. Then shall we go back? After this, we will go back to the guild since I have something to consult about with Sergeant Dono. What will you do, Elizabeth? Consult about what? Yeah, I was thinking of letting Sati start training for battle. Well, she is a beastkin, so it should be fine. In that case, I will show my face at the inn for a bit. I will take a look at how Narnia is doing. I will return before noon. After we went through the gate we separated from Elizabeth and headed for the guild. While we were walking, I briefly told Sati about Tilika-chan's situation. Sati looked like she was shocked. Sati should be the more knowledgeable about Tilika-chan, but, as expected, she probably didn't tell her about how people are after her life. So as you probably heard just now, I wanted you to become able to fight. I understand. I will get strong enough to protect Tilika-chan. That's the spirit. If you can get strong enough to protect me as well while you are at it, then I would be very happy. Sergeant Dono was in the midst of training other adventurers. The training field is open to adventurers and they can receive guidance for free. Just like how the beginner course was free, the guild is doing its best to nurture people. It costs some money for the guild, but if those people are able to become earning adventurers, then the guild's profit also becomes enormous. Sometimes people get lured away by the state or other kinds of organizations after getting strong. But there is a transfer money that has to be paid at that time, so there is no loss. I only greeted Sergeant Dono, then we headed to the place where the archery targets are. Sati, I'm thinking of having you learn how to handle the bow and the sword. I hand over the bow I took out from my item box to Sati. Then I will first show you how it's done, so you should try doing it just like that. Yes, my archery skill is at level 1, but I can at least concentrate the arrows around the target. I pull the bowstring tight and shoot the arrow. Perhaps because I decided to stand relatively close to it, but I somehow managed to hit the target. So, try it. Sati is desperately pulling the string saying NN. Then shoots. R, she said, then looked at me with teary eyes. Did it hit her face? Of course, the arrow didn't fly properly either. R, there, heal. It's all better now. Thank you very much. Then let's try one more time. This time, I stand behind Sati, guide her hand and we pull the bowstring together. Yeah, this posture is a bit erotic. If this was somewhere without other people, then I would have wanted to hug her and sniff the scent of her hair in one go. Close call. Close call. It missed the target by a wide margin, but this time it flew properly. After doing it a few times, she somehow became able to send it flying. As I was training with my bow that I took out while watching Sati, Sergeant Dono came over. Sati, this gentleman is the instructor here. He is called Sergeant Vought Dono. Greet him properly. It's Sati. I serve as Masaru-sama's slave. Then she quickly lowers her head. So I was thinking. I told him briefly about the situation. Sergeant Dono is part of the guild staff, so he of course knows Tilika-chan. She recently started getting along with Sati, so I want to teach her combat in case push comes to shove. My archery skills are really bad and it's hard to have a training match, since there is restriction on close combat for a slave against their master. I saw how you handle the bow just now, so how about we see how you handle the sword? Sergeant Dono hands a wooden sword to Sati. Now, You grip it like this. Right. Then, this is the pose you take. Well then, come at me. Sati is looking this way, unsure of what to do. Sergeant Dono is many times stronger than me. Fight like you want to defeat him. If you don't fight, you won't be able to protect Dilika-chan. It looks like she resolved herself after hearing that. She starts charging at Sergeant Dono. Her movements were all over the place, but she was surprisingly agile. Even if her strike was evaded or deflected, she just kept desperately charging in. When Sati started to breath heavily, Sergeant Dono finally stopped her. As one might expect from a beastkin, even if she is small, her physical abilities are fairly high. With this she should be able to learn things soon. Samson, come here for a bit. Samson is one of the instructors, a retired adventurer. He has a shiny bald head and oversized muscles. He looks like he would be able to get by as adventurer even now, but he got himself a family, so he is now working as an instructor like this. You saw the one just now, right? Teach this kid how to handle the bow and the sword. Yes, Vortono. You are called Sati. Right. Come with me. I will teach you. Sati, do your best. Samson-san, please take care of her. Well then, Masaru. Let's teach your sorry ass after a long time. Sergeant Dono is strong, a splendidly flowing swordsmanship. It looks like he is far from being serious, and yet I can't even get one hit on him. And also, taking advantage of the fact that I can use restoration magic, he lets his attacks hit mercilessly. With my swordsmanship at level 4, my skills should be top class, but why is that there is such a huge difference between us? Sergeant Dono is of course strong, but it's probably because I'm not able to properly use the full abilities of the swordsmanship level 4. If I liken it to a beginner at fighting games, then maybe you would understand. Even if the characters' specs are the same, there is a world of difference in terms of efficiency to a true expert. If it's just to scatter small fries, brute force is more than enough. There are times when I make a move that even surprises me, but I can't reproduce it, and I don't even understand well enough why I was able to do it. It's probably like when a beginner is able to pull off a combo in a fighting game by randomly pushing and pulling the stick. I overwhelmingly lack experience and techniques on how to move my body. My strength and speed went up from the level ups, but I sometimes feel like I'm being pulled via wires by it. I'm a former NEET who never exercised properly. I can only get used to it by faithfully practicing every day. It hasn't even been a month since I first held a sword in my hands anyway. Magic has a different feel to it. Saying that it's like putting a bullet in a gun and firing it would perhaps be a good analogy. If I properly aim at the target, then all I have to do is pull the trigger. It sometimes has a restriction on the bullet count, or it takes time to shoot, but it wasn't that difficult to become able to use it. Until we finished at noon, I was beaten to a pulp and I fell to the ground 3 times. Even if I raised swordsmanship to 5 and took a skill that raises my physical abilities, I don't think I would be able to win against Sergeant Dono. And even if I could win that way, I wouldn't be happy with that. I decided to hold off on getting new close combat type enhancements for now. Sati also had scratches all over her and was tottering around. I've used purification and heal on Sati and myself, then after swinging by to Tilika-chan's place to say goodbye, we set out on the road to back home. How was training? We talk with Sati as we walk while holding hands. Yes, it was scary and painful. Yeah, I guess. But I want to get stronger. Right. I want to get stronger too, so I can get Sergeant Dono's approval, so I can protect Sati. Chapter 9. Which erotic game is that? When we got home, Elizabeth was napping in the living room. We let her sleep like that and start preparing lunch, just the 2 of us. Even though our stamina was somewhat recovered from the heal, it's still tough. We quickly finish the preparations by cutting corners, then we wake up Elizabeth and have lunch. During lunch, I tell Elizabeth about the training, saying she doesn't look like she has any interest in swords and bows. How were things on your end? Complete bust. It's like they can't even look each other in the eye from being too conscious of each other. Nanya-san. So I motivated Orba with some harsh words. He must be pushing down Nanya like a beast by now. Foo-fa-foo. Elizabeth laughs. Oi, what did you do? Is that really alright? It's alright. I gave permission. Nanya is already at a dicey age, the sooner the better. She tells me that Nanya-san is already 24 years old. Here, where the marrying age is much lower compared to Japan, that is already considered being late to marry. Maybe it's fine if there are such circumstances behind it and it's really mutual love. Narnia too. She is always by my side. That really helps me out a lot, but it should be about time she started thinking about her own life. If it's Orba, then I can entrust Narnia to him, she said, while letting out a lonely laugh. Then you will be lonely if it happens, right? We are in the same party, so nothing will change. I guess that's also true. Masaru, won't you join our party? We would welcome you if Masaru wants to. The Axe of Twilight. No matter how I think about it, I would be risking my life. I would also be separated from Angela-chan. Traveling around with Elizabeth does sound fun. Also, Sati can't handle combat yet. I would still be fine. But Sati, you see. That's true. It would be too dangerous for Sati. Well, I don't really like to be in danger either. Angela came over after lunch, bringing a few children with her. I first treat them to some fried meat covered with tartar sauce that we stocked up on. I've put those in the item box, so they're still hot of course. The children ate them all up in no time while saying it's delicious, it's delicious. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, what I would like you to make is this seasoning called mayonnaise. It's also used in the tartar sauce you ate just now. I show the children the finished product. Then I explain how it's made while showing it on a 1-egg portion. And with this, it's done. I have them taste the completed mayonnaise with a stick of vegetable. The mayonnaise was eaten in a blink of an eye. We will mix the ingredients for the seasoning, so I would like you to be in charge of the adding of oil and whipping part. Yes. The children answer full of spirit. They cheered when I said that I would give them some of it as a souvenir if they do their job well. They won't be this cheerful soon enough. We bought the tools and ingredients before we went to the guild in the morning. First, we have Angelo and the children who are good at cooking help us break the eggs and separate the yolks. While they are mixing 5 big bowls worth of yolks, the two us with Sati add the flavoring. We finally reach the step where it's time to add the oil. So we leave the work of whipping to the children. The two of us with Sati guide and advance the work. It seems the children realized the harshness of this work in just a few minutes. Their faces twist from the whipping work that doesn't seem to end at all, that no matter how long they mix it. I told them to take breaks frequently, then left the supervision to Sati and Angelo and retreated to the living room. I sit down next to Elizabeth on the sofa. Elizabeth was once again dozing off. But when I came she woke up. That reminds me. They said that tomorrow morning will be the dragon auction. HNN. Maybe I should go and take a look if I have the time. I completely forgot. I wonder how much our reward will turn out to be. I now look forward to it. Apparently the auction will be held at the trade guild. I used quite a bit of gold for the living expenses, but with the reward for the dragon, I would perhaps be able to buy another slave. Well, it's not like I will. To tell the truth, until I can calm down regarding the current situation, I can't really think about adding another one. Well, I wouldn't be able to buy that number 4 girl anyway. But Angela wouldn't lose to her in terms of figure either, and Sati and Elizabeth is also cute. Tiluka-chan is cute too. What will you do with the reward when you get it, Elizabeth? I imagine Elizabeth would waste all the money in no time. Then Narnia would get angry at her. I'll be sending it home. We are a bit tight financially, you see. That's somehow unexpected. I thought she was rich. Maybe she is rich, just her family is on the decline. She sounded like she didn't want to speak about her home anymore, so I decided to not pry further into it. What about Masaru? What's going on with your home? Our family is just a normal family. My parents are living fine, so I don't have to worry about them. Also, it's so far away even letters don't get there. If everything goes well I can go back in 20 years, and if I die they will get my will and the money. I wonder if Mom is doing fine. I see, even Masaru has his share of hardships. The fact that we share the same circumstance of being away from our homes as adventurers may have tugged on her heartstrings, so her expression became amiable. Living here is full of ups and downs, so it's fun. Also, Elizabeth is here with me nowadays, so I'm not lonely. Idiot. I'm your master, so being near you is a matter of course. It's fun because she has these kinds of reactions. Elizabeth is very easy to handle. I got a little downhearted from remembering my home, but my mood is much better now. When I went to see how the mayonnaise making goes, the children were silently mixing the mayonnaise with eyes like that of a dead fish's. It's about 2/3 done. Let's have a break. There, It's break time. I take the pudding out of the refrigerator. Pudding has an extremely fast consumption rate, so I normally have Sati make more, so we don't run out of stock. I also call over Elizabeth and we all take a break while eating pudding. The children are ecstatic from the flavor they haven't experienced so far. Unlike vegetables and meat, the eggs, sugar, and horse milk are all expensive. Making this in the orphanage would probably be difficult financially. After eating some sweet food, the children regained their spirits and started working once again. There was a child among those children that one day will start trading in mayonnaise and rise to become a great merchant, but that's another story. Anyway, finally, 5 bowls worth of large amount of mayonnaise was finished. The children are limp from exhaustion. There is no energy even in their hands that receive their payment with a bit of extra added in. Even though I'm thinking of calling them again sometime to make more, I wonder if they will come. Angela said that she will come again when it's time for dinner. Then she went back with the children, bringing an entire bowl of mayonnaise with her as a souvenir. Afternoon is Sati's study time. We put sand on a plate and she is practicing writing with a stick. First I teach her the letters. Then I open the picture book and teach her the words bit by bit. Elizabeth also came to see how we are doing. Then she found the story of the hero on the table and started reading that. She is reading the 7th volume. While watching Sati practicing transcription, I mentioned to Elizabeth that the writing style is old, so it's hard to read. I guess so. This book was written quite a long time ago, but there are revised versions that are in a modern style. But I like this one more. It has a certain elegance to it. Doesn't it? Is that how it is? I like volume 7 the most. The Wind Mage, you see. Don't give me spoilers. Oh, that's true. I'm sorry. What part are you reading now? The beginning? It gets better around the 2nd volume. I guess I will do my best and read it. But it's weird feeling. A story where a god orders the subjugation of a demon lord via an oracle is obviously a fantasy story, but they call it a true story. Well, I guess this is a fantasy world. Maybe the god who sent the oracle was Taoshin. Apparently Sati also got interested in the hero's story, so we close the picture book in a suitable place. Once again put our chairs right next to each other, then I start reading the hero's story out loud from the beginning. Elizabeth also stopped reading the book and is listening to that. So we passed the time comfortably. I got tired so I ended the study time. It's not good to cram too much anyway. I moved to the living room and start munching on the fruit I had Sati peel as practice. It became quite blocky, but let's call it good since she didn't cut her fingers. It's scary how your palm is in danger of getting cut when you are peeling things. I sit on the sofa with Elizabeth and Sati sitting on each side next to me. Elizabeth is strangely keeping her distance, but Sati is sitting tightly next to me. Sati is handing me the fruit with a here. I would like her to feed me with an, but maybe there is no such custom here. Elizabeth looks sleepy once again. Come to think of it, she probably couldn't get much sleep yesterday because of the lightnings. Before I realized, Elizabeth leaned on my shoulder and started sleeping soundly. Sati went to the kitchen to do housework. I don't have anything special to do, so I lend my shoulder to Elizabeth and vaguely think about some things. It's been a few days since I bought Sati. Wasn't it a surge of developments one after the other? Seeing her naked, then experiencing a lucky event in the bath and even having my back washed by her. Girls fighting over me, sleeping together on the same bed, reading a book while sitting shoulder to shoulder, having homemade cooking made for me, and even now, a girl is sleeping while leaning on my shoulder. If somebody told me this, I would for sure ask that person what erotic game is that? In Japan my age was equal to the years I didn't have a girlfriend and I was hooked on games and anime, but I guess a real girl is this soft and smells this good. I look at the clock on the menu. October 10th. It was September 11th when I came here, so it's been just a month. There were harsh things that happened since I came to this different world, but I finally feel that I've been rewarded. At first I just had a vague intention of making a harem, but I think it got more tangible by now. I didn't know what to do after I went to hello work and got taken to another world, but this is what having a harem with cheat means. Taoshin, thank you for taking me to a different world. Let's attach plenty of thanks to today's journal entry. Before I noticed I fell asleep, I got woken up by Sati. We also wake up Elizabeth at the same time. Angelo and Tilika-chan have already arrived, but they didn't wake us out of consideration. There was a tasty-looking dinner already done. There is also fried food neatly next to it. Apparently Sati made it all by herself. Good good. She has grown so much in these few days. You did good, Tilda. Pat pat. Thank you very much. She should be tired from the training in the morning, but Sati handles her work very well. I leave the housework entirely to her and she has become able to handle most of the cooking too, so it's much easier for me now. During the meal, Angela, who came to know that Sati is learning to read and write, said this: "Then should I bring the books we have over sometimes?" Well, even if I call them books, they are just copies that the children made. They would cost a lot to buy. She made an offer I'm thankful for. Written copy. I wonder how things like copyright work over here. With things like the hero's story it shouldn't matter either way since it's from hundreds of years ago. Yeah, they're expensive. Then perhaps I should take you up on that offer. Then I will bring them over, tomorrow perhaps. Thank you very much, Angela-sama. I will also bring books for Anit-chan. Thank you, Tilika-chan. I'm grateful. She is loved by Tilika-chan as usual. After the meal, it's time for bath. Lately, this is my favorite time of the day. I can amply appreciate the fresh out of the bath appearance of the girls. Of course, I don't ogle them, but I take a few glances at them. The seating order already became a standard, so Angela sits next to me like it's natural. A pleasant scent of soap drifts my way. Her voluptuous breasts almost want to burst forth from under her clothes. A sight for sore eyes. After Sati got out of the bath, Tilika-chan started reading the picture book for her. Is Tilika-chan reading the book for you? Good for you, Sati. Yes, I'm the one teaching Anit-chan to read. Tilika-chan glares at me like that. Well, she is looking at me with the same blank look as usual, no glaring at all, but somehow that was my impression. The two of us glare at each other for a bit. Sati is being flustered. Then how about both of us teach her? That way she will be able to read books in no time at all. Alright. That will be fine. It looks like she gave her consent. I enter the bath after Elizabeth came out. I pour warm water on myself and wash my head. Then the door opens. Of course, there is only one person who would enter. Last time was also while I was washing my head. She is definitely aiming for this timing on purpose. Masaru-sama, I will wash your head, okay Tilda? She does what she wants. What about Tilika-chan? She said I should go. She isn't acting as breakwater at her all. Why would she recommend it? What about Angela and Elizabeth? They are, well, having a discussion. Did they start arguing about something again, those two? Well I guess it's fine. This feels good anyway. I didn't lose it that much to let her wash the front too, so I do that myself. Then we both enter the bathtub and soak in the water. I thought it wouldn't be nice to turn my back to her, so I turn sideways and try to not look in her direction. Sati sticks right next me. While naked, she tries to cling to me every chance she gets. Like while we are sleeping. She holds my hand when we are walking too. I have to endure. There are 3 ladies outside of the bath. Making a move on her is out of question. When I sneak a sideways glance our eyes meet. Then Sati smiles sweetly. Not good. I'm at my limit. I might get dizzy. I get out of the bathtub. Of course, Sati also follows. I make sure not to look in Sati's direction as I wear my clothes and evacuate to the living room without even properly wiping myself dry. I sit at the table instead of the sofa. Since my lower body is enlarged, I have to hide it with the table. Sati also chased after me with water still dripping off of her. Masaru-sama, you have to wipe yourself properly. I got caught by Sati and had my head dried by her. Oh my, you too. Did you go in together? Elizabeth asked. Yeah, my back and such. She washed it for me. I'm good at washing people's heads and body. Anit-chan is very good at washing. That's nice. Then maybe I should also ask you next time. Apparently, Nania usually washes her head for her. Yes. How about Angela-sama too? Why, yeah, I guess. Didn't this somehow turn into a flow where it's a matter of course that we will take baths together starting from tomorrow? That night I, of course, slept together with Sati and Tilika-chan. As expected, Elizabeth didn't come. Chapter 10, An exceedingly idiotic fight between men. The next day, since the dragon auction will be mid-morning, I decided to spend the time at the training field. Until then, Elizabeth went to the place where the Axe of Twilight was. She's probably curious about Nanya-san. I entrusted Sati to Samson-san. Then, Since Sergeant Dono seemed busy, I started practicing knife throwing at one end of the training field. Then Crook and Silver came over. I have a feeling that it's been quite a long time since I've seen them. We put our heads together in a corner so we don't get in other people's way. Did you come to see the dragon auction too, Masaru? Crook asked. Of course. I wonder how much will it turn out to be. Something to look forward to. Huh. That was also Crook. The auction's value directly correlates with how much reward we will get. It should be no wonder we are interested in it. Aside from that, take a look at this. Huh. He got a new armor. It must have been kind of a shock when he took an orc's arrow to the leg. This time, even if it's still made mostly out of hide, but it looks to be a higher performance version that won't easily let an arrow get through. Silver also showed me his shield. I had a feeling I saw it somewhere already, and as it turns out, it was the same as the one that the Axe of Twilight's member had. I couldn't get the same one since it was expensive, but I got one with the same design. An economic version. Huh. Indeed, the guy with that shield was awesome that time. As a shield user himself, he must admire him greatly. Then Masaru, did you buy something from the reward? I heard that you rented a house. Yeah, I guess the fact that I bought a slave didn't leak out yet. Well then, what should I do? You racked up plenty of money, right? Didn't you go and have a look at that? By that, he means slaves of course. Yeah, I went to see. Then? You didn't buy one? Yeah, I bought one. I guess. Crook gets up with a clank. What did you say? You traitor. Hey, you're too loud. Everyone is looking at us. First of all, what traitor? I didn't make any promises to these guys. Then? Did you do it already? Crook lowers his voice and asks me. No yet. No. After hearing that, Crook seemingly calmed down a bit. That's right. Huh. But it must be nice. It's not like you have her sleep beside you or wash your back during bath, right? He said jokingly. I avert my eyes in silence. She does both of those in fact. What? You? Don't tell me. That time, with the worst possible timing, Sati called out to me. It's probably rest time for her. Masaru Samawa. Sati is waving her hand this way. I reluctantly wave back at her. Why you? Don't tell me. That girl is. Yeah. That girl. It's hopeless now. Crook stands up and smoothly draws the sword on his waist. Alright, Dai. I will lend a hand. Silver also drew his sword and readied his shield. These guys pulled out their real swords. Even if this is a training field, if you pull out the sword on your waist that means war. The two of them are gradually decreasing the distance between us. They both really want to kill me. Did they forget what happened during the short class? Don't think you can win against me just because there are two of you against me. Come at me brothers. I draw the sword on my back. Shit. The first blood it will draw belongs to a friend. What an ill-boding black sword. You've been a good friend, but it's your fault for betraying our friendship. Crook said. Some people started gathering, wondering what's going on. Huh. You can sure spout nonsense. In consideration of that spirit, I will not use fire magic, since if I use it, you bastards would be turned to ash in one move. Don't regret it later. Don't just bark there. Come at me already. Our surroundings got excited. They started cheering by saying do it or do it already. The two of them attacked at the same time. Did you think that if you attacked together you would have a chance of winning? I quickly put some distance between us with a backstep. Then along with covert action plus stealth movement I use some side steps to get around to Crook's left side. With this, it looks like Silver lost sight of me. However, Crook turns my way and swings his sword. I brush it away using my full power. With the level ups and the physical enhancement my power is much greater than Crook's. Crook lost his balance because his sword was deflected. With that, I close in and deliver a blow to the back of his neck with my hand. Crook falls over. Good. Then all that's left is Silver. Silver is wearing heavy equipment and he hardened his guard. I slash at him a few times, but none of those became decisive blows. It's really bothersome, but there is a way. I attack him head-on with all my strength. Of course it's been blocked with the shield, but I have the power advantage. I kick the leg Silver wanted step in with to plant himself firmly and keep his shield steady while we were locking armaments. I shoot an air hammer at him while he is out of balance. Silver goes flying. Even if he is wearing a metal plate armor, if you take it head on the shock should be immense. Didn't you say you wouldn't use magic? What I said I wouldn't be using is fire magic, right? You cowardly Collapse. Evil has fallen. I've triumphed. I thrust my sword towards the heavens and let out a war cry. The crowd rejoices. Sati pops out from the crowd of people. Masaru-sama, these people are evil. Crap. They were my friends. Crook. Silver. Don't dee. I will use heal on you right now. You are using recovery magic on us. Even though we tried to kill you. What are you saying? Aren't we friends? There. Heal. Getting swept away by our violent emotions. What have we done? I understand. It must have been frustrating. I didn't take your feelings into consideration and replied honestly. I'm the one at fault. Masaru. Crook. Silver. It's fine already. We are friends. It should be alright with that, right? Masaru. Looking at us hugging it out. The audience is clapping. It was a fine battle, said Sergeant Dono. However, I can't condone drawing your swords for a squabble. You all, come. Time for a scolding. Sergeant Dono got quite angry at us. When we got released, the dragon auction was already over. My share from the dragon materials turned out to be about 38,000 gold. It's approximately Sati's worth and then some. My total funds have increased to a total of 66,000 gold. I don't really have anything special to spend it on, so I guess I won't have to work for a while. By the way, as it turns out, the dragon was indeed of a high-class race, so the auction was a big success. After reaffirming my friendship with Crook and Silver, I decided to invite them to my house. Both of them also got their rewards for the dragon, so they are in a good mood. We swung by to Tilika-chan's place, and since she finished her work during the morning, she came along with us. Crook and Silver were puzzled as to why the truth officers came with us, but when I told them she is Sati's friend, they had an expression like they do and yet don't understand. Apparently, in the eyes of the general public, the magic eyes are somewhat scary and she is a hard-to-approach existence. From my point of view, it's just a somewhat high-performance version of a lie detector. Also, cuteness is justice in my opinion. By the way, I also talked to Angela and Elizabeth about Tilika-chan's circumstances. I thought it wouldn't exactly be fair to let them stay near someone whose life might be targeted without telling them at least. Neither Angela nor Elizabeth lacks fighting abilities, so if someone like that comes, they will send them flying. Apparently quite reliable. Currently, as I walk behind Sati and Tilika-chan, who are walking in the front hand in hand, I secretly tell Crook and Silver about what happened at the slave merchant. Then when we got to a big room, there were 8 people there. When I went, there were only 4. That old slave merchant guy, when he said that I was in luck and that it's a gathering of pretty ones, it was really the truth. So every one of them was wearing a thin clothing, you see, so you can catch glimpses. Crook is nodding and Silver is looking envious. While walking at the front, Sati's ears are twitching. There is some distance and I'm speaking in quite a low voice, but that probably means she can hear everything. So the first one was a voluptuous girl with sex appeal. As I started to explain about the 4th girl, we arrived at the house. Ooh, that's a nice house, isn't it? Though I'm just renting it. The garden is also quite big. See? You live in this house with Sati-chan, just the 2 of you. Well, yeah, although it's not just the 2 of us. However, it might just be oil to the fire, so I shouldn't say anything. Let's go. I will treat you 2 to lunch, so let's go inside. When we went inside, not just Elizabeth, but Angela was there too. Sati and Tilika-chan already went inside, so 4 ladies greeted us as we entered. Took you long enough. I'm hungry already. Welcome back. Here, I brought the books we talked about yesterday. Crook and Silver, who came in after me, stiffen a bit when they see the girls. Oi, why is Elizabeth-san here? And also, who is the other beautiful girl? Crook asked with a low voice. Right. I should introduce everyone. These are my friends, Crook and Silver. First, I introduced the 2 of them. I was thinking of treating them to lunch, so I brought them over. So, this is Angela-san, a priestess of the temple. You know, I talked about her before, right? Crook is nodding with an her expression. Elizabeth is already acquainted with them, so I will leave her out. So, the 2 of you should wait in the living room. We will finish the preparations. I lead them to the living room, then I return to the kitchen, dining room. Alright, then let's start preparing lunch. We will handle this with Sati and Tilika-chan, so why don't you have a talk with your friends instead? Angela said. Is that so? Then maybe I should let you handle it. Use this meat for it. I take out a lump of wild rabbit meat from the item box and give it to Angela. They look like they can eat a lot, so make more than usual please. Elizabeth doesn't look like she intends to help out, but she will stay in the dining room anyway. Go and have a talk just between you guys. I will stay here. I return to the living room and the three of us encircle the table. Crook immediately began their conversation. Why are the four girls here? Well, you know about Sati. Then, Tilaka-chan is friends with Sati and she often comes to play. You also know that Elizabeth is teaching me magic, right? Lastly, Angela is here to teach Sati how to cook. Just explode. Silver says quietly. Crook nods many times. No, why does it come to that? I explain why they are here, right? Although it's not strange if I'm told to explode if I explain it all like this. If we didn't come, then Masaru, you would be having lunch surrounded by beauties, right? That can't be forgiven. From other people's perspective, this is indeed an enviable situation. But aside from Sati, there is nothing really going on. Although I have a slight feeling there might be. It's not like there is something just because we ate together. Hey, you eat Angela's home cooking today. A chance to eat the homemade cooking of a beautiful priestess does not come often. Be grateful. I guess that's also true. Rather than that, the continuation of that topic from before. The rest of the story about the slave merchant. Right. I think I left it at the number 4 girl. So, about the 4th girl, oh she was beautiful and she had a great figure. After finishing the story about the slave merchant, I also told them about Sati, that her eyes were bad since she was little and she was bullied because of it. Then she was sold by her parents and became a slave. Then, she wasn't selling at the slave merchant either, so I bought her just before she was to be sent to a brothel or a mine. Then I treated her eyes. I think I misjudged you. Yeah. That's not something anybody would usually be able to do. Right. I most certainly didn't buy her with improper intentions. I absolutely bought her because I sympathized with her. I really wanted to butcher you when I heard about how you slept together with her and had her wash your back. But if that's the case, then I guess there is no helping it. You guys also got quite a bit of income this time, right? You will be able to buy one soon too. No, it wouldn't be enough even if we put both of ours together. Then how about I lend you the rest? Nah, don't want to go into debt for that. I want to fall in love normally. It looks like neither of them can make up their minds. Well, normally, buying a slave to make her your wife is something of a last resort. They are somewhat interested in slaves, but, in the end, they want to fall in love normally. All boys are like that, right Tilda? Also, recently there is someone I came to like, said Silver. Ooh, he gave up on Liz-san and found another love. I was thinking that Nanya-san is nice, said Silver. I have no words to say. Why are these guys always after some impossible girl? Indeed, Nanya-san is lovely and she was free until very recently, but yeah, Nanya-san is cool and strong and also beautiful. For me I would like more of a gentle type I guess. Someone like Angela-san would be nice. Angela is out of the question. Angela would be wasted on someone like Crook. Yeah, I know. Don't glare at me like that. I guess I should tell Silver about it. Silver, about Nanya-san. You see, she has someone she likes. You know, Orba the leader of Twilight. But I heard that she isn't seeing anyone. Silver is dumbfounded. Even if they are not dating, she could still have someone she likes. He should have gone a step further to find out if she had someone she liked. Also, by now they are probably seeing each other already. I'm curious how things turned out. Let's ask Elizabeth about it later. I asked Elizabeth about it the next day, but apparently their immediate surroundings could somehow tell that Nanya-san was in love with Orba-san, but she didn't act like it at all. So Elizabeth was about the only one who knew. It would be harsh to blame Silver for not investigating it enough. Now, let's all go and take a look at what the slave merchant has next time. Right? You said you wanted to see. I will go with you, Crook said. As the two of us tried to console Silver, Sati came to tell us that lunch is ready. The downhearted Silver seemed to have cheered up a bit from the delicious food. Crook frequently tried to strike up a conversation with Angela by flattering her cooking skills and such. Although he said he knows this guy. Let's make certain not to invite him in the future when Angela is here. The meal ended without anything particular happening. Then Crook and Silver went home. I told them to stay and eat dessert too, but they declined because they had training in the afternoon too. Maybe they read the atmosphere and refrained because of it. Angela and Elizabeth were about 30% more peaceful this time. I saw them out to the front door when they left. Weak people should go and make an effort to train. When I'm free I can serve as your opponent again. Today I only let my guard down a bit. I will make you grovel on the ground one day for sure. If you want to do that, then you should get another person at least. 3 against 1 might even be a challenge. Someone like Lazard-san is not allowed. Got it. I will tell Lazard-san that Masaru wants to do it. By then. After saying that, Crook quickly ran away. Silver thanked me for the food and also walked away. Hey, wait, you. That's not funny. Shit. What should I do if Lazard-san really comes? I remember his inhuman moves he displayed at the dragon fight. I absolutely can't fight against that. I will get split in half. Chapter 11, First Kiss. While we were eating the after-meal pudding, Angela showed me the books she brought. Even if we call them books, they are just simple notebooks. However, looking at their contents, they properly have table of content. The writing is neat and looks easy to read. Although, as one would expect, it doesn't have things like illustrations. Looking at their titles, The Dragon and the Wizard, The Golem Who Wanted to Become a Human, An Elf of the Forest and the Black Knight, The Dragon of the Fire-Spitting Mountain, The Elf Princess. They wouldn't be out of place even as a fairy tale on Earth. I guess dragons and elves are popular. That reminds me, apparently elves exist here, but I haven't seen one yet. Maybe they are thank you, Angela. You can give them back whenever you want, since there are other identical ones at the orphanage. Tilaka-chan lent me this one. Sati hands me 2 books. They are splendid leather-bound books that look expensive. Their titles are The History of the Gary Empire and The Founding of Lashura Kingdom. No matter how you look at them, they aren't books that you should make a child read who is still learning to read. Interesting, Tilaka-chan said. I see. Thank you. Flipping through them quickly, I see that they are really about the history of our neighboring empire and this country. Well, she should learn about history too, so I guess I will use them to read for her. I also have some interest in it. Angela went home after saying she will come by later, and Sati and Tilaka-chan is studying using the notebooks. Elizabeth and I moved to the living room and I asked her about Nanya-san. It went well, but she has a dissatisfied expression for some reason. Listen to this. It's all good and well until the part where Orba confessed to Nanya and she said okay, right. That's good indeed. Is there something else besides that? The problem is after that. It ended only with holding hands and smooching. Well, isn't that enough for their first time? Going all the way right after the confession sounds more problematic for me. There is no time. We are soon leaving the town. Then there will be no time for that. Your vacation is coming to an end soon. What will you do when the vacation is over? The vacation ends tomorrow. We will head to the Golbers Fortress the day after tomorrow. Then to the demon border. I heard that the demon border is a very dangerous place. That's right. So it's better to hurry it up, isn't it? You don't know when you will die. Is it that dangerous that they may die? Even when talking about the demon border, there are many types. The place where we are scheduled to go is not that dangerous, but the demon border is a place where no one knows what might happen, says Elizabeth, who didn't falter even against a dragon. It must be really something. I'm worried. And yet, only a smooch. Maybe I didn't get him fired up enough. A lady shouldn't say smooch smooch. You are being vulgar. Also, what about you, Elizabeth? Do you have experience? I don't have something like that. What about you anyway, Masaru? Of course, I don't. Stirring people up like that. In the end she doesn't have any experience. I look at the blushing Elizabeth. Her lips look really soft. It must feel nice to kiss them. While thinking that, my eyes met with Elizabeth's. Somehow we quietly lock eyes with each other. Her face is close. What's this? After all that talk about smooching, I started having strange thoughts and my heart is pumping. Elizabeth opens her mouth. As a test, how about a smoo? Masaru-sama, there is a big problem. It's Sati. That startled me. No, wait. What did Elizabeth say just now? What is it, Sati? I tried to make pudding, but there is no more firewood left. If firewood is the problem, then I have a few big logs in my item box. I have to cut them up. In that case, I will make some firewood now. Wait for a bit. I go outside to the garden and take out the logs and an axe. It's a bit difficult to do it without a stand. Well, the ground should suffice. I cut the logs with axe by relying on brute force. My strength went up, so it's amusing how well I can chop it, but it's still troublesome in the end. At times like this I should rely on the children. I should get some trees from the forest and have the children make firewood out of them. Still, I wonder what Elizabeth didn't finish saying just now. As a test, how about a smooch? Yeah, I can't think of anything other than that. But, a smooch, huh? Perhaps, maybe Elizabeth likes me perchance. I thought she is just coming to eat to a friend's place. But maybe she ... No, it's no good. If I ask her, do you like me? Now, there is a chance she would just make fun of me. If it's just that, then it's not a huge problem. But if she starts to keep her distance because of that and she doesn't come over anymore, then that would be very damaging for me. I go back to the living room. When Elizabeth looked my way, she haughtily turned her head away. About what you wanted to say just now. I was just joking, she says while facing away from me. I see. That's right. I'm glad I didn't ask anything weird. I almost embarrassed myself. Maybe I should also learn how to cook. Elizabeth mumbled unexpectedly. I guess you should. If you can't do any housework, then Nanya-san will keep being worried about you. How about you try and get Angela to teach you a bit today? Apparently Tilaka-chan also became able to do it somewhat lately. I guess. After that, Elizabeth told me about the details of the request regarding the demon border. The request consists of creating a pioneer village, guarding it, and eliminating the surrounding monsters. With that pioneer village, they will be able to build a strong fortress that will serve as a foothold for further into the demon border. When the pioneer village is established, it will become a base for the army and for adventurers, and with that it will expand the domain of humans. The mission will take multiple months. To a certain extent they will return to the Gulbers fortress by taking turns, but they will basically be living in the demon border the whole time. However, many high-level parties will also be participating and it won't be as dangerous as the dragon battle before, she said. Hey, Masaru, I already asked this before, but want to come with us? I can't leave Sati here after all. I can't really bring her with me either, right? Looking at Elizabeth's earnest expression, I thought that maybe if Sati wasn't in the picture, then maybe I would have ended up going with her. Although if I seriously wanted to go with her, then there was the option of leaving Sati to Angela or Tilaka-chan. In the end I was just scared of the demon border I heard about in stories before. That's true. It would be sad if you just left Sati behind, Elizabeth said with a lonely expression. Then why don't you stay instead, Elizabeth? There is no need for you to go the demon border even at the risk of your life, right? It's not a bad idea. This house is very comfortable to live in anyway. Saying that, Elizabeth shows a tender expression. Then, but I can't. That wouldn't be my way of living my life. I've been fighting since the day I left my home. I will soon be able to reach A rank too. I have no time to stand still. Ranks like A or S, are they that important, I wonder? So much that you would want to risk your life for them? We left our home with Narnia when I was 14. Many things happened. You see. Many things? An attack by monsters. My and Narnia's father lost their life that time. You don't need to make that face. It's a common story. Also, my family is a military family. So then my older brother succeeded the position, but I almost ended up married away. My husband-to-be was an over 30 years old man. I didn't want that, so I ran away and became an adventurer. Elizabeth had a talent for magic since she was little. Narnia-san excelled as a knight. They had the strength to be successful as adventurers since the beginning. But they weren't used to the adventuring business. Many times they ended up endangering their lives because they reached too far. Each time Elizabeth was saved by Narnia-san. There was no need for Narnia to become an adventurer at all. Even so, she stuck beside me the whole time and saved me time and time again. It was because of Elizabeth's selfishness that they ended up as adventurers. Even if we disregard Elizabeth's running away from home as something that can't be helped, they didn't need to choose something as dangerous as being adventurers. It was my dream since I was little to become an adventurer. Also, if I could become a high-ranking adventurer, then I would be able to clear the name of my dead father a bit. They got by for about half a year with just the two of them, but as expected, they reached a limit. With small ones like orcs, their earning were bad too. They formed temporary parties a few times, but even if their abilities were sufficient, they are a duo of pretty girls. There were many troubles. When they were on the cusp of distrusting all men, Obasan appeared. Even as an adventurer, his interactions with them was gentlemanly. He was handsome. He had the ability. Narnia-san's evaluation was very high, it seems. Now that she thinks of it, Narnia-san had fallen for Orba-san at that time. Since they joined the Dawn's Battleleaks, there were a few cases where they undertook a dangerous request, but very rarely could it be called reaching too far. After gaining 3 skillful vanguards, Elizabeth's magic showed its true value. Although dangerous, but steady working conditions, steady income. By sending the money she earns home, she made her elder brother approve of her adventurer work. After 3 years, while putting her own and Narnia's life in danger many times, they finally were able to reach B rank. Reaching a rank would make them heroes. Then she could show those people that made fun of her late father. "Hey, Masaru." After both of them kept silent for some time, Elizabeth called out once again. "After I get back from the demon border, should we continue where we just left off?" I didn't hear what was it that she said with a small voice. Never mind. "When I get back from the demon border, let me eat some pudding again." "Okay, I will treat you to plenty." Elizabeth also helped with dinner. She overturned the pan and it became a commotion. "I'm currently fidgeting while waiting for my turn for the bath." Tilaka-chan already finished taking a bath. Currently it should be Angela getting washed by Sati. "I got washed yesterday, but there is big difference emotionally between she coming in versus me going in. If I think how a naked Sati is waiting for me, I get nervous." Angela comes out and Elizabeth goes in her place. "I'm next after this." Sitting on the sofa, Angela looks a bit more blushed than she usually does. I tried asking her, "Did it feel good?" "Considerably." "I see. Masaru, you don't have her wash your entire body, right?" "Just my head and back." "I see. Then it's fine." Elizabeth also came out. "She looks refreshed." "That's Sati. She is good." "Don't want to give that girl to me?" No, I won't give her." "What are you saying when you are scheduled to go to the demon border?" "Is that so?" "Well, it's fine. Go in quickly. Sati is waiting for you." "Sati, what kind of washing method did you use on those two?" As I timidly entered the bath, I found Sati there with a towel wrapped around her. "I'm relieved." "Good work, Sati. You can do it if you try." Angela-sama said that I should be like this when it's Masaru-sama's turn. "I see." As expected of Angela, she has common sense. "That's good, isn't it?" "It looks good on you, MN. You should keep it this way in the future. I understand." She looks a bit disappointed. "Do you want to show your naked body to me that much?" "I'm also nearing my limit. Maybe when it's just the two of us I should let her show me." I got washed the same way as yesterday, then the two of us got into the bath. Today she didn't say she wanted wash my front too. Maybe that's also because of Angela. That really helps me out a lot. If she were to wash my front too, then I wouldn't be able to hold out, I think. Today I calmly get out of the bath and properly dry myself. Of course, quickly, because Sati is following behind me. She wanted to help me dry myself, but I declined. Because Sati, you are still stark naked. The next day, I'm making pudding since the morning, in large quantity. I bought ice to cool them and also made temporary refrigerators. Make some pudding and fried meat for me. Of course, tartar sauce too. I will pay as much as you want. About how much? I want at least 2 months worth, so I can eat it whenever I want over there. Unexpectedly a lot. Well, you can preserve it as much as you want in the item box. But how much is 2 months worth anyway? Counting with 60 days with 2 meal a day, it's 120 meals worth. If I count fried meat with the amount that Elizabeth eats with 300 grains for a meal, and since it's for 120 meals, it's 36 kilograms of fried meat. I have a feeling this won't be an easy matter. First I make pudding, then cool it, make and cool it. The refrigerator gets full in no time. Then the temporary refrigerators also fill up. I bought a lot of containers, and since the amount of horse milk they had for sale at the shop wasn't enough, I went to the source, that was the horse ranch, and bought up a large amount of it. Let's see. 2 per day. No, that way. 1 per day, please. Elizabeth was looking at the finished puddings, looking satisfied. She is looking over them while smiling. For the making of the fried meat in the afternoon, Angela helped out. The amount of wild rabbit wasn't enough, so we used dragon meat and the meat of a huge wild boar as supplement. We also used up all the mayonnaise for making a large amount of tartar sauce. We need to make more mayo again. Sorry for that, children. If you want to blame someone, blame Elizabeth. Right after we finished them, we put them in Elizabeth's item box. Apparently, she ran out of space partway, so she took out some miscellaneous items and some clothes. Then she put more of the fried meat in. Even if it's 2 months worth, It's for one person. I feel that the ingredients themselves ended up less than I expected, but the problem is the containers. The puddings are each in ceramic containers, so their combined weight is huge. Don't you need to bring those tools and clothes with you? I will carry with me as much as I can. It's not a big deal if I don't have the clothes anyway. No number. You would be fine without the fried meat too, wouldn't you? No, I wouldn't. It would be a problem if I didn't have it. How much do you like that fried meat? Late afternoon we finally finished everything, so Elizabeth is putting her things into a bag and checking its weight. The bag is filled to bursting, but there is still quite a bit of luggage left over. Are you fine carrying something heavy looking as that? Yeah, since we are moving mostly by carriage. Please look after the luggage I left here. That's fine, but won't you be needing these? There will be regular service over there if it goes as planned, so I would be fine even if I end up only with the things on my person. Since I'm a mage. That's how big a deal is the fried meat is. Huh. Well, putting aside the pudding, you could make fried meat over at the demon border too. I should make her learn how to make it next time she comes back. I will think about it. Cooking looks easy, but it's unexpectedly difficult. Huh. Nah. Flipping over the pan and breaking plates that extravagantly. You are the only one like that, Elizabeth. The next morning, all of us are seeing off Elizabeth, Sati and Tilika-chan. Angela is also here. Farewell, all of you. Be diligent even when I'm not here. No, we should be saying that. Please be careful, Elizabeth-sama. Request. Do your best. Really look after yourself properly, alright? If it gets really dangerous it's okay to just use fly and escape. At the end I hand her a piece of paper. I wrote the method for making pudding and fried meat in detail. I don't know if you will be able to get the ingredients for them over there, but if so, then have Narnia-san make them for you or something. Thank you, Masaru. Elizabeth said that and hugged me tightly. Then as she was backing away, she kissed me lightly by just putting her lips on mine. That was my first kiss. You should feel honored, she whispered to me by my ears. While I was frozen from surprise, Elizabeth promptly left by walking away. Chapter 12. Don't misunderstand. Are you feeling lonely now that Elizabeth is gone? While I was looking in the direction where Elizabeth has gone, Angela asked me that. A bit. If I was alone I might have felt like dying. Then I looked at the face of Sati, who was standing right next to me, and smiled. Right, I also have Sati with me. You too, Angela. You sounded like you were also quite worried about her. I thought you two were on bad terms with each other since you were always fighting. It's not like I especially hate her or anything, but since she was taking shots at me I returned the favor. Is that how it was? Anyway, that one at the end. Does it mean what I think it means? She said it was her first kiss too. But this is different culture. I wonder how deep of a meaning it has. I thought that the culture of romance wasn't that different here from what I heard, but nothing came up in those talks about kissing itself. Sati and Tilika-chan went in before us to clean up after breakfast. Should I ask about it? I don't know if it's alright to ask something like this. See, I'm from a faraway country, right? There are many kinds of customs. So then Elizabeth, well, at the end, kissed? It was just a short moment and I thought maybe she didn't see because it was in her blind spot, but it looks like she saw it perfectly. Yeah, I was wonder what degree of affection does it represent. Back at home you only did it if you liked them quite a bit, but I wonder if it's done casually here. She said it was her first kiss, but there are countries like Italy where they smooch as a greeting. Or was that on the cheeks? We don't do that casually. Elizabeth sincerely likes you, Masaru. If you don't realize it then it's just too sad for her. She said before that she was only joking, so I thought it was something that's done casually here, but it seems it's not that different from Japan. So does that mean that? The reason why she said it was a joke. Sorry. I knew she held a degree of affection for me, but I thought it was as a friend or as her disciple maybe. Yeah. She isn't too honest about her feelings sometimes. You see, in the past there was a girl who I got along well with, so I tried to confess to her, but the result was a resounding defeat. She said she liked me as a friend, but not that way. After that we grew distant because of the awkwardness from that, and this happened 2 times. Even if I notice the affection they show me, I can't tell if it's from simple friendship or maybe just out of courtesy, or maybe it's really romantic affection. I can't tell. I see. So ever since, I became afraid of things like that. Don't worry, Elizabeth and Sati too, they sincerely like you, Masaru. There is no way to misunderstand Sati, but to think that Elizabeth too. Me too. I also like you, Masaru. So don't misunderstand. After saying that, Angela went into the house, leaving me there like that. After calming my emotions for a bit, I went into the house. But Angela left at the same time, saying that she will come by later. I'm thankful because I was a bit embarrassed to be face to face with her. Well then, I guess we should prepare and take Tilaka-chan to the guild. Okay. First escort Tilaka-chan, then leave Sati at the training field. Then hunt on the grasslands since we are out of wild rabbit meat. After that, cut wood for firewood. Today's schedule should be something like this. Let's think about Angela later at length. I'm a bit dazed right now. We arrive at the guild and take Tilaka-chan to the vice guild master's place. Sorry about this. Every day I want to thank you somehow. Do you have something in mind? Should I bring another bottle of that alcohol? It's made at an acquaintance's granary, you see. Normally you can't get a hold of it easily. Drevin is her boss at the guild, but to Tilaka-chan, who doesn't have a family, he is also something much like her guardian apparently. That sounds good. That alcohol tasted very good. But you don't have to mind it that much. Sati is happy about it and Tilaka-chan doesn't eat that much anyway. If you compare the amount of food Tilaka-chan eats to how much the big eater Sati eats, it's only a very small amount. Also, I'm helped out by the guild many times. Really, I'm very grateful that I can receive guidance at the training field for free. I see. Well, then I will go and get some of that alcohol next time. Okay, Sati, let's go to the training field. Understood, Masaru-sama. Bye for now, Tilaka-chan. Bye-bye, Anit-chan. When we went to the training field, Samson-san was looking after a young adventurer. As we called out to him, he left that person behind and came over to us. It's good that you've come. Let's train you well today too. Yes, Instructor Dono. Is that fine to leave that other person there just like that? He looks like he doesn't know what to do after being left like that. The number of instructors is limited, so personal training normally happens on a first-come first-served basis. If no one is free, then they wait while training by themselves. He is already a fully fledged adventurer. It's obviously more important to teach Sati-chan, who is still a trainee. But yeah, I guess. Masaru, you go and take care of him. Just for a short while. I have something to care of after this. Hey, you there, get this one to be your opponent. I get pushed by Samson-san towards the adventurer. I take a wooden sword and stand in front of the adventurer. From what I've seen before when he was fighting with Samson-san, he is about the same as Crook, or a bit stronger. I don't think there will be a problem with me being his opponent. Well then, I will be your opponent. I take a stance with a wooden sword. The adventurers in this world are all tall and have a good build. Well then, is everyone else like that too, you may ask? But among people that just walk around or work in shops, there are smaller people like normal. Most likely adventurers are people that were blessed with a good build and good reflexes, so they become adventurers because of that. Oi, Pipsqueak. Are you with that girl? Cutting in like that, you bastards. You should bring her too. I will make sure to take real good care of her. This one is quite big too, compared to me, who is 160 centimeters. He is a head taller than me and also well built. The short and thin me must look like I would go flying with one tackle. His tone sounds very much like he is making fun of me. However, I'm somewhat pissed. It's true that I'm a pipsqueak, but the fact that he had his eyes on Sati, that I can't forgive. Also, it's not like we forced our way into the line. It looks like there is a need for some educational guidance. Now, I can use recovery magic, so you can come at with all you've got. Or maybe you are afraid of this pipsqueak. What? You fucking pipsqueak, don't you run away. I will hit you black and blue. Damn, he's a bit scary. Since he lacks the sense of pressure compared to Orba-san from Dawn or Lazard-san, I got carried away a bit, but he is scary after all. Now that I think of it, this is the first time I'm fighting with someone other than Crook and Silver or the instructors. He must have realized that I got a bit scared. He is getting close while grinning. Right after taking an overhead position, he starts striking immediately. I defend against it with my shield. Then I hit his torso lightly with a counter. It's over the armor, but it should be somewhat painful. Good, he is not that strong after all. I shouldn't have been afraid of him. He must be angry after taking a hit. He comes after me with a bright red face. However, he lost his cool and his movements got sloppy. While eluding his attacks, I called out with, hey, don't neglect your legs. kicked him and made him trip. Jend, calmly watch his movements. Masaru, you do it more seriously too. As I was playing a bit, there came some instructions from Samson-san. The adventurer called Jend also got up, and this time he carefully took some distance. Seriously? Huh. I can't do a skillful trick like stopping my sword just before hitting, but we are using wooden swords and he has armor on too, so nothing serious should happen. If I fight with the instructors seriously, they can handle me easily too, and I held back against Crook and Silver to a certain degree. I didn't get into any fights in Japan. I'm afraid of hurting people, and I'm more afraid of this guy that's calmly sending his killing intent my way. But this is training. Also, he need punishment since she tried to make a move on Sati. I'll have to do it. Jend was hit by a counter, so now he is using a wait-and-see approach. So I will attack him from my end. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. This guy is weaker than I thought. Not at all the same as Crook. But he must have underestimated me, thinking that because of my small stature I was focused on doing many hits. He is taking a light stance, aiming to match my movements. I see. I deflected his wooden sword with my shield using a brute force approach, getting him off guard. Then I hit his temporal region mercilessly with my sword. It was over the helmet, but I felt plenty of feedback. The opponent collapsed onto the ground, groaning. Shit, it hit square inches. The head. Heal. Oi, are you alright? Jen stood up while shaking his head. Fuck, another match. He is glaring at me hard. If you glare at me that much I'll be scared. I shouldn't have done this. I hit him good once, so I'm satisfied and don't want to hit anymore. But this guy is still rearing to go. But after this I have something to take care of. So just one more time, okay? I told him while acting like I was calm. There were a few instances where I got the chills, but after hitting him with 3 good hits, Jen collapsed. After collapsing he started coughing. The last body hit may have broke some of his ribs. There, I will heal you now. Maybe thanks to the heals, his breathing finally normalized. Sorry. Your name was Masaru, right? You are strong. Huh. Sorry I called you Pipsqueak and made fun of you. Nah, we also took your instructor, so we should be even. My heart is a bit pained. My strength is just borrowed from a cheat skill after all. This person must have trained himself until he bled. With my original strength, not even Crook, but I wouldn't be able to win against Sati even. I feel really apologetic after being told that I'm strong like that. I see. Would you be my opponent sometime after this too? What? If we talk normally, he is not that bad of a person. His face is scary though. Yeah, if there is an opportunity, then I'll have to get going now. I call out to Sati and leave the training field. Well then, I will head to the grasslands after this. But there is some way I have to swing by first. I am once again here at the slave merchant's place. This time I normally go through the door. The same bald person was there to receive me as last time. Come to think of it, I didn't even hear his name. Oi, young man. Is that girl faring alright? Are you perhaps here to return? No number. She is working well. I'm here for a different matter today. Is that so? She is working well. I'm happy to hear that. He must be imagining some weird things. But it's too troublesome to explain, so I'll leave it at that. Then are you here for a further purchase? We got some new girls. No number. There was an older big sister on the rightmost side last time, right? Is she still here? If she is still here, then I could even buy her perhaps. I have the money for it. To tell the truth, I hesitated before coming here. However, when I'm talking with Sati, she mentions the big sister frequently. Apparently she took very good care of her. Do you want to meet her again? When I asked her, Sati shook her head. She said if I was bought by someone, then I should forget her and serve my master properly. She will do the same if it comes to that. So it's alright. I see. That big sister sure is manly. But Sati was a bit teary-eyed. She probably wants to meet her after all. Her. She was sold some time ago. Damn. I should have come earlier. But I only got the money 2 days ago, and since Elizabeth was there, she might have wanted to come with me. I see. Where were she sold to? That falls under the private information of our client, so I can't really tell. No number. It's for my girl. You see, she apparently got along well with her, so she was worried about how she is doing now. If that's the case, I can't tell you who exactly, but she was bought by a wealthy individual to make her a maid. I haven't heard any bad rumors about that person, so she should be in good hands, I think. I see. Good. Sati should be happy to hear that. Also, the girl who was the most expensive. That girl was also sold, I'm afraid. It's a bit of a shame. Well, it's not like I have the money to buy her anyways. Will you take a look at them today? I will make the preparations. No. Thank you. I have something to do after this. Thank you for telling me. Well then, saying that I left the store behind. Dangerous. If I carelessly were to look at them, I might buy another one. I'm the type to take a kitten home if I come across one. Chapter 13, Sooty Development Plan. I exited through the gate and went to the grasslands. I prepare my throwing knives and keep an eye out for wild rabbits as I slowly advance. After I hunted a few of them, the forest came into my view. I make sure that nothing is coming out of the forest and carefully walk closer. It wouldn't be bad if something like hawks came out. They would be good source of experience points, but it would be scary if some weird things came out. Let's leave immediately. Once I finished cutting the trees, I choose an enormous tree, then cut it down with my black sword. The blade cuts the tree without getting stuck. Bakibaki. Zahn, a loud sound reverberates through the quiet forest as the tree falls over. That was an unexpectedly loud sound. I have to hurry before monsters get lured over by the sound. I cut down 2 others in the same manner and store them. After I made sure that nothing came out of the forest, I put some distance between me and the forest by running. On the way back, I leisurely hunted the wild rabbits. Today's harvest amount turned out to be 26. I check the requests at the Adventurers Guild, and since there is one for the delivery of wild rabbit meat, I accept it and then complete it. On the way, I go to the Trader Guild and sell the fur. By the way, I asked the old guy at the reception if the Adventurers Guild loses profit if I sell the materials at the Trader Guild, but apparently it's set up in a way that the Adventurers Guild receives a part of the profit if an adventurer sells materials at the Trader Guild. They leave the troublesome tasks to the Trader Guild entirely and even get some of the profit from it. The Trader Guild also obtains a large amount of materials, so they are happy with it. It's a win-win relationship indeed. You are Masaru-sama, right? The mantle made from the pelt of the huge wild boar is finished. Ooh, I completely forgot. The pelt of the huge wild boar is beautifully tanned. It's so soft and fluffy. The burn mark I made with magic doesn't stand out anymore. It looks like it will become colder from now on, so it's good that it looks nice and warm. Should I buy something for Sooty too? A fluffy fur coat should look great on her. I leave the guild and head towards the orphanage. At this hour, Angela should be at the clinic. Oh my, Aunt Chan is over at the clinic if you are looking for her. Saying that, Sister Matilda came to greet me. No, I wanted to request help with a task today. I go out to the garden and take out all 3 of the trees I've cut. Oh my, those are some big trees. You want to make firewood out of them? Alright, but with this size it will take from maybe half a year to a year until they dry out. From half a year to a year? I knew they had to be dried out, but I didn't think it would take more than half a year. I thought it would at most take 1 to 2 months. Want to take the firewood we have in exchange? I would feel bad if I did that. In short, they just have to be dried, right? Isn't it the fire magics, which is only good for heating water and burning things, place to shine right now? I'll try to see for a bit if I can dry it out with fire magic. I cut off an around 50 centimeters long part of the tree from the end, then I try using fire magic on it. Slowly, the same way as heating water. Shusha, steam started rising from the wood. Ooh, it's going nicely. When I got careless like this, I apparently put too much mana in. The wood suddenly caught on fire. I hurriedly splashed some water on it with magic. I cut off another part of the tree and try again. After a while, steam stopped coming out of the tree. I check it by cutting it with an axe. I show the wood block, which is still somewhat warm, to Matilda-san. How is it? Oh my, I think it should be just fine. It looks like you could use this as firewood right away. It looks like this will work. I had the children, who are watching what happened, help out with the cutting of the branches. I use fire magic on the tree that's been stripped, but since the size is that much bigger, the mana consumption also rises sharply. When I finished drying out all 3 of them after about 1 hour, my MP almost ran out. This is intense. For an ordinary person, even 1 should be hard to dry out. It doesn't look like I can start a business for drying out firewood. Done. I'm wiped. I overused my mana somewhat. I don't want to do anything else today anymore. Let's sleep. I gave 1 tree's worth of firewood to the orphanage. The other two's worth will be delivered to me when they are done. Then I will trouble you with it. As I tried to leave, I was held back by Sister Matilda. Won't you check in with Chan before you go? Yeah. We will meet this afternoon anyway. Maybe she caught on how I hesitated a bit, but she really got into it. Oh my, did something happen perhaps? You have to get along. Well, you see. Well, we get along, or should I say, get along too well. She said she likes me, so it's embarrassing to be face to face with her. No way I would say this. Well, you see. I lower my voice so no one else could hear. Since there are many children around too, please don't tell anyone else, okay? A short while ago Angela said she likes me, so it's kind of hard to meet her now. Oh my arm got grabbed and I was brought to a corner of the garden. She also shooed away the children. Then, what will you do now? That's just it, that I don't know what to do. There is also Sati too. Oh, the Beast Race girl, right. She is cute, isn't she? Bring her over next time. Okay. But yeah, I think having 2 or 3 girls like her around just shows your dependability as man. Hey, isn't your religion in favor of monogamy? That's just for show. For show. According to what Sister Matilda told me, the lack of men is a serious problem. Even if women are also able to fight, there are still overwhelmingly more men who work as adventurers or soldiers. Then they fight against monsters and die. Women get left behind. It's natural progression that polygamy becomes normal, and this tendency have been continuing for a long time now. Apparently, the temple doesn't want to bring up an old doctrine and lose followers over it either. So are you saying that Angela confessed to me while being well aware of the existence of Sati? That's right. Well, it's not an unusual thing, so I don't think she minds it. It's not like Chan dislikes that girl or something, right? They get along well. Then it's alright. Just bam, do it. Do what? I was thinking this, but there is something to Sister Matilda's words too. Being an adventurer means that you can die anytime. Even I got into situations 3 times since I got here where a wrong step would have meant my death. Need to take the opportunity while it's available. There must be many stories where people died suddenly, leaving their partner behind. So how about you, Masaru-chan? Do you like Chan? I like her, but I wonder what part of me was it that Angela came to like? That part one don't really understand. She is not a glutton like Elizabeth either. I sometimes bring her some presents and I bragged about defeating the dragon, but that's about it I think. But if you listen to it properly, then you can notice that all I did was shoot one spell. I'm also short and not particularly handsome. My job is insecurely being an adventurer. Apparently being a mage is a big plus in this world, but she is a mage too, so I don't think that alone could cause her to fall for me. In these 23 years, this is the first time I was this popular. It's really puzzling. Yeah, maybe you tickled her motherly instincts. Like when you went to the forest. She was really worried about you. She looked like she can't concentrate on her work at all. That was the first time I saw her break a plate. Motherly instincts. Huh, maybe it was because I'm small. Is she into younger boys? She told me I looked like a 15 years old when I met her too. At any rate, Chan is level-headed, so if she told you that she likes you, then it's the truth. So you have to respond to her feelings. Respond to her feelings? How? By kissing? My face gets red from imagining. You just have to normally tell her you like her. I see. That's right. That comes first. I got ahead of myself. Thank you very much, Sister Matilda. I feel much better now. Is that so? Then I'm glad. Also, please keep this a secret for sure. I know that, said Sister Matilda while laughing. Will this really be fine? I go to the training field of the guild and wait at a place where I won't be found, so I don't become a hindrance to Sati. Sati started just not long ago, but her movements got a lot better. Maybe I should use some points soon. It's too suspicious if I raise it too fast, so I will do one level at a time. If she reaches level 3, then both the bow and sword will be usable in a real battle too. As I was deep in thought, Sergeant Dono came along. What is it? You look pretty tired. Yeah, well, I overused my mana a bit. So I explained to Sergeant Dono how I was making firewood. Wouldn't it have been better to cut it into smaller pieces or put some notches in it? If it's just a big tree, then there is not path for the steam to come out, so it consumes extra mana unnecessarily. As expected of Sergeant Dono. I didn't even think of that. Let's do just that next time. Then, how is Sati doing? She has potential. Her reflexes are not bad either. If she keeps this up for a month diligently, then it will be fine to put her in a real battle. 1 month. Huh. Let's allocate some points after all. Then we will earn more points and strengthen her even more. Let's make Sati into a warrior exceeding me and Lazard-san. I chuckled a bit after imagining a scene of Sati peerlessly plunging into a group of orcs. It's quite a comical sight. Sergeant Dono looked at me questioningly after seeing me laugh, so I told him about what I just imagined. Yeah, you can't tell from that appearance of hers, but they say that beast people are born with a fighting instinct. She should be able to fight splendidly in a real battle. Is that how it is? She is desperately training like that. How can you, as her master, not believe in her? That's true. I think Sati is doing her best. Sati's training came to an end. We popped into Tilaka-chan's place, then we headed home. I think we should eat out today. You know, at the place where we drank that juice. I'm tired today, so I don't want to cook. Sati must be tired from training too. Yes, you can order whatever you like. You can drink as much juice as you want to. Can I really? Because Sati is doing her best with training. Thank you very much, Masaru-sama. It was a bit early for lunch at the Dragon's Breath restaurant, so there weren't many guests. We sit at a suitable place and I read the menu on the wall to Sati. She's become able to read somewhat, but she still can't read it all. Sati is hesitating on which one should she choose with sparkling eyes. A clerk came to take our orders. A daily special and this steak, please. Sati, have you decided yet? Yes. This ... and this please. You can order more, you know. Then that one too. Don't want more? ... Then that one too please. Well, it should be fine with this. They serve a substantial amount here. Even Sati will probably leave some of it. Also, 2 fruits juice for her and 1 for me, please. I watch Sati as she looks around restlessly as we are waiting for the food. I think Sati became a bit rounder than before. Must be because I let her eat plenty every day and she also exercises. She is still slender, but she doesn't look like skin and bones like before. The food is being brought. Taste worthy of a professional. Angela is also good at cooking, but her cooking feels more like home cooking, so it gives off a different impression. Especially this steak. All they did was fry this steak, but I wonder why it's this delicious. Is there a difference with the method of frying or the processing? I wonder. When I let Sati eat a slice of it, she said it's delicious, with her face beaming. Should I let Sati be an apprentice here in the future? Would the old man teach her? I wonder. Sati ate everything. However, she forced herself to finish it, so she looks to be in pain. You didn't need to force yourself to eat it all. We speak as we walk away from the shop. But to leave them, even though they were that delicious, we could have just asked them to pack it up for us! Exclamation mark. It looks like she didn't think of that. Let's go there again sometimes. Yes, Masaru-sama. When we got home I had Sati sit beside me. I went to the slave merchant earlier today! Exclamation mark. Sati was surprised and looked like she will cry. It seems this subject is still very delicate for her after all. No, it wasn't about Sati. You know, there was that big sister you got along well before, right? Yes. Sati looks relieved, but she once again puts on an uneasy expression. Is there something about big sister? Yeah. Apparently she went on to be a maid in a wealthy person's mansion. They said the person who bought her is a good person, so she will be well taken care of. Is that true? I was wondering about it the whole time. But Big Sister said that if I was bought then forget everything that happened there immediately. Good for you. They couldn't tell me exactly where she went, but she must be living happily. You went out of your way to ask about it, right? Thank you very much, Masaru-sama. I just dropped in on the way. Well then, the next is treating her eyes. First, I open the menu and raise Restoration Magic to level 4. Restoration Magic level 4. 1. Heal, small. 2. Heal, detoxify. 3. Regeneration, cure disease. 4. Area heal, extra heal. Extra heal. This looks useful. If this doesn't work either, then let's raise it to level 5. I tear away Sati, who is hugging me tightly. Well then, let's try to cure your eyes one more time today. Can you close the windows and make the room dark? I make Sati close her eyes after she came back to the sofa. Extra heal beginning chant. To be expected of level 4, its chant is long. It must be about the same length as the firestorm spell of the same level. A huge amount of mana is also being gathered, so much so that I've become a bit hesitant whether if it's a good idea to pour all this mana into Sati. Maybe I shouldn't have done this immediately, but test it in some other way before instead. The chant is finished. I hesitated a bit, but thinking that it's too late for that now, I activated the magic. A glow lights up the darkness. Then the light that shone in Sati's eyes vanished immediately. Good, then open your eyes slowly. Slowly, okay? Sati opens her eyes slowly. Right after she looked towards me for a bit, she hurriedly closed her eyes shut. What happened? Shit, was this some kind of mistake? No, I can see, but suddenly my field of vision. Sati is blinking continuously, then she looks my way. It's alright now. If I focus like before, then I see things extremely closely, so I was surprised by that. I see. It's the effect of Hawkeye's. It seems her eyes got healed properly. I let out a sigh of relief. This time it should be healed for real. Try to not move around today until you get used it. You don't need to do anything until Angela comes over in the afternoon. Yes, Masaru-sama. What is it? Thank you very much. It's okay. Since I'll be having Sati work in the future, even more so than before. Yes, Masaru-sama. I'll do my best. I bring some pudding over and the two of us eat them in the dark living room. While we were eating, I listened to Sati telling me about her training. It seems she is being trained quite thoroughly. The instructors there are fundamentally Spartan types. Well, adventurers are also betting their lives, so no one complains and they just do it. As I listen to Sati, I check her skills. Skill points 10p, oral detection level 3, olfactory detection level 2, sturdy. Hawkeye's, cooking level 1, housework level 1, swordsmanship level 1, archery level 1, evasion level 1, shield level 1. She got 4 new combat skills. Let's raise swordsmanship and archery by 1 level each. Next, I will raise them to level 3 after seeing how things turn out, and then it will be time for real battles. As a general idea, my plan is to take our distance and bring down the enemy with magic and arrows. If we can't take them down with it, then I will take the front and do something. I can use levitation too, so I don't think it will be hard to get away if it gets dangerous. Skill points 25p. Swordsmanship level 4, body enhancement level 2, skill reset, Razgrad World Standard Language. Everyday magic, clock, fire magic level 4, shield level 2, evasion level 1, spearmanship level 1, hand-to-hand combat level 1, stamina recovery enhancement, willpower. Archery level 1, throwing skills level 2, covert action level 3, stealthy steps level 2, sense presence level 2, mana perception level 1, common magic, recovery magic level 4, high-speed chanting level 5, cooking level 2, water magic level 1, wind magic level 1. Sati, how are your eyes? Yes, they are amazing. I got the hang of controlling them too. Good, then I don't need to raise recovery magic even more. Let's raise wind and water. Water magic level 3. 1, water ball. 2, water whip, water bullet. 3, water wall, ice and snow. Wind magic level 3. 1, wind bullet. 2, wind blade, wind wall. 3, lightning, windstorm, flight. There are 15 points remaining. Even if I raise Earth to 3, it will only cost me 10, so let's do that. I think I will take Sense Presence level 3 and Evasion level 2 with the remaining 5 points. I wonder if it's alright to use all my points. I won't be able to use Skills Reset for a good while either, so let's make sure to stay away from danger during this month. Skill points 0p. Swordsmanship level 4, body enhancement level 2, skill reset, Razgrad World Standard Language. Everyday magic, clock, fire magic level 4, shield level 2, evasion level 2, spearmanship level 1, hand-to-hand combat level 1, stamina recovery enhancement, willpower. Archery level 1, throwing skills level 2, covert action level 3, stealthy steps level 2, sense presence level 3, mana perception level 1, common magic, recovery magic level 4, high-speed chanting level 5, cooking level 2, water magic level 3, wind magic level 3, earth magic level 3, earth magic level 3. 1, earth bullet. 2, earth wall, hardening. 3, golem creation, rock bullet. The skill list somehow became jumbled up and hard to read. I think I will submit a request for improvement in my journal for today. Chapter 14, Templar Night Order. I spent the afternoon overseeing the reading and writing practice of Sati. We placed the chairs next to each other like usual and I'm reading her the fairy tales Angela lent us the other day. Elves, dragons, and orcs appear in them, but they greatly resemble the old Japanese tales, so they feel a bit nostalgic. I saw many stories like this in animes when I was little. From the forest an elf has appeared, and asked for his identity. Sati's education is going well. She's become able to cook easy meals and she can also read simple sentences. It must be a matter of determination after all. She is learning very quickly. If it continues like this, then it will only take a month for reading and writing to stop being a problem. Maybe I should try teaching her arithmetic soon. As usual, Tilaka-chan came over in the afternoon. Then after that Angela also came by. Angela is occasionally glancing my way while cooking, but as expected, she can't really talk about likes and stuff while Sati and Tilaka-chan are present. Neither can I. We have to have a talk by just the two of us somewhere. If we were at a school I would have called her out to behind the school building or the roof. When I was aiming for the time when Sati and Tilaka-chan was taking a bath, Angela also went in with them. I imagined them acting all kaya fufu. Then I agonized over that. After they got out of the bath she said she is going home for today. I see her out until the front door. Even Angela must have thought that it would be bad to just go home like this. It's about what happened this morning. Well, I like you Masaru. But it came to me that I didn't think about Masaru's feelings. Yeah, I also like Angela. It was just so sudden that I was startled. Really? Is that so? That's true. It was sudden. Right. So I think it should be fine to take it more slowly. So I would be happy if you acted the same around me as before. I understand. If Masaru wants that, then I will do that. After she said that she quickly went home. Was this good enough just now? I properly told her that I like her too. Although at the end it felt like it become an atmosphere similar to let's just be good friends from now on. By the way, Masaru was thinking that it wouldn't be a good idea to let a freshly out of bath girl go home alone. But Angela is proficient with not just magic, but she can also fight using a mace. She also carries a small mace with her that's not too conspicuous. I carry a weapon for self-defense just in case, but I don't think there would be anyone stupid enough to start a fight with a priestess. According to what Angela told me, there exists an armed force, called the Templar Knight Order, that belongs to the temple. They don't belong to any one country, but the mighty Templar Knight Order boast of a fighting potential that is comparable to a nation's. And since they are continuously fighting monsters day and night, protecting the people, they are well respected. Fools that pick a fight with the people of the temple don't live long. The next morning, as we were having breakfast, Angela came over. What happened? There is still soup and bread. Come eat with us before going back. Thank you. So, the Temple Knight Order will come to stay with us today. Huh? They have the same mission as Eri. So that's it. They're making a pioneer village in the demon border thing. Masaru, yesterday you said you hunted a lot of wild rabbits, right? Can you share some of it? If it's about that, then I will give you all of what I currently have of it. No need for money. It's only an amount that I can hunt in a day anyway, so I just need to go hunting again. Well, I thought you would sell it cheaply, but I would feel bad taking all of it for free. Those that I sell at the guild double in price at the town market. Since she was aware of that, she thought of buying it directly from me. Even if I sell it at the wholesale price of the guild, there is no loss for me in it. It's a donation. Also, they are going to the same place as Elizabeth, right? Yeah. If you say that it was a donation from someone related to Dawn's Batleaks, then they may look after Elizabeth over there a bit more. Angela is also happy about it. It may also prove helpful to Elizabeth. Isn't this two birds with one stone? That's true. If it's like that. After finishing the after-meal cleanup, before heading to the guild, we went to the orphanage. Oh my, this is Sati-chan. Ain't she a cute one? And she is Tilaka-chan, right? Sister Matilda came out to greet us like that. I leave Sati and Tilaka-chan in the care of the sister. Then we head to the dining hall. I have them prepare a container, then I start piling up wild rabbit meat. Masaru Dono, thank you for your donation. With this much it may be enough, said the priest Sama. Maybe enough? This wild rabbit meat, it's quite an amount. How many people will come? I heard it will be about 100 people. 100? That sounds tough. No wonder Angela came to buy up meat. They say that for the current pioneer village the temple is also cooperating in earnest. They will create one base first, then using that as a foothold, They will finally establish 5 pioneer villages. Then they will make a safe zone between the 5 villages and the Gorbas fortress. The project itself is very grand. Around when will the Night Order people arrive? I heard that around noon. Lunch and dinner for 100 people. Huh. I guess this won't be enough then. Let's hunt some more. I understand. I will go and hunt some more now. I think I will be able to get about the same amount. Thank you for going out of your way, Masaru Dono. No. I'm always thankful for the temple's help, although, it's mainly from Angela. After escorting Tilika-chan to the guild and leaving Sati at the training field, I explore the grasslands. It's for 100 people. Let's try doing it a bit seriously. I race all over the grasslands for 3 hours, hunting wild rabbits, raising scents presents to 3 really bore fruit. If I continue on like this, then I might break my top record. Partway, I even brought down a stray orc near the forest. However, I can't really spend too much time with this. This should be more than enough. When I got back to the temple, the Night Order already arrived. Knights wearing matching armors are gathering in the courtyard and the hall of the temple. There are tables and chairs they got from somewhere lined up in the courtyard, and there are a few people busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Angela was also working mixed in there. As I went to the dining hall while erasing my presents, the priest Sama and a member of the Night Order were talking. Ooh, Masaru Dono. You were quite fast. This person is the captain of the Adamantite squad of the Templar Night Order, Tushin Dono. We were introduced to each other and shook hands. Tushin-san is a knight with a short beard and looks to be someone in the prime of his life who served a longer military service. I was just listening to Priest Sama talk about you, Masaru Dono. He said that you donated a lot of wild rabbit meat. Sorry about that. Our guys are all big eaters. We shouldn't cause too much trouble to the people here either, so it really helps us out. No problem. I'm just happy to be of help to the Night Order gentlemen that are going to the demon border. Very admirable. We'll be grateful to Masaru Dono's goodwill and God. I heard that Masaru Dono's friend is also participating in this operation? Yes, she is the mage of the party named Dawn's Battleaxe, and her name is Elizabeth. She is my magic teacher. Teacher Dono. Is she? I will make sure to remember. I don't. It will make too much of a difference even if he remembers, but if I earn their gratitude even a little bit, they might be able to help her in some way. If these strong-looking people become Elizabeth's shield even a little, I might gain some peace of mind. Thank you very much. Then I will take out what I hunted just now. The tables in the dining hall are already being prepared for the meal, so we move to the food ingredients storage. There is also a refrigerator placed in the ingredients storage, but the room itself is just cooled by ice. I bring out more than 30 wild rabbits one after the other to the floor of the ingredients storage room. I of course didn't go as far as dismantling them with my item box. It would be highly suspicious if I didn't just hunt a great number of them, but even dismantle then. Also, there is an upside to not doing the dismantling too. If I do the dismantling, then only the fur and the meat remains, but the intestines and the brain, if they are used while fresh, are proper food ingredients too. This many since only this morning? I heard you were called Wild Rabbit Hunter, but this many? I'm sorry, but I will ask you to do the dismantling on your side. Of course. Let's make our squad members do it. Ha! Fresh wild rabbit. Ha! I look forward to it. Saying that, the captain held up a wild rabbit and took a long hard look at it. One strike with a knife to its vital spot. You have good skills despite being so young. Also, this many in a short time. In addition to that, I heard that Masaru Dono can use recovery magic and offensive magic too? Well, yeah. How about it? Do you want to try and join the Templar Night Order? I don't mind even if it's just to try it out. Our salaries are not too high, but it's a splendid job where we serve God by fighting. Working for the Templar Night Order also brings prestige with it. If you retire because of injury or old age, you will still be taken care of, and so on and so forth. I appreciate the offer, but the adventurer occupation suits me, you see. Also, I plan on making this town my center of operations. While I'm happy about the invitation, I'm sorry. Is that so? If I see a promising youngling, then I can't help but try and scout him, you see. Well, if you have anything that you have trouble with, then you can visit me anytime. I will help you out with it if I'm able. Then if I end up relying on him, then I will be put in with the Templar Knights. Right. Scary. Scary. What should we do with the pelts after dismantling? Do you need them at the orphanage? I brought down an orc too today, so financially I don't really need to bring them back with me. Let's see, as preparation for the winter, it would be welcome if we had belts. Then do it that way please. Thank you very much, Masaru Dono. As I left the dining hall my eyes met with Angela's, so I lightly waved my hand and went out to the courtyard. As expected, Angela probably won't be coming to our place today. When I tried saying goodbye to the captain and Priest Sama, I was held back by the captain. Please wait a moment. Masaru Dono. Hey guys, line up and listen well. The people of the order all stood up and looked our way at once. What the hell is about to happen? The adventurer Masaru Dono donated a lot of wild rabbit meat. Now, words of gratitude. Thank you very much, Masaru Dono. They said it suddenly and in a uniform voice. Even the timings of the words of thanks were in sync. It's that, isn't it? This is the origin of what the kids were doing. It was embarrassing, so I hurriedly left the temple behind while saying no problem, no problem. After I dropped by to the guild to receive the reward for the orc, I went to the training field to pick up Sati, but she was surrounded by 3 instructors. Was there something with Sati? I tried calling out to Samson-san. Masaru. This kid is a prodigy. To think that she would improve by this much in such a short amount of time. She will become a fine swordswoman. No, Sati-chan is better suited for becoming an archer. She can become a top-class archer. We need to raise her with a good balance in mind here. It would be better if she specialized. They started arguing like that. Sati is having a troubled expression. This is the result just by raising them to level 2. When I was practicing here with level 4, nothing like this happened. What's with this difference in treatment? Well, it's true that she is cute, but what should I do? I intended to raise them to level 3 sometimes, but maybe it's too dangerous, or should I push it through and cover it with her being a prodigy? I was thinking of letting Sati learn both the sword and the bow. Right. The balanced type is the best, said one of the instructors. Well, if her master says that, then let's try training her in both, said another instructor. Good, then Masaru. Make sure to bring her over properly every day, said Samson-san. Well, there is work too, so I will as much as possible. Then Sati, let's go home, I say as I use purification and heal on Sati. Thank you very much, Masaru-sama. Then Samson Instructor Dono, Max Instructor Dono, Nikolai Instructor Dono, I'll be going now. Come back soon, Sati-chan. As the instructors waved to her we left the training field. Instructors, is that really okay that you focus only on Sati like that? The other adventurers are being troubled. We leave the guild after saying hi to Tilika-chan. Tilika-chan apparently frequently comes to watch her at the training field and they talk during rest time. They are close as always. I think we should eat that today too. I used my stamina for hunting wild rabbits today, so I want to take it easy. Let's go to the Dragon's Breath restaurant. Yes, Masaru-sama. Also, well, Angela-sama can't come today, right? She said it in the morning too. I went to see just now too and many members of the Night Order have come. She seemed really busy. And so Tilika-chan also said she can't come today. Waka-say, does that mean that it's just the 2 of us tonight? What did Tilika-chan say? That it's my chance. That was it after a while. Masaru-sama, you promised me in the bath before, right? But there was no opportunity lately, so it's okay. I should resolve myself already. I've been reaching my limit in many ways too, I replied while grasping Sati's hand firmly. Since it was a promise, why yes. That day I ordered the same daily special for lunch, but I didn't really perceive its taste. Chapter 15. Battle at the horse pasture. When we got back I changed to casual clothes and Sati also changed to the clothes that she bought with Elizabeth the other day. It's a one-piece that reveals her shoulders and it also has frilly laces so it looks very cute. It looks good on her. Somehow my heart started beating profusely. We're doing the reading and writing practice, but I can't calm down. Sati is also restless and can't seem to be able to concentrate. Also, she is sitting a bit further than usual and every time our bodies touch she reacts with a twitch. This is not good. Like this. Let's stop for today. Sati, go and bring some pudding. Let's take a break. Why yes. I'm sorry. Sati must have known herself that she couldn't concentrate. She went to bring the pudding from the refrigerator with a crestfallen expression. Well then, what should I do? There is still time until night. But even if I want to go have fun somewhere, there isn't really any place for that in this town. Apparently, if you go as far as the royal capital there is a theater there. For an adventurer it's probably common to go to the bar, but unfortunately I'm bad with things like that. Lately I read books when I have free time, but I don't think I could concentrate on it on this particular day. I should go and take a bath. I make sure to take a bath every day lately, so I've come to mind the sweat even after using purification. It's better to be hygienic after all. Should we go take a bath? Maybe today. No, isn't today finally the day when I should have Sati wash my entire body? Angela and Elizabeth also had it done to them and they gave high praises, so I really want to experience it for myself. When I returned to the dressing room after pouring hot water into the bathtub, Sati had already taken off her clothes and was completely nude. Okay, calm down, me. We will soon be doing it, so this is within the tolerable limits. I thoroughly appreciate Sati's naked body. She looks fleshier compared to before after all. She is still slim, but maybe because I'm having her do training too, her body has become tight and her skin is smooth. She is very beautiful. Her breasts are also bigger than I thought, although they are small. Is there something strange? I stared too much. Sati is embarrassed after all. She is fidgeting. You are beautiful. So much so that I want to push her down this instant. Then let's go in. Sati's full body washing was exceptional. I understand why Elizabeth said she wanted her. But she is mine, you know. And then, to return the favor, I also washed her. We both soak in the bathtub. I'm hugging Sati from behind currently. Forever. I want to stay together with Masaru-sama like this forever. Firmly grasping my arm, she suddenly said this. Forever. If I return to Japan after the 20 years are up, what should I do with Sati? Take her with me to Japan? Will Taoshin allow that? Should I stay here? No, I can't. I want to go back after all. The reason I can enjoy my current lifestyle is because I believe I can go back. If it became certain that I would bury my bones in this different world, then I might not be able to take it. Is it not possible? Sati says after seeing me staying silent. Well, we'll see. What I'm about to tell you is a secret from everyone, okay? Yes. My home is very far, you see. I've been sent here with something like transfer magic, so I can't go home now. But there is a promise to pick me up after 20 years has passed. 20 years? Yes, so at the very least I can be at the side of Sati for 20 years. However, beyond that I don't know. I might go back to my home, or I might feel that I want to stay here. Take me with. I don't know what that transfer magic is like, but if I can take you with me, then I will absolutely take you with me for sure. I promise. Yes, Masaru-sama. Sati was satisfied with that, it seems. She relaxed and leaned into me. 20 years? I have to survive 20 years. But I wonder what the world falling into ruin means. Will the Demon King revive or something? If I ask Priest Sama, he might know something perhaps. We got out of the bath and moved to our room. She is wearing that revealing clothes that she was wearing when I bought her. This is what I was wearing when I first met Masaru-sama. I got flashback to when I first saw Sati at the slave merchant. That takes me back. I'm really happy that I was able to meet Sati that time. Sati, who showered even someone like me with a great deal of affection, feels very precious to me from the bottom of my heart. Masaru-sama. After that, the two of us had plenty of tender fun. It was a bit painful for Sati, but recovery magic is really convenient. Also, big sister, what the heck did you teach Sati? Thank you very much. I should start preparing dinner soon, said Sati as she sat up on the bed. Let's eat boxed lunches today. I take out the same kind of boxed lunches that I took out on the day I bought Sati. This is also nostalgic, right? Is this? I put 2 in front of Sati. There is also wild rabbit skewer if you want. Thank you very much. Sati was saying it's delicious as she ate while sobbing. After we ate, of course, we resumed what we were doing before. That day we enjoyed ourselves until late at night, then slept until just before noon the next day. There are also skills named endless sexual stamina and sexual techniques. Although I won't take them at this point. I don't think Sati could take it if I go too hard. There are also skills like mesmerize and the mind control type skills that, although have big point requirements, I can take. However, there is a law that prohibits things like that over here. It's the same as using crest of subordination to control someone without permission. A serious crime. You will be arrested. For example, even if I made a harem with mesmerize, If I get found out by someone like Tilaka-chan, then it will end with guilty. And police officer, it's this person. I just have to do things with my own power. It's unexpectedly strict for a different world. The next day when I woke up it was already almost noon. After we had lunch and went to the guild, people there were already sparse. As we tried to go through the guild hall to the training field, an out-of-breath man rushed in. By big trouble. The horse pasture is under attack by a flock of harpies. Please help. Calm down. About how many harpies were there? Don't know. There were at least 20 or 30. The soldiers from the gate are currently fighting them. Masaru-sama, is the horse pasture. Hearing the exchange between the man who came to notify us and the adventurer, Sati and I looked at each other. It's where we buy the horse milk in bulk. It's terrible then. Let's go and save them at once. Well, if the horse milk runs out, then we won't be able to eat pudding. But isn't she a bit too frantic? As I was hesitating whether or not we should go to their rescue right now, as Sati said, a guild staff member called out to us adventurers to wait for a bit. The adventurers who were at the training field gathered at the guild hall. Adventurer ladies and gentlemen. The vice guild chief appeared and raised his voice. As you've heard, the horse pasture is under attack by harpies. The subjugation reward is doubled. Please head to their rescue at once. The adventurers raised their voice. Okay, Sati, make absolutely sure you don't leave my side, okay? Yes, Masaru-sama. If it's just harpies then it probably won't be that dangerous even if there are many. It's an opportunity to have Sati gain some experience points. The two of us follow after the other adventurers. While running I open Sati's menu and raise the archery and swordsmanship skills to level 3. With this Sati's points are gone. Shit, I should have practiced the spells I learned yesterday. I guess I'll have to use only fire magic today. Khan. From somewhere the sound of a bell can be heard. We come across some townspeople who are taking refuge. Then we leave through the west gate. If you leave through the west gate and then head to the north side of the road you can see the horse pasture shortly. The pasture is surrounded by a sturdy looking fence. But of course that doesn't matter to monsters who attack from the sky. A few horses got taken out already and they are being swarmed by harpies. Looking at the barn there were many harpies that were trying to get in and a few soldiers who were fighting them with their backs to the front door. But the number of harpies were far from 20 or 30. There were at least double that, so much so that it's hard to know the exact number. Even if we want to go the rescue of those soldiers in front of the barn, we aren't able to approach. The adventurers at the front let out a war cry. They are trying to lure the harpies away probably. Sati, come here. I pull Sati by her hand and hide in the shadow of a tree. The distance to the barn is big, so I don't think magic would reach. A portion of the harpies that noticed the war cry started heading towards the adventurers. I take out a few big boulders from the item box and make an impromptu protective wall. Can you aim from here? The two of us take cover behind the protective wall made of big boulders and I ask Sati. I will try. Aim for the ones up high so you don't hit the adventurers. Okay. Sati pulls the bowstring to its limit, then shoots. The arrow accurately hit the shoulder of a harpy high up in the air. Then after a few seconds the harpy hit the ground while screaming kiki-ei. Then the adventurers deliver the finishing blow with a sword to the harpy that is struggling and squirming. Good work, Sati. Keep it up. Keep shooting steadily. Yes. Alright, I will do it too. Fire lance chanting. I shoot spells while hiding behind the boulders. From Sati's arrows and my magic the harpies are falling one after the other. Even if there are ones that come our way we shoot them down on the way. The large number of harpies at the barn probably recognized the adventurers as hard to handle so they started heading this way one after the other. Some of them are wandering towards us. However, a few adventurers noticed that we are providing covering fire to them, so to defend us they wedged themselves between us and the harpies. But the number of harpies was too much. The adventurers were fighting desperately, but the situation was unfavorable. A few of them got injured already and fell down. Bit by bit, there were adventurers who come in to reinforce, but it's not nearly enough. This is bad. At this rate even we will get killed. Is there something I can do? I open Sati's menu. Her level went up by 2. I raise her archery to level 4 and hand her additional arrows from my item box. Should I use a big fire magic? but with the explosion or the firestorm the adventurers might get dragged in. That's it. I have just the one. Grand Blaze begin chanting. I will soon shoot a huge fire magic, I say to the nearby adventurers with a loud voice while chanting. The long chant is over. Hell, fire. I call out the improvised spell name, then release the magic. The target is between the barn and the adventurers. Dune, a giant pillar of fire rise up reaching 30 meters in the air. 20-30 harpies got swallowed up by it and were burned to cinders. Seeing that, the harpies become agitated. Good, get scared, get scared. Many harpies are vigilant and took some distance. However, it looks like they don't want to flee. Even so, we were finally able to take a breather. It would have been nice if they had fled because of that. It's dangerous, but it can't be helped. I will directly fire a spell in the group that is near the barn. Sati, stay here. I leave her with those words. Then I head towards the adventurers that are protecting us. Huge explosion begin chanting. However, unexpectedly a single harpy let out a loud shriek. Then all the harpies in the area started heading my way all at once. Exclamation mark. What? My chant was detected? Crap. The chant is not even close to done. The nearby adventurers move to defend me, but their numbers are overwhelmingly insufficient. About half of the harpies came my way. I give up on the chant, pull out the sword on my back and take a stance. Sati is behind me. I have to protect her. I cut down the first harpy that came to attack me, but the next few attacked at the same time. I cut down another one, but I get hit by the attacks of the other harpies. I tried to protect myself with my small shield, but the number of attacks by the harpies are too many. I get kicked by their clawed legs a number of times. It's over my armor, but it's still a brutal impact. I'm surrounded by harpies and can't swing my sword properly. I got staggered, so I hugged a harpy and fell over with it. Get off, you. The harpy's beak opened wide and tried to bite my head. Masaru-sama. The harpy that was leaning on me was brought down by Sati's arrow, but as I was trying to get up, I got tackled by another harpy and was blown away. My consciousness is fading. I collapsed onto the ground. I tried to get up, but I can't move my body. My whole body hurts. It's hard to breathe. I can see that a few harpies are coming my way. Is this it? Shit. Even though I finally lost my virginity, I will die at a place like this. Sati. Wielding her short sword, Sati leapt out and barred the way between me and the harpies. Stop it, Sati. Run. I can only let out a hoarse voice. But Sati, who should be able to hear it, doesn't try to move. A few harpies started attacking. Sati is desperately fighting too, but the harpies mercilessly shave away Sati's body. I try to use recovery magic, but my consciousness is hazy and I can't focus my mana. My whole body hurts and I can't even get up. I open the menu and try to take out an item, but I can't even do this properly. Potions. Where are the potions? Then finally, Sati collapsed. Sati. You are Masaru-sama. Is this it? As I was thinking that, cheers of joy rose from the adventurers. What is it? The harpies that were trying attack me and Sati left us and went somewhere too. It's the Templar Knight Order. The Templar Knight Order came. Looking at the entrance of the pasture, the people of Templar Knight Order were lined up in formation as they rushed in while raising a war cry. The harpies are heading towards the new enemies. However, the heavily armored Templar Knight Order advanced to the center of the pasture without paying any heed, then set up their battle formations. With swords, spears, bows and magic, they rout out the harpies. Are we saved now? Masaru-sama. Sati pulled the collapsed me with herself and brought me behind the boulders. Sati. I'm sorry. Even though I've been told to stay here. I did my best by shooting them with the bow, but there were too many. So then, don't cry. It's alright. Sati. You did great. I finally take out a beginner potion from the item box and drink it. My head finally cleared up. My whole body hurts. It hurts when I breathe. Maybe I broke a few ribs. I endure pain, focus my mana, and put recovery magic on Sati and myself. Sati, are you still hurting somewhere? No, I'm alright. Looking at it now, the number of harpies decreased quite a lot. It should be only a matter of time until all the harpies get defeated. Reinforcements from the adventurers also come one after the other. The Templar Knight Order is strong. Damn. We narrowly escaped from death. I confirm that my body doesn't hurt anymore. Then I stand up. The progress of battle is overwhelmingly in our favor. It doesn't look like there is a need for us to fight anymore. I've had enough of danger for today. Sati, follow me. If a harpy comes close, then shoot it down. Yes. I check Sati's menu. Her level has risen by 2 yet again. I set archery to level 5. As I checked my own, it turns out my level has also risen by 1. We cautiously head towards the entrance of the pasture. The evacuated adventurers are gathered there, groaning on the ground. There were adventurers there who were defending us until just now. I can use recovery magic. I will treat you. Thank you. This guy, please save this guy. Taking a look at it. He was torn up from the shoulder to the abdomen and is covered in blood. Will I make it in time? Extra heal. Begin chanting. Hold on just a bit longer. A healing specialist will heal you right now. The chant is long. Maybe I should have used heal first. But, this injury, I don't know if a half-assed heal would make a difference, no matter how many. Chant finished. I activate extra heal. The wound closes before my eyes and the expression of the suffering adventurer becomes much more relaxed. A wound this bad, at once. Next. Right. There was another person with a serious wound, so I healed him with extra heal too. After that there weren't any people with that serious injuries, so I healed everyone with heal in turns. There were 2 others who were sitting at the wall, leaning against it. But as I tried to go towards them I was stopped. Those guys are already. 2 people died. If the Templar Knight Order didn't make it in time, then me and Sati would most likely be. With somber feelings I gaze at the tattered dead adventurers covered in blood. I look towards the pasture. The battle is still going on, but the adventurers and the Templar Knight Order were steadily exterminating the remaining few harpies. Oi, you! Are you a healing specialist? Please come with me. There are heavily injured people at the barn. Got it. Let's hurry. The soldiers who were protecting the barn were entirely covered in wounds. There were 2 adventurers putting heals on them. I brought a healing specialist. Ooh, that helps a lot. We can't heal this many wounds with just us. They already used up all their potions of course. There were also 3 here who had deep wounds. Thankfully the injured could retreat indoors, so apparently there were no casualties. I healed them in turns. As I finished, a group from the Templar Knight Order arrived. Is there any wounded here? We will heal them. Thank you. But this healing specialist Ono already handled everything. I see. Mew, it's Masaru Dono, isn't it? So it was Tashin-san. I couldn't tell because of the face guard. If this place was handled by Masaru Dono then we will look at other places. Well then, farewell, Masaru Dono. Saying that they try to leave. Tashin-san. Tashin-san stops and looks my way. Thank you very much. You saved our lives. I lower my head. Tashin-san walked away after waving his hand. You too. Thank you. We were saved. I was thanked by the soldiers. Not at all. I'm just thankful that we survived. That's true. Very true. Much thanks to the Templar Knight Order. Apparently there were really only a few harpies at the beginning. The owners of the pasture engaged and drove them away, then notified the soldiers. After that, a few dozen of them, one after the other they came. According to Sergeant Ono, they may have been chased away from the forest by that dragon and wandered till here. The harpies' attack began right at the time when the least number of adventurers were present, at noon, almost like it was intentional. If it was in the morning or in the afternoon, then a lot more adventurers would have been mobilized and perhaps it wouldn't have ended in such a hard-fought battle. According to what I heard the next day, 4 adventurers lost their lives that day. Chapter 16, Story of the Hero and Peaceful Life. The Templar Knight Order already left towards the demon border the next day after the Harpies' attack. In fact, at that time apparently the Templar Knight Order has already set out, but they heard the sound of the bell from the town, so they quickly turned back. It was really a close call. For a while I completely skipped on both work and training, aside from when I showed my face at the guild that one time to receive the reward. We even turned back in front of the guild when we escorted Tilaka-chan back. Actually I wanted to stay in my room without taking a step out of it. But as expected that can't really be done in this different world. I miss my everyday life from Japan. Convenient and comfortable, and also safe everyday life. I mainly spent my mornings and daytime with reading the story of the hero. When I got bored of that I caught Sati and fooled around with her. Of course I also oversee Sati's studies. However the training is on hold for Sati too. Sati was injured too, so it's better to rest for a while. That was my excuse. In the garden I also tried shooting the new spells I learned for a bit. If I had this magic that time, Could I have done something more? Angela and Talika-chan came over in the afternoon. We ate dinner and took a bath like usual. Of course I go in with Sati and we wash each other. I told Angela that we are only taking a break. In fact, even if our injuries were healed after using recovery magic, the lost blood doesn't come back, and it's better to not move too much until the body grows accustomed to the regenerated tissue. Although Angela worries about me, she was finally convinced by that apparently. But in reality I was just terrified. There were times that were dangerous even before this. But this time I was completely convinced I would die. Pulling Sati with me. No wonder Elizabeth recommended it. The 7th volume was very good. In particular I teared up at the scene where the Wind Mage heroically protected the hero and then the hero defeated the enemy. I wonder what the world falling into ruin means. Will the Demon King be revived? Or perhaps things like those harpies overrun everything? I heard that this was a peaceful town and this is what I get. I wonder if Elizabeth is doing fine at the demon border. About the 4 adventurers that died. I think about things like that when I'm not doing anything. 2 more days after that, I finally finished reading the story of the hero. Then I don't think I can become a hero. The hero stood up and fought even after getting injured and collapsing countless times. He didn't falter even when his comrades got injured and collapsed, or when he lost an important person. I wonder what he felt when he lost 2 of his comrades and his home country was torn to shreds. The feelings of the hero aren't really written in this book. It's always one cruel battle after the other. If it was me I would have run away around volume 3. After defeating the Demon King, the hero married the princess, received a territory and lived most of the rest of his life there, without taking part in fighting or politics. Apparently in his later years he lived his life quite peacefully. Reading that I was relieved. When I'm asleep I sometimes dream of the scene where I was attacked by harpies or about the adventurers who died. I get startled awake, then I look at the sleeping Sati and Talika-chan and regain my peace of mind. Is this what they call PTSD? If this was Japan then I would be going to a hospital, but here the doctors are at the temple's medical clinic. However, I don't really want to show my miserable appearance to Angela. Should I try consulting with Priest Sama about it once? He said that he was formerly a member of the Templar Knight Order too, so he might have some experience with things like this. That day, after a long while, I left Sati at the training field after escorting Talika-chan. I was thinking what should I do since I raised her archery to level 5. But what will be. Sati is a prodigy. It should be fine with that. I didn't want to meet Sergeant Ono, so I left the guild like I was running away. I don't want people that I'm close to know that I'm afraid. Angela might be vaguely aware of it. If I meet with Sergeant Ono and talk with him, then it will probably be seen through. I shown myself at the temple's medical clinic. Angela and Priest Sama is currently treating people. Oh, Masaru. What is it? Hi, Angela. I have something to talk about. Or maybe a question to Priest Sama. Alright. What might it be about? I think it will take a bit of a time, so can I ask you to talk just the 2 of us? I will help with the treatment in exchange, if that's how it is. Angela, please bring the patients in. Yes, Priest Sama. The patients are being lead in one after the other. I promptly use recovery magic on them. There was one person that was down with a serious sickness, so I used extra heal there. After about 30 minutes I finished treating all the patients from the waiting room. Wonderful healing magic. At this point we can't even hold a candle to you. That's right. Masaru has a talent for it. Well, it's a skill gained via a cheat. I'm not that thrilled to be praised for that. Perhaps I do. I answer half-heartedly. Well then, Angela, I leave the rest to you. Masaru Dono. This way please. I've been lead to the room in the back. Then what kind of question do you have in mind? What should I ask first? I think I will ask about the Demon King and the world falling into ruin. The things about me can come after that. It's a bit hard to speak about too. I tell him that I've read the story of the hero and ask about the Demon King and the world falling into ruin. Whether if the harpies attacking is sign of something perhaps. I see. The revival of the Demon King and the world falling into ruin. Is it? However, ever since the Demon King was defeated by the hero I didn't hear any news of it being revived. Regarding the world falling into ruin, in these few years the boundary near the demon border was exceptionally stable. You know of the project to create pioneer villages, right? If it succeeds then the lands of the kingdom will extend. Something like the lands of the kingdom getting overrun like in the old days won't happen anymore. You don't need to worry. And about what happened the other day, things like that happen frequently. Even if the Templar Knight Order wasn't present, although at the cost of some casualties, we would have been able to repel it for certain. If Priest Sama says that, then it must be true. The Demon King hasn't revived. I'm a bit relieved. At least I shouldn't end up fighting the Demon King as a hero. At least at this present time. I wasn't able to be too much help, but I wonder if this answer was acceptable. Yes, more than enough. My heart got much lighter. I also have another matter I would like to consult with you about. Please tell me without hesitation. I'm afraid of harpies. They come attacking in my dreams and I wake up at night. I see ... It's a sickness of the mind that frequently plagues young soldiers. Priest Sama continues after thinking for a bit. In regards to that, there is nothing I can do to help. The only way is to face your fear by yourself. If you face the situation from the front without being fearful, then time will allow you to overcome it. Is that so? I'm sorry I couldn't help you with it. However, most people do recover over time. Being afraid is not something you should be particularly embarrassed about. Masaru Dona too will be able to overcome it for sure. I thought it was a conventional answer, but when Priest Sama says it, it sounds convincing. Yes. Thank you very much, Priest Sama. That right. Do you still have time after this? Yeah, I'm free until noon. To tell you the truth, there is a follower, you see. He is a person with bad eyes. However, they don't have the money for a high-ranking specialist. Ah, I see. I don't mind. I don't need the treatment fee. Where is that person? Using recovery magic isn't too much of a hassle either. I wonder a bit why the people of this world take a lot of money for something like this. But probably there aren't too many people that can use recovery magic of this level. It's right nearby. I will guide you there. We say hi to Angelo and leave the temple. Then we visit a house in a walking distance of few minutes. The master of this household had his eyesight gradually worsen since last year, then finally he lost his sight entirely it seems. The cause is unknown. Gina-san, it's me. Ah. Priest Sama. Thank you for coming to dirty place like this. What might be the reason for your visit? A young woman came to greet us. Is your father home? Actually, I brought a skillful healing specialist owner with me. Oh my. I will bring my dad over at once. Please sit here and wait for a bit. Being led by the hand by the woman named Gina, a middle-aged man came over. Well, Priest Ono. Please forgive my rudeness that stems from not being able to see. What brings you here today? I've brought a healing specialist Ono. Let's try treating those eyes. This is the healing specialist, Masaru Dono. But as you know, we don't have money. Even if you treat me, the treatment fee, it's alright. This time the normal treatment fee will suffice, right? Masaru Dono. Yes. Also, it's not guaranteed that I can heal either. I have the room darkened for the treatment. Unlike Sati, this is a complete loss of sight. Can I do it? I wonder. In TV shows and the like they cover it in bandages and undo it slowly, but it's not clear whether it's there to protect from the light or for the surgery wounds. For the time being we seal the few places where the light leaked through and that made the room considerably dim. Then I will start the treatment now. Please close your eyes. Extra heal. Begin chanting. Activate. Extra heal activated without problem. Well, in regards to magic there wasn't a single case where a problem happened. Then, can you open your eyes slowly while looking at the table? Really? Slowly. Oh, are you alright? Then, when you get used to it please look around slowly. I can see ... my eyes ... my eyes are. Father. Gina-san hugs her father in excitement. Ooh, Priest Ono, Masaru Dono, how can I thank you enough? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I thought that I wouldn't be able to see any more for the rest of my life. As expected of Masaru Dono. Wonderful skills. No, it's not that big of a deal. During my 23 years of life, it was rare that people would have feelings of gratitude towards me, and now here they are, bowing repeatedly with gratitude. I know I did something worthy of being thankful for, but this is a cheat. I'm originally a simple NEET without any redeeming qualities. I just received these abilities from a god by chance. I'm not a person that people should be thankful to. While I was deep in thought, Gina-san returned from the back and put some clinking coins on the table. A few silver coins. Also some copper ones. Although it's not much, as a sign of our gratitude. Also, this. Then she hands me a beautiful ring. I accept the ring. It's a beautiful ring with a small gem embedded in it. Would Sati be happy if I gave this to her? It's a memento from my mother. This about the only thing we have that has some value. I can't accept something as important as that. No. I will give this back. Look, as we said before, it's fine with just the normal treatment fee. Priest Sama, please accept only the normal fee's worth. How can that be? Then how can we express our gratitude? But, there, both of you. Masaru Dono is looking troubled. The reward is sufficient with only this much. Then Priest Sama takes a few coins and hands them over to me. Is that so? I know. Gina, you should go to Masaru Sama's place. Masaru Sama, this girl is a good-natured girl who works well. It's fine whether as maid or concubine. Please use her as you see fit. Right, Gina? That sort of thing. Father, it would be an annoyance to Masaru-sama. They are saying maid and concubine, but Gina-san looks like she's not wholly against the idea. She is glancing at me while fidgeting. No, it's really alright. If you really want to express your gratitude, then please do something for the orphanage. Well then, Priest Sama, there is treatment after this too, right? Let's go. Saying that I leave the house while pulling Priest Sama with me. You should have just accepted her. What kind of irresponsible things is he saying? I do think it's a bit of a shame. Gina-san has her hair tied behind, and gives off a feeling of town girl who would look good in an apron. A bit plain looking, but she was fairly cute. Is Priest Sama married? I asked casually. I have a wife. She is living in this town. This is the first time I've heard of that. She used to help out at the orphanage, but her health has deteriorated. Oh, will she be alright? Yes, it's just her lower back that got worse. She is fine already, but she is looking after our grandchild at home now. Grandchild? It's true that Priest Sama is fairly old already. My wife was the one that taught Angela how to cook too. You see. That's right. How about you come over for dinner sometimes? Although she is not a professional, but she can make some quite delicious foods. Alright, when there is an opportunity. Priest Sama's goes home every day to sleep, so the orphanage is mainly maintained by Angela, Sister Matilda and her partner apparently. Masaru Dono possesses a splendid ability. There is no need to force yourself to fight really. Don't you think treating people and earning their gratitude is also a splendid way of living? That's true. If there wasn't a premise of the world falling into ruin, then that would have been fine too. Working in a medical clinic with Angela, living our life in peace every day. That kind of lifestyle. Welcome back, Priest Sama. Masaru, sorry for being away for so long. Was everything fine over here? There was only one patient who came over, then Angela, later then. Also, thank you very much for before, Priest Sama. You really helped me out too. Also, please think about what I just mentioned. We will welcome you anytime. There was still time, so I went to the grasslands after a long while. While I was staying at home, the wild rabbit meat for sure. But even all the huge boar meat was used up too. There's still some dragon meat remaining, but it's kept in reserve. Buying vegetables and the like in the market is fine, but the meat is nearly double what the guild pays, so I want to be self-sufficient with it. When I was going through the gate, the usual guard duty soldier called out to me. Masaru, I have something to talk to you about. Ooh, what happened? I'm always called Wild Rabbit Hunter or Dragon Slayer. This is the first time I've been called by my name. I've been brought to the guard room for the gate. I've heard that you healed our soldier geese when the harpies attacked. We wanted to thank you, but you are not easy to get a hold of. I was injured a bit too, so I've been lazing around at home. I see. Then I'll say thank you for now. Thank you. Our guys are all grateful to you too. If those treatments didn't make it in time, then someone might have died. No, the people of the Templar Knight Order also came to treat people. So I don't think it would have. Before the Templar Knight Order came, you were also the one that kept those things in check with a huge fire magic, right? It was that magic you've been practicing, right? They said it really bought some time. Don't be too modest. You've saved a number of lives for sure. I see. I guess that's true. I was always thinking about the 4 adventurers who lost their lives, but there were people that were saved too. Oi, why are you crying? Did I say something wrong? I'm crying? No. If I had if had done things better, then perhaps no one would have died, is what I was thinking all this time. But you said that there were people that were saved too, so, no good crying over something like this. I'm glad that there are only 2 people in the guard room. Done things better, you say. There is no one that would say something like that to you. One person can only do so much. The soldiers are all grateful to you. I will say thank you once again. Masaru, thank you. Not at all. It's an adventurer's job to fight monsters, right? I've just done what I could. I guess so. But a debt is a debt. If there is something, then just say so. We will help you anytime. The day I only hunted 5 wild rabbits, then returned to town. I wasn't really in the mood either way. Chapter 17, The Big Does or Doesn't Contain the Small. When I went to the training field at the guild, Sati was once again surrounded by instructors. Today they increased to 5 people. Even Sergeant Dono was there. Ooh, if it isn't Masaru. This girl is a prodigy. Nah. She is a once-in-100 years prodigy for sure. This pattern again. I thought of telling Sati before I left her here to hold back during training, but thinking that she probably can't do something like that, I decided to let the matter take its own course. Well, it should be fine with her being a prodigy. She evolved yet again after overcoming a real battle. That must be it. Even if she is of the beast race, this fast an improvement. She has an amazing talent. HNNN, is that so? You are amazing, Sati. She is showered with high praises, as expected of archery level 5. Yes, Masaru-sama. Sati is honestly happy about it. But her tools are unacceptable. So is the bow. But you should buy a better sword and armor too. I would give her my old sword, but the size really doesn't fit. Foo-fa-foo. I've been thinking the same and prepared the bow. Here, this is it. Wow. You bastard, getting ahead by yourself. You sneaky. Like that the instructors are quarreling. I take a look at the bow that has been handed to me. I don't really know much about bows, but this looks like a high-quality item with exquisite craftsmanship. I hand it to Sati. Can we really take such a good item? But of course. I've already retired, you know. That bow should also be happy to be used by a master of Sati-chan's level. Good for you, huh, Sati? Yes. Thank you very much, Instructor Dono. What about the training after this? There is still quite a bit of time till noon. Of course we keep at it. This was just a small break. Then Masaru, I've something to talk to you about, if you have the time. Yes, Sergeant Dono. Well then, Sati, do your best a bit longer. Yes, Masaru-sama. By something to talk about. You didn't really show up lately at the guild, right? The adventurers that you healed during the Harpies attack came by to say their thanks. Is that so? I get a flashback of the adventurers that died with their backs to the wall, but at the same time I remember what Priest Sama and the soldier guarding the gate said. Sergeant Dono. What is it? I've been afraid. I've heard that 4 people died during that attack. I was thinking that if the Templar Knight Order didn't come, then me and Sati would also be amongst them. If I did things better, then maybe no one would have had to die. I've also seen the way you and Sati fought there. It was plenty good work for newbie adventurers. But, could I have done something else? I'm thinking about this all the time. Don't get full of yourself. Even if you can use some magic, you are still wet behind the ears. You spout that shit after you managed to land a hit on me even once. Sergeant Dono. The adventurers who died were most likely also prepared for it. If not, they would have ran away after seeing the flock of those harpies. You also chose to fight after seeing that, right? Yes. Your efforts were more than enough. Maybe it wasn't the most optimal, but it's the result of you doing your very best. You were afraid? You fought till the end without running away. Isn't that enough? Also, being a bit timid allows you to live longer as an adventurer. Yes, Sergeant Dono. You had a terrible expression when you came to receive the reward, but now it becomes somewhat more passable. Did your mood improve after a week of sleeping in bed? Yes, I got better after I told someone. Good. Then, about the adventurers that wanted to thank you. Right. I will make sure to show up every morning at the guild, so at that time. Got it. I will tell them. Sergeant Dono. What is it? Can I ask you for about? Very well. I'll instruct you. I'm thinking that I could have fought better when I was attacked by the Harpies. At that time my magic was interrupted, so I panicked a bit. If I had fought calmly, then I would have been able to hold out until the Templar Knight Order arrived. And Sati wouldn't have gotten hurt either. I need more experience instead of just relying on skills. After that, I was beaten to a pulp by Sergeant Dono, of course, just because I can use recovery magic. He really doesn't go easy. After training, we stopped by the usual arms shop to buy equipment for Sati. The short sword and the cheap leather armor turned inadequate for Sati, who got stronger. The armor is from the same material as mine. The sword also, When I let her choose it herself, she chose one that's made out of the same black steel as mine, just somewhat smaller. Apparently it will take a few days for the size and mobility focused adjustments and the holes for the ears and tail to finish. With that, the reward for the harpy battle is mostly gone. After that we had lunch at the Dragon's Breath restaurant. After a long while, I check the skills during lunch. There are still some points remaining. If I assume that we will be going into the forest soon, then detection type skills will be needed. I've been debating raising swordsmanship, but I raised oral detection to level 4. With the remaining 2, I raised shield to level 2. She became able to do quite a bit of cooking, but I wonder when will her skill advance to level 2. Of course I won't use points for those kinds of skills. Skill points 0p. Cooking level 1, housework level 1, oral detection level 4, olfactory detection level 2, sturdy. Hawk eyes, evasion level 2, shield level 2, swordsmanship level 3, archery level 5. After that my skills are next. My level went up by 1 during the harpy battle, so I can use 10p. At first the skills were listed in the order I picked them up, but after their number increased I complained in the journal that they are hard to view. Then the next day it became ordered by type. It's good that the response is fast, but I think it should have been this way from the beginning. First I raised shield and evasion to level 3. For the harpy battle swordsmanship level 4 was most likely enough. What isn't enough should be my defensive ability. With the remaining 4p, I raised sense presence to level 4. Combined with Sati's oral detection level 4, there shouldn't be a case where we get the initiative taken from us even in the forest. Skill points 25p. Skill reset, Razgrad World Standard Language, Clock. Cooking level 2, covert action level 3, stealthy steps level 2, sense presence level 4, stamina recovery enhancement, willpower, body enhancement level 2, shield level 3, evasion level 3, hand-to-hand combat level 1, archery level 1, spearmanship level 1, throwing skills level 2, swordsmanship level 4, mana perception level 1, high-speed chanting level 5, common magic, everyday magic, recovery magic level 4, fire magic level 4, water magic level 3, wind magic level 3, earth magic level 3, water magic level 3 1, water ball, 2, water whip, water bullet, 3, water wall, ice and snow, wind magic level 3 1, wind bullet, 2, wind blade, wind wall, 3, lightning, wind storm, flight, earth magic level 3 1, earth bullet, 2, earth wall, hardening, 3, golem creation, rock bullet. After lunch we went to the grasslands and did some test runs. I practiced some elementary level spells in the garden while I was idling about, but the ice and snow, lightning, and windstorm couldn't really be used in the garden. As expected, the interesting one was earth magic. Earth bullet and rock bullet are plain spells that, just as the name suggests, shoot stone and rock. But the earth wall looks very versatile. Depending on your mental image and the amount of mana used, there is a high degree of freedom. Hardening is magic that fortifies materials and it looks like its effect continues on for quite a while. When I used it on a tree's branch, it became as hard as iron. I tried using it on my own body too, but it looks like that wasn't possible. Life forms are probably outside the range of its possible applications. By using golem creation, a roughly 1 meter tall golem appeared that was able to listen to simple orders. Simply using it as a shield or making it rush the enemy. This should also have many kinds of applications. I was wondering if I could make it bigger maybe, but it was not possible. What I could do was bring out multiple ones and change the length of time they can be maintained. In the afternoon, Angelo and Tilika came over like usual and we ate together. Lately Tilika-chan also got used to it, so she can cook some simple things and she's also able to use the kitchen knife. Maybe Angelo's way of teaching is good. At any rate, it's nice that I don't need cook at all almost. Maybe I will attempt making a new kind of food next time. While I was staying at home I had the children make more mayonnaise. The lineup was partially different. It was probably too hard after all. I thought maybe I could do it with wind magic, but the mayonnaise scattered in all possible directions. It also got on Sati and she made a somewhat unpleasant expression. That was the first time I've seen Sati make that face. For the time being I apologized to her. Then we cleaned the place together until the dining room was finally cleaned by using purification. Of course we took a bath together after that. We need to properly get cleaned, right? It would be nice if I could make something like a mixer, but unfortunately I was always bad with manufacturing. A plastic model was about the only thing I made so far. It will probably end up as a jobs for the children for a long while. Aiming for a timing when it was just the two of us, Angela initiated a conversation. Say, today. With priest's armor. I see. The reason why Angela was restless the whole time since she came over was because she was curious about my talk with the priest's armor. I also told Sergeant Dono, so I guess I will talk about it for a bit with Angela too. You know how I said I was injured during the Harpy battle, right? But I didn't say that I almost died. I only told her that I got injured on a level that recovery magic could easily heal. It's not a lie, so Tilaka-chan didn't react either. I also told Sati to keep silent so they wouldn't worry. I was afraid of what happened that time after all. You see, there were people who died too, right? So I consulted with Priest Sama, who might be knowledgeable about these things since he used to be a member of the Templar Knight Order. I couldn't really run to Angela crying either, right? By the way, Sati doesn't really mind it apparently. In the end we both survived, so it's fine. We just have to do better next time, she said. Sati is someone amazing after all. I see. I wouldn't really mind it. Comforting you. Comfort. With those big breasts? Please do. By all means. Sati is cute, but she is lacking in the breast department. Sergeant Dono said it too, but did I really have a terrible expression? You were pale too and looked very discouraged. I see. It seems I caused you to worry. But now I'm all right. You look refreshed today. You also seem more energetic too, so I'm glad. After everyone took their bath as usual, Angela said she will stay for tonight. There are many children at the orphanage, so it's noisy. It's nice and quiet here. If that's how it is, then anytime you wish. There are free rooms too. It's not like I can refuse Angela's request, as she is sticking closely to me. Maybe she was worried about how I was downhearted lately. She started clinging to me as much as Sati. Her breasts are touching me a bit. Is she touching them to me intentionally? I imagine that's the case, since she said she liked me too. After I finished writing the journal, I start reading the history book that was lent to us by Tilaka-chan. By this time Sati and Tilaka-chan is already in bed. Usually, they are quite late. As I was thinking that, Angela came in the room. I had something to talk to you about. We sit together on the bed with Angela. Somehow her face is bright red. Your face is red? Do you have a fever maybe? Saying that, I tried to touch her forehead, but she let out a higher sound with a cute voice. Sorry. I hurriedly pull back my hand. It's okay. So then, you said you liked me before, right? I was wondering if it's still valid or… I see. Lately I was preoccupied with Sati, so she might have felt abandoned. But making a pass on Angela while I'm involved with Sati, that would make feel very guilty. Sister Matilda said those things, but when it really comes to it, well, I like you even now. Then, Angela leaned in closer. This means she wants to kiss, right? But wait just a moment. Where is Sati and Tilaka-chan? What about Sati and Tilaka-chan? Angela says while averting her eyes. To tell you the truth, I had them sleep in the other room. They won't come here today. Well, does that mean that Sati gave her approval? It ended like this after we discussed it. Sati, did you sell out your master? No. Should I say good job instead? Are you fine with it, Angela? Me and Sati. I also heard about it from Sister Matilda, but that's how it is. Also, if it's Sati. Right. They get along well every day in the bath. Surely not. But did you hear about what me and Sati? Sorry, I heard of everything. That girl. I'll have to spank her for this. But first, Angela-chan in front of me. What kind of things? For example, about the first time and such. Even that. Really everything. Sati, However, seeing the blushing Angela looking embarrassed, I couldn't endure any longer. Angela, I hold her shoulders, lean in, and lightly press my lips to hers. So you heard Sati talk about it and you couldn't hold back anymore? Why yeah. Angela is also 20 years old. I understand that all kinds of frustration piles up. I understand it too well. I will have to relieve that for her. It's my first time, so please be gentle. But of course, I'll gently and thoroughly caress her. Angela's breasts were truly splendid. Truly splendid. Chapter 18. For a few days we didn't have anything particular we had to do, so we spent our time with training. studying, and Angela usually came over in the afternoon and stayed for the night too. We also had fun times by the three of us. Is it fine with three? Is what I thought, but apparently it's fine. Well, it's more than fine for me. Is it really alright? I asked this from Sati too, but she cutely said that since she's a slave it's fine if she is next after Angela Sama. Arg, she is too cute. Angela gets along with Sati even more than before. It's like they're three sisters with the addition of Tilaka-chan. Although I wonder what Tilaka-chan thinks about the current situation. She's not telling everything to Tilaka-chan, right? When Tilaka-chan is here the other two restrain themselves and Tilaka-chan doesn't really speak or express her emotions. In case of Sati it seems she even urged her. By the way, after that I made sure to warn Sati against telling outsiders about our household matters. Well, Angela and Tilaka-chan can't be helped. They are almost like family anyway. Sati's armor was finally completed, so we went to pick it up. With that Sati should be perfectly prepared. The instructors assured me that not many people would be a match for her archery skills. It's finally time for our forest debut. Just to be sure I wrote a will and entrusted it to Tilaka-chan. Even if I die and Sati remains, I think she will be fine with Tilaka-chan and the vice guild chief. Sati will be released and she will become free. She already has enough fighting power to make a living anywhere, so she won't have trouble making ends meet. But if I die, then I have a feeling that she would want to die with me. She didn't run away that time either, even though I told her to. If I were to die, I will save you. No, if I happen to die, I will make sure to save you. If there is a situation where it would be best for Sati to run away, let's run away together. When I kept talking about it Sati became teary-eyed, so I gave up. She refuses to heed the order to run away even though she is a slave, so she must be against it from the bottom of her heart. I'm being loved. Let's do my best not to end up in that kind of situation. For Sati's sake too. In reality, I would be happy to make a living by hunting wild rabbits, but the world falling into ruin is a difficult problem. We have to raise our battle power by whatever means. Why couldn't Taishin send me to a safer world? Maybe I should write down my complaints about that today. As we go through the gate we speak with the usual soldier on guard duty. Who? So you are going into the forest with the two of you? 3-4 hours, right? Well, I think it will be fine if it's you, but take care anyway. If you are late to come back for some reason I will send a rescue party after you. No number. We will make sure not to get close to anything dangerous. That's fine, but you can never be sure what will happen in the forest. Even a dragon suddenly settled down there. If you think that something is strange then head back at once. The forest is the most dangerous the first time when you still haven't grown accustomed to it yet. We are not planning on dying yet. It will be alright. We will be doubly cautious. You look after this guy properly too, Ojo-chan. I feel somewhat uneasy here. Do I really look that unreliable? Why is he asking Sati to babysit me? Something just doesn't sit right with me. Yes, leave it to me, Sati spiritedly answers without noticing my feelings over here. Well then, should we get going then? Sati, at the entrance of the forest we first make sure the area is secure. The lineup is Sati at the front and me at the back. The reason for it is that Sati's oral detection has a wider detection range. My sense presence has smaller range, but in turn it's precise. It doesn't miss small animals that don't really make a sound or insects either. There are almost no dangerous things that are able to get through Sati's detection. There are some poisonous ones, but those rarely herd together. The dangerous ones are the large species and groups of orcs. If we avoid those dangers then I think the forest isn't that dangerous. If there is something dangerous then we will quickly run away. If it comes chasing after us, then I will carry Sati and escape using fly. If it's an enemy we can take down, then Sati will snipe it using her bow. If it gets closer then I will use magic too. Depending on the situation it's okay to attack or use earth wall to defend. Our current objective is to strengthen Sati. We will raise Sati's level and boost our chances of survival. We went over the tactics one more time. Good. Then, Sati, I'm counting on you. Yes. Sati enters the forest with rustling sounds. It's not that loud of a sound, but in the quiet forest I think it echoes somewhat far. I guess I should take covert action and stealth steps for Sati too. We close in without any sound and we both do a sneak attack. It sounds like a fairly good plan. Nothing happened for a while. Birds and small animals get caught in our detection, but it seems monsters are few in the outer parts of the forest. Should we go back for today? When I started thinking about that, Sati suddenly stopped in her tracks. There is something, just a single one. Can you tell its size? Judging by the sounds it makes, it seems it's not that big. Okay, let's try getting a bit closer. If you have a shot, then take it anytime. Okay. As we got a bit closer, it got caught in my sense presence too. Its size is probably about the same as an orc. Maybe it's a troll. This sense presence, I don't know the theory behind it, but it apparently detects something akin to a life force. Small creatures have small presences and big ones have big presences. Therefore I can grasp their size, although just roughly. Sati stopped and readied her bow. I looked toward where she was aiming, but I couldn't see the enemy at all. Sati shoots her bow. Oh, I saw something fall over. It hit the target. Let's get closer with caution. Okay. It was an orc after all. It's dead with an arrow sticking out of its head. Well done, Sati. An orc is a sweet prey. Orc meat has a low unit price, but since it's big it can be sold for good money. I thump Sati's head. Actually, I want to pat her head, but she is wearing a helmet. But she really has good skills. With my eyes I couldn't even see it until it fell over, and hitting its vital spot from this distance is very impressive. It even has longer range than magic. The battles might turn out to be much easier from now on. Okay, let's head back. However, not the way we came, but let's try getting through to the main road. If we can find more prey on our way back, then it would be the best. This time my sense presence reacted first. Sati, there is something over there. About half the size of an orc. Sati is looking in the direction I pointed. Her ears are twitching and she is sniffing with her nose, but it looks like she doesn't notice anything about it. I stand at the front as we slowly close in. I see it. It's a big spider. It's the effect of hawk eyes. She finds them fast. Maybe I should take it too. Can you do it? Yes. She shoots her bow. Dozer, gasagaza, sounds could be heard, but I can hear it making sounds as it's still moving. Sati shoots one more time. The forest finally regained its silence. With a sword in hand I carefully go and confirm it. The poison is the scariest about the spider. The big spider breathed its last after taking 2 arrows. I take the arrows out and put the corpse in the item box. You are great, Sati. If it's like this, then we should be able to fight a few at a time. The forest isn't as dangerous as they say. Using wide area detection and long-range attacks to perform sneak attacks seems super effective. After that we didn't encounter anything until we reached the main road. Also, with just 2 enemies our level didn't go up it seems. On the way back to the town we hunted a few wild rabbits and went home for that day. An orc and a big spider. We show Sati's guild card to the guard soldier. 1 hit from long range to its vital spot. I feel like there was no need to be scared. Well, don't let your guard down, okay? The forest is really dangerous. Also, make sure to return for the night without fail. I'm scared of the night too. Even though we have detection abilities, we won't be able to see. I'll need to take dark vision too sometime in the future. I heard that Oju-chan played an active role that time with the harpies too. You can't be considered an apprentice adventurer anymore. Now that he mentions it, there was something about being an apprentice or something. That's right. Sati is already an excellent adventurer and my party member. Is that true? I'm happy. Sati is overjoyed. In fact, isn't she already stronger than me? That's what I think. I have higher firepower, but if I fought her I think I would lose. This cheat I got from God is really something. We received the reward from the guild, then headed for the shopping district. Tilaka-chan was out on business. Sati, here is today's reward. I hand over a few silver coins. But this much. In the past I gave her some pocket money so she could buy things to eat, but it's my first time giving her a bigger sum. That being said, it's just a few silver coins. It's the money Sati earned. We bought equipment from the one with the harpies so you couldn't use it that time. You can use it as you see fit. It's something of an initial salary. Today is special. After thinking for a while, Sati entered a clothing store. Clothes. That place should be no problem. If she has that much, then she can most likely buy 2 or 3 good set of clothes. As I follow after her, she goes through between the clothes and enters the back part. Cloth. It seems sewing tools were her target. Sati is anxiously looking my way so I nod to her. You can spend it as you like. After buying some cloth and sewing tools she looks satisfied. Self-made clothes. Maybe she could make a sailor uniform. I think it would fit Sati very well. Sati, do you know how to make clothes? Sati suddenly stops in her tracks. She is looking at me with a troubled expression. I didn't know. What should I do? Do you know how? Masaru-sama? What a coincidence. I don't know either. Sati looks like she is about to cry. That's it. Angela. We should ask Angela about it. That's true. Angela-sama knows how for sure. It's before noon, so Angela was preparing lunch in the orphanage. Sorry, I'm bad with sewing. Sati is openly dejected. You know what? Sister Matilda is good with it. It's been decided that Sister Matilda would teach her in the afternoon for a bit. Sister Matilda would be in charge of the medical clinic in the afternoon, so in exchange I help out in the medical clinic. From next time, she promised to teach her if we come over during the morning. While we were there, we also ate lunch there. As a gift I gave them 3 of the wild rabbits we hunted today. Sati started practicing sewing as soon as we got home. We borrowed something like a textbook, so she is stitching something as she is looking at it. She is deep in concentration, so she probably won't accompany me today. Let's read a book or something. There was that history book we borrowed from Tilika-chan. Apparently this kingdom was originally a part of the empire, but approximately 300 years ago account of a remote region, the founder of this kingdom, rebelled and became independent. It seems they had a lot of pent-up frustration regarding the demon border. So, with the help of the powerful soldiers tempered by the demon border and also by allying themselves with the demi-humans, like beast people and the elves, they fought evenly with the empire and finally won their independence. At the time the social status of demi-humans was low in the empire and they successfully exploited that fact. After that, although it was somewhat rowdy, they reconciled with the empire. The empire found that it was a big merit that their northern border wasn't adjacent to the demon border anymore. Now, materials from the demon border are being exported to the empire, and food and products are being imported from the empire. The royal families also married amongst each other a few times, became relatives, and now they have a very positive relation with each other. When I finished reading, Tilika-chan and Angela were here already. Then it was time to prepare dinner. After that, the usual bath time. After getting out of the bath, Sati and Tilika-chan went to the dining room and continued with the sewing. They are doing it with the addition of Tilika-chan. Well, it's good thing to have a hobby. I was affectionate with Sati just before in the bath, so I was satisfied, but I was a bit lonely, so I acted lovey-dovey on the sofa of the living room with Angela. I wonder if Angela will stay today too. Tilda. As I was thinking that, can I stay from the night tomorrow? She asked. But of course. We alternate the days where we go into the forest and the days of training. On both days, first in the morning there is an hour of learning sewing under the guidance Sister Matilda. During that hour I'm free, so as thanks for teaching them sewing I go and help Angela with the treatments. We finish both the hunting in the forest and the training before noon, then relax in the afternoon. I do training every 4 days. On the others I read books at home. If I partner up with Sergeant Dona for the training then he beats me to a pulp every time. It's very painful. Since we go out to the forest every other day, I think it's fine to be more moderate with the training. I think that even this is a big step forward compared to the time I was living a neat life back in Japan. People shouldn't overdo things. The forest wasn't particularly dangerous either. It's going very well. The enemies were mostly brought down by Sati's bow, so I made sure to have her gain plenty of experience points. Some trolls did rush in, unfazed by the arrows, but we fought while I obstructed their movements with earth magic, so those went fine too. I used Sati's 3 level ups worth of skill points to get covert action and stealth steps, then raised them each to level 2, so our level of safety went up yet again. Her skills with the bow improved and managed to learn the 3-shot rapid fire. Damn, she is dependable. What only I could do was just about the wild rabbit hunting on our way back home, but by learning covert action Sati become able to do that as well. Somehow, am I an unneeded child? In this manner, these tranquil times continued on for a while. Skill points 1p. Cooking level 1, housework level 1, covert action level 2, stealthy steps level 2, oral detection level 4, olfactory detection level 2, sturdy. Hawkeye's evasion level 2, shield level 2. Swordsmanship level 3, archery level 5. Equipment, troll leather armor. Chapter 19. Sati is engrossed in sewing. As expected, she doesn't leave me hanging anymore to immerse herself in it. but whenever she has free time she keeps working on it. She is making small pouches, bags and aprons by herself. I also was presented with something like a shirt. When I give her a part of the reward from the hunt's pocket money, she always buys tools to use or some cloth, so the number of her creations steadily increases. It really is a girly way of spending money. The earnings after partying up with Sati are truly excellent. Even with Sati's pocket money and our living expenses, including my pretty expensive books, we are still steadily saving up money. I could seriously think about buying another slave, but I don't want to wreck my current fulfilled everyday life. I'll think about that in due time. One day, Sati's sewing skill went up to level 2. It's on a level where she can be called proficient in it. By the way, the levels are: level 1, at a level where the person barely can't be called a beginner anymore, able to do basic things; level 2, ordinary level. In martial arts it's about level of having a dan housewife level of cooking skills; level 3, veteran. In martial arts it's about the level of having 2-3 dan or more, able to serve as an instructor. With cooking it's the level of being able to open a shop. Level 4, first rate, able to aim for a good ranking even in a national tournament. With cooking it's where they can get a star rating. Level 5, first rate, with an added super before it. Something like this according to me conjectures. With enough time you can get to about 3, but 4 is exceedingly difficult. 5 is out of the question. Even while having natural talent and working tirelessly, it's not always possible to reach it. It should be that kind of level. One day, when I was praising Sati about her archery skills, she said something like this: I might be saying something strange, but I think of my skill with the bow as something that I received from Masaru-sama. Just like how I had my eyes healed and were given these mysterious sharp eyes. I was thinking that maybe my skill with the bow might be the same. She is perceptive. Well, this is indeed a gift from God. It's not wrong. That time I didn't particularly deny it. I just cautioned her not to tell anyone about it. Yes, I won't tell anyone. Not even Angela-sama or Tilika-chan. Saying that, Sati nodded with a serious expression. I plan to properly tell Sati everything in time. Leaving that aside, since her sewing skill went up to level 2, I tried drawing the design of a sailor uniform, then showed it to Sati and asked her if she could make it. We discussed and decided the color, the type of cloth to use and the minute designs. The skirt should be shorter till they're almost visible. The upper part too. It's the best when the navel is barely visible. She showed a bit of disapproval, but when I said it's only for inside the house she agreed. Hi-hoo, if it comes out well, then I'll have one made for everyone. What should I have her make next after this? The dream is expanding. I'm almost thinking of using points for sewing. After seeing Sati in the prototype I carried Sati to the bedroom. I couldn't endure it anymore. The next day I had Sati take a day off and had her make minute adjustments. Then finally, my ideal sailor uniform was completed. Tears were flowing from my eyes. A cat-eared girl is wearing my ideal sailor uniform. I don't think there is anything more blissful than this. Then I once again carried Sati to the bedroom and had fun. Next is the improvements to this pumpkin panties. It's not like I was just wasting my time either. That's right, the recreation of curry, ramen, and pizza. Starting from the conclusion, curry was a failure but the ramen went well. Pizza is just so-so. For the curry I didn't really know the composition of the spices, so I mixed a few similar strong-smelling spices, but somehow just a mysterious creation ended up being completed. Sati ran away that time. It must have been too intense for Sati, who has a keen sense of smell. The mysterious substance was sealed within a deep hole in the garden for all eternity using earth magic. Regarding the ramen, it was easy. I watched many times as they showed the method to make ramen on TV, so as I tried making it while remembering that, it ended up a surprisingly genuine-looking chicken bone soup ramen. I took apart a who knows what kind of different world bird, washed it properly and threw it in the pot. Also, a few kinds of vegetables. Then I just boiled them together while taking off the scum. After boiling them together for 3 hours, it finally became a proper soup. Then by putting salt and spices in, it becomes a ramen soup. However, the ramen noodles ended up just being pasta. Apparently lye water is used to make noodles, but what is lye water anyway? It's a mystery how they make those yellowish noodles. The ramen had a favorable reception with vegetables, meat, and boiled eggs as topping. The only one that had a feeling of out of place because of the noodle-like pasta was me. Well, it was delicious nonetheless. I also improved the pudding a bit. Of course I couldn't get a hold of something like vanilla essence, but I remembered to add brandy to it. Once I added some of the alcohol that the Vice Guild chief gave to me, the taste has improved. Then finally, the pizza. There was no problem with the pizza dough. There was a liquid-type yeast in this world too, so I had them give me some of it. I also made tomato sauce. There wasn't any cheese. I was wondering if they also made cheese at the horse pasture, so I went to search for it. But what they brought out was yogurt. It ended up without cheese. Well, we put mayonnaise on it so it turned out delicious, so it was fine. However, the yogurt was a good harvest. The types of desserts have increased. I quite like it without sugar too, but the others looked like they didn't like it very much. But when I added sugar and some mango-like fruit they happily ate it. Maybe I should make something like ice cream from horse milk and sugar. Like this I slowly improve our food repertoire. That's also exactly why I want rice. It's my conjecture, but I think rice also exists somewhere here. This world resembles Earth too much. There are mostly the same kind of plants and animals here as on Earth, and even when I go to the grocery store, I only have a small out-of-place feeling that they look a bit different worldy. This world being like this must be the reason why Taoshin sent me from Earth. There is also a moon here and the sun looks the same too. These stars are something I haven't seen yet, but it's probably not that different from seeing the stars on the southern hemisphere where I haven't been to before. That's why if I were to see the planet from space I wouldn't be too surprised if it looked just the same as Earth. I've found a few maps, but even this continent where the kingdom is on is incomplete, so I don't know where it's located. It's on my mind, but I don't have the time to leisurely make sure, because the world falling into ruin is close. As for increasing our food repertoire, I will make some time for it, even forcibly if I have to. I also met the adventurers whose injuries I healed during the harpy attack. They briefly said their thanks, then after that we went drinking even though it was morning. I also heard about the adventurers who died. They were good guys, huh? They said that those guys came from the countryside and did their best. What can I do even if you tell me that? Fuck. The next time I will insta-kill those damn harpies. While crying like that we raised our spirits in the tavern. It must have been nothing but a bother to the tavern people, but since there weren't many customers, they turned a blind eye. Sati became very popular at the training field. As usual there are multiple instructors with Sati, but now the adventurers who came to train also increased in number around her. I'm bad at dealing with people, so the instructors are about all who I train with. But Sati is proactively training with other adventurers too. It must be frustrating to get beaten or being evenly matched by a little girl. A line has formed for the chance to compete. From what I can see, she is winning about 70–80% of battles. Sometimes she lost and got injured, but she got immediately healed with restoration magic. But the scary part is after that. When I go to pick her up, she, of course, happily rushes over to me, and everyone looks at me at the same time. A few among them clearly show their killing intents. There were even cases where one of them challenged me to a match. Of course, I refused. There are some that say some dangerous things like let's do it with real swords. Leave me out of that. One time when I managed to run away from the adventurers, Crook and Silver came. I'm somewhat on guard. If they manage to find out that I alone climbed the stairway to adulthood, then the revenge match from the other day might commence. I thought of running away, but that would be even more suspicious, so I patiently waited for the two of them to come over. Hey, Masaru. I heard about it. Crook said. Shit. Where did he hear it from? About what? I heard you've done well in the harpy fight. Ah, that one. I'm relieved. I guess I was here that time by chance. Where were you guys that time? We were out on a request. Good for you. It was quite dangerous. We heard the guys that died. I've spoken with them a few times here in the training field. The atmosphere turns a bit solemn. We have to make sure not to die. Well, we have Lizard-san with us too. If he is there then we can defeat even a dragon. Then why is he still rank C if he's like that? I guess he is selective about jobs. Or maybe I should say he didn't do many jobs apparently. But he is doing more jobs nowadays. right? Yeah, it's because of Liz-san. Apparently they've been going out for a long time now. Silver is a bit shaken. He couldn't get over it yet, so he is doing his best because of that. What kind of requests do you do? It would be bad if he chooses dangerous requests just because the reward is good. There is no way he would expose Liz-san to danger like that. We got quite a sum as the reward for the dragon too. All we do now are easy escort missions. HNN. So that's why I don't really see you guys. That's it. That, Lazard-san, he said he wanted to meet you. Did you? No number. That was really a joke. But he heard about how we fought with each other. He didn't come today, right? I'm outta here. As I said that while turning my body, there was a voice. Who? What are you running away from? You of course. Lazard-san. I wanted to meet you for a long time now, but it was always bad timing somehow. Well, I didn't want to meet you. For real. You know what's my business with you, right? Have a drink with. That's fine too, but for men, this is what it should be after all. Saying that, he puts his hand on the sword on his back. I heard that you fought with Crook and Silver. By all means, I would also like to be your opponent. I reflexively turn my gaze at Crook and Silver, but both of them just shake their heads. Shit. Are they really my friends? Nah, I'm not someone that can serve as a proper opponent for Lazard-san. Really? If I get cut by that huge sword on his back I will die. I have something I need to do. I heard that you beat Crook and Silver down in about a minute. Don't worry, I won't take up your time. Ouch ouch ouch. My stomach hurts. You can use restoration magic, right? Or what? You want to say that you don't want to fight me, huh? A dangerous atmosphere started to cover Lazard-san. Sknawery. Why is he spewing so much killing intent? Wooden swords. With wooden swords. Very well. What about magic? Fine with me. Nice. With that I have some winning chance. I will hit him with an air hammer right at the start. Then it will be the end. I act like I'm preparing and put hardening on the wooden sword. Then, before we begin I chant, Golem creation. I bring out 4 golems right at the start and use them to hold him off. Then air hammer. I thought about using thunder right at the start too, but he would get angry about that for sure. Well, even this golem creation is fairly, but changing my strategy at this point is also, come whenever you want. Saying that, Lazard-san readies his sword. All he is the same kind of wooden sword as me. He doesn't even have a shield. Isn't he taking me a bit too lightly? Let's show him how scary a mage can be. Make a golem. 4 of the 1 meter tall golems are born from the ground and begin their assault. I also run after them and get close to Lazard-san. The golems are holding on to Lazard-san's legs. It looks like Lazard-san doesn't even care about the golems. He is just looking at me. I have somewhat of a bad premonition, but just according my strategy, I shoot the air hammer. It will hit the target. Just when I was thinking that, Lazard-san swung his sword and cut apart my air hammer. It's not like he saw it, but he really cut it apart. After that, 2 golems get mowed down by his sword. Wait just a moment. It's a wooden sword. Golems are not that soft that they can be dealt with using a sword made of wood. The mowed down golems grumbled into dust. Golems that get damaged end up like that. Huh? Is this all? I even gave you the first strike. Huh? It's not the time to be watching on. He quickly circles around to my flank. There are still 2 golems holding onto his legs. When I release the air hammer, it tries to attack him diagonally from the back at the same time. After kicking away a golem, Lazard-san once again cuts apart the air hammer. But there lies my chance. I close the distance at once, aim for around his shoulder and swing my sword. However, Lazard-san also closes in. My wooden sword impacted his shoulder pad near the grip, so it didn't cause any damage whatsoever. Lazard-san put on a broad grin. Crap. Wooden sword comes flying from the left. I barely guard against it, but due to its sheer power my arm feels like it almost got torn off, and because of that my stance has crumbled. What power! I hurriedly put some distance between us. The last golem was also defeated and it disappeared. Lazard-san looks composed without any indication that he wants to pursue. Shit, cutting apart an air hammer? Unbelievable. What should I do? If I fight him normally I won't be able to win. All I can do now is shoot a big magic while the opponent is being overconfident. Thunder. Begin chanting. That moment, Lazard-san made his move. I receive a hit with the wooden sword. If I don't put in quite a lot of power, then the wooden sword feels like it would be knocked flying. He is not as fast as Sergeant Ono, so I can see his movements. However, the weight of each hit is on a different scale. Every time I receive one, A shockwave reverberates through my whole body. Even if I want to run away, he skillfully closes the distance and I can't even evade him. When I realize, I'm already forced back against the wall. Very good, very good. Your nice moves are being wasted as a mage. Bit by bit, the distance between us lessens. Earth wall. Begin chanting about the same time as I activate it. Lazard-san comes in for a hit. However, that's what I was aiming at. The earth wall rises up from beneath his feet and makes him lose his balance. Here it is. I will finish it with this. However, Lazard-san, who looked like he lost his balance, used the earth wall to jump high, and with that he dodged my sword. The next instant, a shockwave ran through my body. When I came to, I was flat on the ground. It seems I lost consciousness. It hurts. Some of my ribs are broken for sure. Sorry. I panicked a bit from that at the end, so I did it seriously without meaning to. Heal. Phew. I finally calmed down. It's very fortunate that it was with a wooden sword. If it was a real sword, then I would have been split in two. That was too much. Lazard-san. What, seriously? I thought I was going to die. My bad. But this was fairly fun. Let's do that again sometimes. No, I'm perfectly fine without it. But that still wasn't quite enough. Oi, crook, silver. Fight against me. Serves you right. You go and get killed once too. Don't worry, as long as you don't die I will heal you with my restoration magic. Ooh, that's nice. We can go as hard as we want. There, get ready. As I watch the two of them get mercilessly shredded by the sword-wielding Lazard-san, my heart aches a bit. Sorry for thinking that it serves you right. However, after I treated them and thought that is was over, very good. Then 3 of you next. Even with 3 versus 1 we lost and got shredded. Lazard-san is too strong. However, I thought that Silver was a bit dependable. It's nice to have someone on the defense role. Chapter 20. Please sit, Sister Angela. I was confused as to why I got suddenly called to Priest Sama's room. Judging by how he is talking to me so ceremoniously, maybe it's a scolding or something like that. That reminds me. Maybe I've been staying at Masaru's place too often lately. Or maybe. No, that should be fine. Perhaps. Sister Angela? Why yes. What might it be that you want to talk to me about, Priest Sama? It's about Masaru Dono. Okay. How is Masaru Dono faring lately? Somehow it doesn't seem like he will get angry. I was a bit relieved and told him about how things went lately. I see. It seems you are getting along well. I wonder what's this about? I can answer questions like this even between treatments. What I want to speak with you about is after this. Please keep the following confidential. My doubts has showed up on my face, I guess. Priest Sama has moved on to the main subject. Yes. Priest Sama, are you aware of the existence of apostles? Apostles. You talking about the hero that came out of nowhere? I don't really know what Priest Sama is getting at. That's right. However, there are other apostles besides him. The gods sometimes secretly send their apostles to save us, or simply just to watch over us. This was the first time I've heard of this. Maybe it's only known to the higher-ups of the temple. So, about Masaru Dono. Back to Masaru again? Where is Priest Sama going with this? He may be an apostle. Hey, you are too loud. I'm sorry. Masaru, an apostle? At this point it's just a possibility. However, apparently, most apostles have high abilities, strange powers and possess peculiar knowledge. Anything comes to mind? Now that I think of it, his rate of improvement in magic is a bit abnormal, and he also knows how to make foods that I haven't come across so far. There is also the fact that he is somewhat unfamiliar with our general knowledge. They say that the hero was summoned from a different world. Then I will ask Masaru. No, wait a little. Now it's still only a possibility. Apostles are sent only very rarely, so I think it's only a slight possibility. Even if he is an apostle, if he hides this fact, then there must be some reason behind it. Please just watch over him for the time being. Yes, Priest Sama. But if he really is an apostle, then we have to aid him with all we have, both openly and behind the scenes, since that is one of the duties of our many gods temple. Yes, well, even if he is a normal person, he is still a fine young man with high magic power. There should be no demerit to making connections with him. Sister Angela, make sure to get along well with him. You have feelings for him, right? Should I say feelings, or it's alright? Sister Angela should experience falling in love at least once. I'll make sure that your work here doesn't become a burden. so please watch over him as much as possible. However, please treat him the same way as usual so he doesn't find out that we suspect him of being an apostle." "Yes, Priest Sama." "It's approved by the temple, so you can get as close to him as you want. If that leads to Masaru Dona joining the temple, then I think that would also be wonderful." "Why yes." Make sure you don't invite him directly. However, if he decides to do it by his own volition, then that would be more than welcome." "I understand." "Then it's the end of this talk." Priest Sama." "The higher-ups. Did you?" "Of course, I haven't told them. If I reported this then it would become a huge uproar." "It's still just a slight possibility after all." "Sister Angela, keep it confidential as much as possible. Even if it's someone from the temple, you shouldn't tell them about this matter." "Yes, Priest Sama." "The free-of-charge treatment that Masaru did before in the temple hall, that becomes somewhat of a rumor. Many have inquired about the healing specialist who did the treatments that time." "Of course, we are feigning ignorance about that." "If the fact that there is a possibility of him being an apostle were to pile up on that, then, just as Priest Sama said, it would end up causing a huge uproar." "Even so, Masaru, an apostle? Hero? He doesn't look the part at all." Priest Sama said that the possibility is very small. It must be a misunderstanding on his part. But being able to go to Masaru's place openly with the approval of the temple is a very good thing. Priest Sama also said that I should get along with him, so maybe I should go over earlier and take a look how he's doing. When I went over to Masaru's place in the afternoon, he was cooking something. "Angela, I'm making ramen at the moment." "Ramen?" From the other day." "Right, that it was delicious." "It's a food that has a strange sounding name, but not counting its taste, food where you put pasta into soup does exist, so there is nothing strange about it." After instructing Sati to do this and that, Masaru came and sat down beside me. "You're early today. Did something happen?" There is not that much to do at the orphanage lately, you see." "Can I stay for the night today too?" When I said that, Masaru looked really happy and said it's okay. "This is an apostle? He's just a naughty boy, isn't he?" Although his happy expression caused my chest to tighten from cuteness. It must be Priest Sama's misunderstanding after all. Also, if he really is an apostle, then won't we be unable to meet like this anymore? It's probable. A low-ranking priestess like me probably won't even be able to get near him. Then I most likely won't be able to eat strange foods like this anymore. That mustn't happen. Let's put aside the suspicion of him being an apostle for now. It must be some kind of mistake anyway. He has some strange peculiarities, but he is an ordinary person. It's fine like that. Priest Sama also said to treat him the same as usual too. If I get the help of Tilaka, then most likely we would be able to get to the truth. However, if Masaru really is an apostle and he is hiding it, then we must not expose him. In the evening we prepare dinner with Sati and Tilaka. That being said, there is the ramen for today, so we only prepare some ingredients to go with it. Sati has a good memory and is also skillful. Tilaka is the slow and steady type. Both of them are good pupils. Perhaps I will soon graduate from teaching them. Then what kind of excuse should I use to come here after that? Even if we are seeing each other, it would feel awkward to hang around without any particular reason. Maybe I should pretend to teach them for a bit longer. Let's ask Sati about it. I talked to Sati about many things regarding Masaru. She is a very good girl who is helping me with Masaru. It feels like she is acting reserved because she is a slave, but Masaru is head over heels for Sati and I too like her very much. Just the three of us like this forever. No, 4 of us including Tilaka. As for Elizabeth, well, she is not here, so whatever. But she might get angry when she finds out it turned out like this. Well, she told me in passing not to steal a march on her, but things ended up like this, so I can't do anything about it now. For me, who was raised in an orphanage, this is the first home-like place ever since I lost my family when I was little. It's very comfortable. Becoming a family with Masaru. If it comes to that, then we might as well include Elizabeth too. It's become a habit to have Sati wash me during bath. In the orphanage you become able to do everything by yourself, so, aside from small children, no one gets washed by another. Of course, after the first day I don't go as far as getting my whole body washed anymore, but still, it feels good. Apparently, Masaru has it done every day. I should really ask about it in detail. No, rather than that, I should go in with ... I can't. Too embarrassing. When Tilaka and I finished the bath and come out, Masaru happily went in with a cheerful expression. I really need to make sure and ask the person in question about it. After getting out of the bath we get cozy on the sofa. When I press my breasts against him a little he makes a really sleazy expression. There is really no way that someone like this is an apostle or hero or anything like that. Let's tell that to Priest Sama. No, if I keep quiet instead, then I'll have an excuse to come here. After doing the deed I asked Masaru about his hometown. Since he went to school it means his family was well off apparently, but it was very ordinary. There was nothing particularly strange about them. To return the favor I also spoke about myself. Priest Sama and the others of course know about how I grew up in an orphanage, but I haven't told almost anyone else really. But I want Masaru to know about it. As I was speaking, Masaru suddenly twitched and his gaze started wandering. What is it? When I asked that he touched my breast, even though we are still in the middle of talking. You naughty boy, sheesh, ... Want to do it again? Angela asked me about my hometown, so I talked to her about it while skillfully dodging the specifics. If I don't make a mistake with what to tell her, then it's strangely easy to not notice that it's a different world. Then, as I was listening to Angela's life story the menu suddenly opened, so I ended up twitching once. Angela asks me what is it. I intended to dodge the question, so I ended up suddenly grabbing her breast. What can I do? They were right in front of me. Want to do it again? I will think about the menu thing later. By the way, we are properly using contraception. There is this powdered medicine which if you dissolve a teaspoonful of it in hot water and drink it you apparently won't get pregnant for a week for sure. It seems it's a safe medicine without any side effects whatsoever. It's an indispensable item for female adventurers, so they normally have it in the shop where they sell potions and such. Since if they are working as soldiers or adventurers then getting pregnant would be a problem. As expected of a different world, life is convenient in the strangest aspects. After we were done Angela fell asleep, so I check the menu. Level 4. Priestess. Her status shows a high amount of magic power and her MP amount is also fairly high. Her skills are housework, water magic, recovery magic, bludgeoning techniques and magic perception. She has 20 skill points. Also, her loyalty is 50. I guess loyalty it is after all. Most likely if it reaches 50, then the menu can be opened. Skill points 20p. Cooking level 3, housework level 2, bludgeoning techniques level 1, mana perception level 1, recovery magic level 3, water magic level 2. Equipment. Priestess clothes. But, what should I do with this? It's not like she will be added to our party like Sati. Should I raise water and recovery magic secretly? Nah, I really shouldn't. Sati noticed it too. Even if I raise it by only 1 level, the change is amazing. There is no way Angela wouldn't notice. Let's put things regarding skills on hold. But loyalty means that I'm liked, right? I'm really happy. It would be nice to just forget about the world falling into ruin and live like this forever. Our peaceful days continued. The clearing of the forest progressed very well. I also leveled up once. Sati leveled up 3 more times. I'm level 11 and Sati is level 13. Sati's skills changed to this. Skill points 1p. Cooking level 2, housework level 2, sewing level 2, covert action level 3, stealth steps level 2, oral detection level 4, olfactory detection level 2, sturdy, hawk eyes, body enhancement level 1, evasion level 3, shield level 2, swordsmanship level 4, archery level 5. I raised covert action and evasion to 3, also raised swordsmanship to 4, and finally took body enhancement 2. This way she won't be in a disadvantage in either long or close range combat most of the time. The fact that she became unbeatable at the training field and started standing out even more is ... well, can't be helped. Since 30 days have passed since the last time I used it, my skill reset has also recovered. So I tried something I was wondering about for a long time. I tried resetting spearmanship and archery, which I learned without using points. The number of points increased properly by that amount, but I was shocked when I tried to use a spear or a bow after that. I don't remember how to use them at all. Since I reset them I forgot ... Thank God I tried this with skills I don't need. If I forgot how to cook then it would have turned into a terrible thing, or maybe I would still be able to remember things like recipes. I can't test it since it's too dangerous. I have to be careful with choosing what skills to reset after this. For the time being I wrote into the journal that using skill reset is too dangerous to use. Then, Unlike other times, I received an answer. Skill reset is a special skill just for me, so he hopes I would look past some small defects. Also, their knowledge that was forgotten because of the reset would most likely come back if I once again gain the skill. Probably, he wrote. It's just probably, I can't test it after all, because it's too dangerous. I guess it means it was too good to be true. We'll just have to advance gradually. For the time being I don't really care about spearmanship, but I wanted to use bows, so I put the points I got from spearmanship to archery too, so I raised it to level 3. There are still 10 points left over, but they will be kept in reserve for now. I won't be able to use skill reset for a while either, so I want to leave them in case something happens. By the way, I couldn't use skill reset on Sati's skills. Then 1 month after Elizabeth departed, when the winter was somewhat close already and the weather turned a bit chilly, it happened. Chapter 21. That day, as Sati and I were doing our drills at the training field, a quiet sound of a bell could be heard one time. The adventurers and the instructors who heard it stopped what they were doing and looked at each other. We have heard the sound of this bell before. It's the sound we've heard many times during the Harpy battle. However, that time it was 3 times in a row. This time it was just once. It's sounding out intermittently with some time in between. The instructors tell everyone to gather at the guild hall. I have a bad feeling about this. Will it be a battle like with the Harpies before? I was only informed of this later, but apparently the number of times the bell is rang shows the degree of danger. With just one, you only need to be on low alert. With 3 chimes it's a fairly high state of emergency. That time with the Harpies, even if monsters came attacking it was outside of the town, so 3 chimes. That means if that came for the town, then it would have turned into continuous ringing. Also, adventurers are apparently required to gather at the guild first when they hear the ringing. Angela explained this to me in detail even while saying that this is something that even a 3-year-old child would know. Many adventurers have gathered at the guild hall, so it's noisy in here. I went to the receptionist old guy's place with Sati. What is happening? I think there will be an announcement soon, but an emergency request will be declared. Emergency request? Right. It will be compulsory for those of at least D rank, unless they have a very good reason to be exempt, so Masaru-kun will have to take part in it too. There, it's starting soon. Our current ranks are D for me and D for Sati. But compulsory? I got even more of a bad feeling about this now. The Vice Guild Chief came out together with Dilika-chan. The guild hall quiets down at once. Listen, adventurer ladies and gentlemen, just now, an emergency report has came in via a transfer mage. At this moment, Gorba's fortress is besieged by a large group of monsters, so we will head to reinforce them. This is an emergency request. Gorba's fortress? That's where Elizabeth. I feel the blood suddenly leaving my face. As you know, it takes 2 days to reach the fortress in a hurry from here. If the fortress falls, then this town will face danger next. A message was delivered to the capital too, so by now they are probably preparing the army. Our role is to protect the fortress no matter what until the army can get to it. The first group will set out in 3 hours. As for the details, you should ask the guild personnel. That is all. The fortress is. How many years was it since? But that fortress won't simply. I have to let my family escape. Our surroundings started moving with a commotion. What should I do? That time, the old guy from the reception called out to me. Masaru-kun, Masaru-kun. Yes. The Vice Guild Chief is calling for you. So can you go there now? Understood. When I went to where the Vice Guild Chief and Tilika-chan was, Sergeant Dono was there too. He said I'm the only one he has business with, so Sati went to Tilika-chan and we started talking. Ooh, Masaru. Thanks for coming. No problem. I will ask just to be sure, you are participating in the emergency request, right? I can reject it? You can. However, the penalties are high, since you will be heavily fined for a contract breach or in the worst case you might even get expelled from the guild. I will participate of course. I have to go help Elizabeth. Good. Then I would like to ask you to transport the goods this time too. Sergeant Dono said. Goods, is it? But if there is a transfer mage then he can use space magic too, right? Isn't it best to put them in the item box and transport them? It's not that easy. In case of transfer, the mana consumption is increased based on the weight. That also includes the contents of the item box. When they are using transfer, they empty their item box and also wear light clothes. A transfer mage that can transport something else beside himself is very rare. I thought of taking space magic, but if I can't carry luggage or take Sati with me, then I really have to think it over. Or maybe with my magic power and skill level it would work out somehow. Elizabeth is probably knowledgeable about the topic, but the space magic was a topic to avoid, so I couldn't ask her. I was led to the warehouse where weapons and armors were piled up in a heap. Also, a lot of arrows. That and this. This one too. Is there room for more? Then this, and I stored everything as instructed. I was thinking this for a long time. But your item box is amazing. I've never seen one that could hold this much. As expected, it's almost full now. My item box is still about halfway filled. But Tilaka-chan is with Sati, so she is not around. Even though I said it's almost full, I was only released after cramming in some more things. Well, it's fine. If you can transport this much, then space will be freed up on the carriages and we can take more adventurers. It's a big help. I need to hurry up with our preparations next. There is not much time. I call Sati, who was talking with Tilaka-chan. Sati. Yes, Masaru-sama. Sati should. I don't want to. I will go too. I got an immediate reply before I even finished saying she should remain here. Sati is rank E. You have no obligation to participate in an emergency request. I will accompany Masaru-sama anywhere. Also, if the fortress falls, this place will also be in danger, right? It's dangerous all the same. The current Sati is stronger than me if we don't count the magic, so she would indeed be an asset. But I don't want to expose her to danger. I thought of letting her stay at the orphanage or with Tilaka-chan, but it's dangerous, you know. I know. Besides, I'm also an adventurer. I'm prepared for it. She says this even after experiencing the harpy battle. She is serious. Got it. Let's go together. Yes, Masaru-sama. After leaving the guild, we went to the shopping district where more than double the usual amount of people were crowding around. They already started buying up goods. However, the familiar places sold their remaining stock to me when I said I'm going to the fortress. I also have a lot of emergency food stored, so if it's just the two of us, we will probably be fine for quite a while. Do your best, and make sure not to get injured. Yes, I will come shopping when we're back. With that I bid farewell to the grocery store auntie. The orphanage was also somewhat busy. Maybe they are evacuating. Sister Matilda was in the dining hall. Masaru-chan. Masaru-chan is also going to the fortress, right? Yes, so I wanted to ask if you could watch the house for me while we are away. I understand. Leave it to us. Wait just a bit. And Angela Khan. After waiting, Angela came out. Masaru. You are going too, right? Yeah, so I was thinking of saying goodbye. I'm also going along with Priest Sama. Will you be alright? It's the job of a priestess. It doesn't matter if I will be alright or not. Besides, I will be treating people behind the lines. So as long as the fortress doesn't fall, there won't be any danger. I see. I guess that's true. I'll just have to do my best. I'm more worried about Masaru. Sati, properly protect this one, okay? Yes, Angela-sama. Why do the people around me always ask Sati to protect me? Usually it should be the other way around. Then bye for now. I also need to prepare some things. Let's meet once again over there. Angela will set out with the second group. We promised to meet up with her over there, then left. We returned home. Then first of all stored the contents of the refrigerator. I think I will bring some cookware too. What is it that we need besides those? If we have tents, the two of us can sleep there. Right, it's cold lately, so I will take a futon set too. I also lock up the house. Masaru-sama. I will speak with the neighbors too. It seems that before I noticed Sati became acquainted with the neighbors. Did we forget anything? I got the tent, food, and Sati. Our equipment is also ready. Do we have enough arrows? I thought that we have more than enough, but if it comes to a long-term defensive battle, then we may run out. We should have more for Sati's use too. The arms shop next to the guild was packed. Well, that's to be expected. I guess we were late in coming. As I was thinking what to do, the usual sales clerk found us and approached us. Please wait a moment, saying that he went to the back and brought out a mountain of arrows on a pushcart. I thought that guest Sama would come, so I set it aside. What a good guy. Thank you very much. Not at all. Those of us who remain behind can only do this much. You too. He starts speaking to Sati. Make sure to protect your master well. Yes, this is that, right? It's not like the problem is that I'm not dependable or something, but that it's obvious for a slave to protect their master, right? If not, then every single person we come across wouldn't say this, right? It's not at all because I look unreliable. It's not, right? There was a great number of carriages prepared in front of the guild. As we were aimlessly wandering around not knowing what to do, Sergeant Dono was there, so I called out to him. Masaru, you are with me. So we were made to sit in the second carriage from the front. Soon we departed. The town people came out to the streets and shouted, "Do your best, take care," and such towards the line of carriages. As we went through the gate, the guard duty soldier found me and waved his hand toward me. We moved forward on the highway while shaking on the carriages. As I was sitting still, somehow my uneasiness started growing. Sergeant Dono ... Do you think the fortress is alright? It's fine, is what I want to say, but I don't know. Elizabeth, have you been to the fortress before? So number. Besides the fortress walls, there are additional 2 layers of outer walls there. It won't fall from just any simple attacks, but, what? Keep this between us. You guy too, he warned the surrounding adventurers who were listening. Apparently there was at least 2 large species earth dragons amongst the enemy. Earth dragons? It's the wingless version of the dragon you fought in the forest. It can't fly, but it's unmistakably of the large species. If it's not stopped properly, then it can bite a hole in the fortress walls. I don't want stir up panic, but it's possible that by the time we arrive there, the fortress has already fallen. The adventurers keep their silence. But, well, there are remarkable people gathered there. It won't fall easily. It's no use being worried now. Just rest properly while you can. Sergeant Dono. What? Do you think the pioneer village is alright? Sergeant Dono shakes his head. Don't know. I hope they could escape properly. Masaru-sama. Sati, who was sitting beside me, looked up at me with a worried expression. It's alright. We are talking about that Elizabeth. She must be eating the fried meat we gave her right about now. Saying that, I pat Sati's head. Please be safe, Elizabeth. I promised to feed you pudding when you got back, right? Idle talk. That girl was brought to the training field by an adventurer who seems to be barely an adult. The reason I paid attention was because she was a beast person, just like me. Most certainly not because she was a cute young girl. She was still too young to start working as an adventurer, but many beast people start training from a young age. Also, I noticed that the girl had a slave crest on her. Poor girl. But that's not that rare either. There is not much that can be done for someone else's slave, but if I find that she is being abused, then I will search for an opportunity to help her in some way. I noticed that the young man sticking close to her and touching her, but it seems he is treating her kindly, so I felt relieved. It seems she trained a bit with Instructor Vought. Then she was entrusted to Instructor Samson. That instructor should be able to guide her well. It looks like this is the first time she held a sword. She listens to the instructor's advices and tries her very best to swing the sword. I must have looked the same when I first held a sword 20 years ago. It was heartwarmingly smile-inducing. Her body is thin and small, but her physical abilities are not bad. Also, she has the willpower to keep fighting even with her body full of bruises. She should make a fine swordswoman after a few years of training. After training, that young man came to pick her up, so they went home together after healing her injuries. If she comes again in the future, I will make sure to keep an eye on her. I'm quite worried whether or not she will be fine. Most certainly not, because she is cute and I took a liking to her. The next day the young man and girl came to the training field once again. Good dedication. She is a beginner, so training every day is a must. While the girl was training, the young man was at first training with knives in a corner of the training field, but now he is putting his head together with 2 other young adventurers. Masaru-sama Matilda. The girl on break found the young man and waved her hand while calling out to him. The young man waved back, looking happy. However, the 2 adventurers the young man was talking with suddenly started a fight with real swords. The young man was strong. It took only about a minute against 2 of them. In the end he finished it with magic. His skill with the sword is still raw, but if he uses magic, then even I might not be able to win against him. The young man, along with the other 2 young adventurers, got chewed out by Instructor Vought for using real swords in their squabble. The girl was sending worried glances towards him while training, so she was scolded by instructor Samson and was told to focus. So her name is Sati. Huh, it's a cute name. Next morning, the young man and Sati-chan came once again as they should. Yesterday, after that I asked around about the young man and I got some amazing gossip. It seems he is small celebrity. They say that he has fighting prowess, like what he displayed yesterday in that squabble, that is inconsistent with his appearance, and even though he's young, he is an excellent mage. I laughed a bit when I heard the story with the wild rabbit, but he participated in a dragon subjugation and performed well enough to be called Dragon Slayer. Then he probably bought Sati with the reward from that, my source said. Truly enviable. It seems he is facing off Gen today. Gen is rude, but has good skills and shows great promise as an adventurer, but he's not the young man's enemy. Sure enough, Gen underestimated the young man based on his looks, so he easily got the tables turned on him and the instructor got angry, telling him to calmly watch out for the opponent's movements. However, even when fully prepared, the young man is a difficult enemy. Then, as expected, he fell to the ground once again, without being able to recover from his disadvantageous position. I too became interested in checking out the young man's skills directly. But right after the mock battle, the young man left the training field, leaving Sati-chan behind. The next day the young man and Sati-chan came to the training field, but the young man left Sati-chan in the care of the instructor and left immediately. Maybe he has some business to take care of. It's a shame, since I was thinking of asking him to be my opponent. But this time I have a lot of free days because of the injuries my teammates suffered. There will be plenty more opportunities. I also wanted to speak with Sati-chan, but it seems for some reason she is on good terms with the truth official. She often comes to check up on her and they talk for a while. When she noticed that I was looking at Sati-chan, she glared at me for a while. I couldn't bear with that and took my distance. I'm bad at dealing with that truth official girl. Most certainly not because I had ulterior motives in speaking with her. Today the young man left once again after leaving Sati in the instructor's care. I continue to pretend that I'm doing practice swings and observe Sati-chan as usual. Then I noticed immediately, Sati-chan's movements improved beyond recognition. It seems the instructor also noticed it before long. Other instructors were called too and they instructed Sati on how to use the bow and the sword without pause. There is no room for me to call out to her at all. But to think that she would show this much improvement after just a few days. As expected of someone I had my eyes on. Today neither Sati-chan nor the young man is here. Maybe they are resting. After finishing my lunch I returned to the training field, where the guild staff members hurriedly told the adventurers to assemble. Right away I went to the guild hall, where the vice guild chief just took the stand. Adventurer ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, the horse pasture is under attack by harpies. The subjugation reward is doubled. Please head to their rescue at once. The number of the harpies is high. Looks like I need to resolve myself. Some of the harpies coming this way are shot down with arrows and magic. Looking at it, the young man and Sati-chan are hiding behind a big boulder and providing us with covering fire. I called out to a few people around me and we took up a position to defend Sati-chan. It seems that judgment of mine was correct. By the hands of those two the number of harpies are dwindling. These two are pretty reliable for someone so young. Even so, the number of harpies are overwhelming. A few people are already seriously injured. I'm also not without injuries. I will soon shoot a huge fire magic. After the young man shouted as such, an enormous fire pillar rose up between us and the barn. The harpies are on the back foot. That saved us. With this we have a bit of breathing room. As expected of someone who has the title of Dragon Slayer. Right after that, the young man came out from behind the big boulder, leaving Sati-chan behind. Then a large number of harpies started flocking towards us. This is bad. From a glance I saw that the young man was brought down by the harpies. I have to save him, I thought to myself. But there are too many. I don't have enough leeway for that at all. I have my hands full with just saving myself. Seeing that the young man was brought down, even Sati-chan ran out from behind the big boulder. Even with that small body of hers, she heroically forced her way through and stood between the young man and the harpies with sword drawn. But even that Sati-chan fell down. Then because of that I let my guard down for a moment and took the attack of the harpy squarely and fell to my knees. The guy next to me also fell over after a harpy cut him up from the shoulder to the stomach. I guess this is it. When I was thinking that, The Templar Knight Order arrived. The Harpies ignored us and headed for the newly arrived enemies. I pulled the dying adventurer with me and retreated back to the entrance of the pasture. The young man and Sati-chan came this way too. It seems both of them are safe, so I feel relieved. No, this is not the time for that. I can use recovery magic. I will treat you. Thank you. This guy. Please save this guy. The young man is performing the chant for the magic, but the injury is too deep. He lost too much blood. He's already. Hold on just a bit longer. A healing specialist will heal you right now. To my surprise, from the young man's recovery magic, the huge wound is closing up right in front of my eyes. A wound this bad, at once. This guy might be able to make it. Next. Right. The young man is skillfully healing everyone who is injured, including me. A magic swordsman and healing specialist while being so young. Truly terrifying. After finishing up the treatments around here, this time he headed for the barn. The next day, I wanted to thank the young man, no, Masaru, so I was searching for him. But neither Masaru nor Sati-chan showed up at the guild since then. I was a bit worried, but they must be taking a few days off. Even if they were healed with recovery magic, the damage from injuries remains for a few days. After a few days I was finally able to meet Masaru. We invited him to a nearby bar where we thanked him for healing us and we mourned the adventurers that died. He probably didn't even know any of them, but he is a fine young man that cries together with us. Sati-chan also returned to training. It seems Sati-chan went through a metamorphosis during the Harpy battle and became even stronger. Truly a monstrous speed of improvement. There is no doubt that the first time she held a weapon was a mere 10 days ago. Judging from her first day of training, she probably had no prior experience with the sword. Probably to let her gain experience, the instructors are letting her face off against every adventurer on the training field one after the other. And the small Sati-chan is bringing down those arrogant adventurers one after the other. About half of the adventurers can't even serve as her opponent. She isn't quite at my level yet, but one day I won't be able to win anymore. That day is probably not too far off. Adventurers that live off their sword can't win against a little girl who became an adventurer not long ago. The training field became very active. A line has formed for those who wanted to compete with Sati-chan. Then it all ended when her master, Masaru, came to pick her up. Those geese must not like it, since it's like Masaru is monopolizing Sati-chan. Some of them who don't know about Masaru even try to pick a fight with him under the guise of a contest. He turns all of them down. But those guys really don't know any better. If someone knows about Masaru even a bit, they wouldn't want to make him angry. Also, after seeing the scene of her trying to protect Masaru during the Harpy battle even at the cost of her own life, I don't even feel jealous anymore. I want Sati-chan to be happy. Next month, I finally lost to Sati-chan. Of course I can't say that I'm a top-class swordsman, but even so, I diligently trained with the sword for 20 years and also possess plenty of physical strength that comes with being a beastman. But strangely I didn't find it vexing. The other adventurers are just celebrating the fact that she is cute and strong, but me and the instructors who watched her since the beginning noticed it. If Sati-chan keeps improving like this, then she will leave her name in history for sure. Perhaps in the future I will be able to boast that I witnessed her first steps, crossed swords with her, and fought beside her.